Hello? 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 Good afternoon, Ratty Ratera. What made you choose that name? Eventful week? Yes, very eventful week. As you guys know, I do think BPF is going to be interviewing JF today. So that'll be interesting. It'll be very interesting. Very, very interesting. What is the...
It was fun.
Aw, Destiny has his mom on the stream. That's so sweet. My name is from an email address I made over 10 years ago. That's cool. So yeah, we have... So yeah, the Crucible will have JF Gariepy on tonight, I believe. We've got Kevin McCarthy. Rumors of Kevin McCarthy. Do we know BPF's take on the JF situation? I'm not sure, to be honest. I don't know what his take is going to be. It could be anything, honestly. Apparently Hassan was fighting with Vosh's mods on Twitter or something. Yeah, we went over a little bit of it the other day, but basically that Dana person was rightfully so calling out Hassan for believing that, you know, the West is the only group capable of imperialism. So, but also we have President Biden. We have President Biden making remarks. So we may take a look at that as well. Biden made some remarks. Stardust Dustin, what up, Wick? How's it going, Wick? What happened yesterday? I didn't see your panel, to be honest with you, Wick, but I know that like a lot of people were on it or something. So yeah, I have no idea. So I was defeated by weaponized mental illness. What does that mean? Please explain it to me, Wick. Wick, do you want to call in, actually, and talk? Sure, for a minute? Okay, yeah, let's talk. They were picking on Wick for not trusting a liar. Interesting. Interesting. Let me pull in Wick. Hello?
Hey, how's it going?
Going good. How are you?
Oh man, it was
What
so
happened
bad
yesterday? So here, let me
yesterday.
tell you. I looked that you had a panel yesterday, and I was busy covering the JF Gariepy stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
I went into super detail with that. But uh, yeah, I looked over at your stream, and I couldn't make out what was going on whatsoever. I had no fucking idea. I could not understand. So
So it wasn't even a
maybe
panel, okay, to
okay,
start with.
all right.
Brittany Simon made a video about me being an abuser, okay? An emotionally abusive person.
Really? She made a video on
A
you
five and
making
a half hour video.
No way. Can you send it to me? Oh my god, that's so
I'll find
juicy.
it. I think she changed the title after tonight. Anyway, but I was like, "Yo, can we talk about this? Right? Can we have a
Yeah.
discussion?" And she's like, "Okay, I'll have a discussion with you." Okay. So I bring her on, and the other person she accused of emotional abuse, Rora, came on too, and so we were talking for a few minutes, and then Murkoff the Perk wanted in.
Ooh.
In retrospect, that was a mistake.
Uh-oh. Why? What happened? Did she say any
They
slurs?
proceeded for the next 2 to 3 hours to basically weaponize their mental illness against me to make me feel the most insane person that I've ever felt. Um, it was madness, and a lot of people jumped in to take a side and have their thoughts. But
Mm.
yeah, I don't know. I'm recovering from that. I will admit it defeated me. It broke me. I am now a broken man, and that is all that I am. So here we are.
You're gonna have these moments where people accuse you of things. I've been many times accused of being like a monkey for like alt-right people by like left wingers. So, you know, which I personally don't believe. I have yelled at alt-righters, not alt-righters, dissident writers, um, very, very, very frequently. I've been on
Yeah,
pan,
yeah, yeah.
but they only see the clips of me being like cordial, I guess. They only see the parts, or they see my interviews where I'm not like in a combat mood. So
Yeah,
I'm the
yeah.
monkey clapping my hands for a bunch of white nationalists, apparently. So that certainly made me feel some sort of way. So yeah, people are gonna accuse you all of all sorts of shit.
It
What can
was
you do?
just, it was like they kept vacillating too. Like, so they would say, well, you can't really judge Merck because she's only 26. And I say,
Oh,
wait, she's an adult.
she's an adult. Yeah.
That's an adult. And they're like, well, what is her mental age though? I
Mhm.
don't know. What is her mental age? What does mental age? What does that
Are you
mean?
saying that this person is incapable of being an adult? Maybe they shouldn't be on streams whatsoever. Like, I don't know.
I don't know. It was just so, oh, I hated every second of it. It was so bad, but it was what
Okay.
it is. How are
Wow.
you? How are you? How's I haven't talked to you in a minute. It's been a while.
Yeah, I had to take some time off due to like a family emergency. Um, so things have like just recently resolved with that. So,
Hmm.
yeah,
Okay.
so I'm kind of just like working on recovering things after that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. But other than that, I've been good. Just it was a very stressful
I
period of time
can,
for
yeah,
me.
I get it.
Yeah.
Family stuff is, it can throw you for a loop. I'm
Yeah.
glad you're back. I'm glad it's at least resolved enough for you to be back. So
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's significantly resolved. It took a while and it was very stressful, and obviously you know, uh obviously that affects things with streaming too. So, and that
yeah,
probably was like the most devastating for me. But other than that, I've been good, just trying to get Supernovas back up and running. I was gonna do
how was, oh, sorry. How was
yeah.
your time in DC? Right, I saw you, the pics of you hanging out with Vosh, Destiny, and them with the.
Oh yeah, it was nice. They were all very nice, very kind people. And it was cool to be able to talk to Rokana. That was cool. Obviously, like Destiny and Vosh have their own like drama between the two of them that I don't know a whole lot about their history. But
Sure.
the only thing I remember is that one huge fight, that huge explosive fight that they had around the Kyle Rittenhouse stuff. But you know, obviously they have their own beef, so you know, I'm trying not to get involved in that. Um, but yeah, both of them were very nice. Everybody I met there was nice. Obviously I wasn't really there for much, to be honest. Like Brianna wanted a bunch of orbiters on the couch or whatever. So I
Sure,
just
sure.
kind of filled that role to, you know, be there. Yeah, on the couch, I guess.
Look, couch orbiter is an important role. It's one that not everyone can fill. Okay, so it is what it is, and you know what? I think you were probably the best couch orbiter there. If I
Well,
had to,
thank you. I appreciate
if I had
that.
to pick a favorite, you would be my favorite of the couch orbiters. You're
Thank you.
welcome.
Very kind. Yeah, yeah.
Of course, of course. I won't
Yeah.
keep you too long. So what's the verdict? Did this JF guy, did he murder his wife or whatever?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, like, okay, it could be the case that she ran off. If let's say he didn't murder her and he truly did drop her off at a gas station. The fact is, she is so mentally disabled that her own family has said that she has trouble taking baths by herself. So him dropping her off at a gas station with camping equipment is like criminal negligence at the very least.
Yeah.
If not like, you know, him being like an accessory to, you know, I don't know. He and the fact that he cleaned his house, he took 3 days off of streaming right after she left, and he cleaned his house and redid the drywall. Very sus to me. And I don't know. I think he looks very sus. I really do.
It
Yeah.
sounds like I haven't delved into it too much, right? Because honestly, this is something that the police should be taking care of. But yeah, everything I hear about it ain't good. It's not a good look, let's say that.
Yeah. I
But
will say, like,
mm,
I went into full detail about like who JF is and all of the stuff
sure.
with chat yesterday, just to kind of give everybody like a backstory. And if you're looking for like a full deep dive into everything that happened, I would recommend yesterday's stream.
I'll check
So
it out. Is it up on YouTube?
it is on YouTube, but you'll have to go to the live stream section. I haven't like uploaded
Yes.
it as its
That
own separate
happens.
thing yet. So
All good. Well, Stardust, have a
yeah.
great rest of the stream, and I'll see you later, buddy.
Thank you. Thank you for stopping in.
Of
Appreciate
course.
it.
Bye
Yeah.
bye.
Bye. Okay, so I'm trying to schedule things for the panel on Sunday, but it looks like most people who are going to be down for like a climate change discussion um are not going to be available for this Sunday. Um so maybe I'll push it to next Sunday, and then this Sunday can be maybe a trans medicalism debate. I don't know if there are enough people that uh hi from the Netherlands, welcome. Oh god, the true crime channels must be frothing at the mouth. Oh yeah. Could make it a fight night if you can't get a full panel going. Let's see. I'm trying to set up this Sunday's panel topic related to trans. I wonder, do you think a trans medicalism debate will get me in trouble? I wonder. I'm trying to set up this Sunday's panel topic related to trans medicalism. If you are interested in arguing either side, please send me a message. I'll post that. Ha 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 on Twitch, yes. I might make it YouTube only. I might make it YouTube only. But just so you guys know, I will be taking most of Saturday and Sunday off. I'm switching to a Monday through Friday schedule for primarily, with like the Sunday panel with being the exception. So you know, I will be taking Saturday and Sunday off. Anyways, we've got like a. You could make it a fight night. I do need to bring back fight nights probably on Wednesdays. I just always had trouble. Um, I always had trouble setting those up. You know, I do like the fight nights though. Uh, it's just very hard organizing like 2 panel-esque things a week. Everybody else decides to get like a booker. Like, people smaller than me get fucking bookers for their shows, and I'm here booking it all by myself. But you know, I'm not about that. So, we've got a couple of things on the list. We've got like President Biden making remarks. We've got Eamon Animations made a new animation we can look at. Kevin McCarthy considering resigning from the House. Keffels addresses the Brianna Wu situation. You should reach out to some of the transatlantic show hosts. What are you talking about? And Matt Gaetz calls Biden impeachment a political stunt. Isn't that interesting? The Keffels video has been on my to-watch list. Yeah, we're probably going to watch that today. Given what Wick said about the stuff with Merck and Brittany Simon, I might want to watch that at some point, but at the same time, I'm trying to have Merck on for an interview, and I don't know if watching that on stream will make her less likely to be on for an interview. I'm interested in the Keffels Wu talk. I heard Keffels is on a redemption arc. I don't know if she had a talk in the video. I think she's just addressing this stuff. Hi from Turkey. Hello, welcome to the stream. But anyways, how's chat doing today? How is chat doing today? I'm tired. I had an interview early this morning. Sorry to hear. I think it went well. Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that it went well. Decent. New Keffels is based. I have heard that she is on a redemption arc, which is pretty interesting. Destiny said that she was pretty apologetic behind the scenes. So. What is this? Circa Frog.
What if instead of high school, we had Rizzler School, where Kai Cenat, Aiden Ross...
Oh my god, what is this? What did you send to me, Zerka Frog? What is wrong with you? Why? Here, I'll show you guys.
What if instead of high school, we had Rizzler School, where Kai Cenat, Aiden Ross and I show speed with the teachers, and they taught us how to W-Riz up the baddies in our class. And instead of math, they showed us W reaction clips instead. If school was like that, I would love going. Imagine coming to class and seeing W Kai... What if instead of high school...
What is this? Why would you send this to me? It's terrible. I hate it. I hate it too. What is wrong with you? Sick individual, like literally sick in the head. Disgusting. The future looks bleak. Yeah, it does. It looks very bleak. Oh, right. I need to tweet out that I'm live. Because I didn't tweet out that I'm live. The future looks bright, Scrub? Okay. Alright. Alright. How are you, Dev? How's it going? I definitely think JF is very fucking sus. Hopefully the interview with him in BPF will be good tonight. Other than that, you know. Again, we could look at the Wick thing, but I just don't think it's a good idea. Don't think so. Just don't think so. Oh yeah, the JF stuff, what a wild ride, yeah. Yeah, very, very fucking sus. Okay, do you think you will do a one-on-one toxic debate with Erudite soon? On what, Drow? Why do you keep wanting me to have a toxic debate with Erudite? What is going on? You always hear nobody would have known, but it definitely tracks with JF. Toxic debate with Erudite. Are you guys fighting? No. We're not fighting whatsoever. We're on good terms. We get along pretty well. Burn the NSC bridge star to the ground? Why? She's one of the few people who's nice to me. FYI, Dylan Burns is debating Aiden Paladin on what? Girl on girl dirty fantasies? Possibly. No, NSC and I are, like, on good terms. I'm not about to fucking, like, burn the bridge with, like, one of the few orbiters who's actually nice to me. They're, debating on aid to Ukraine. OMG, Aiden is a spurg. She unironically believes in monarchy, I believe, right? Like a... She unironically believes in, like, a theocratic monarchy, I believe. She had me on her panel, oh, not panel, on one of her shows one time. After Keffel screamed at me. She had me on. And, you know, pretty bog standard lib here, so. I have a video about NSC that might change your mind, Stardust. Oh, God. Is it a President Sunday one? Yep, it's the President Sunday one. Thanks. Thank you. No. NSC is not the one who is into theocratic monarchy. We're talking about Aiden Paladin. Aiden Paladin unironically believes in a theocratic monarchy, which is fucking wild to me. Wick is a good host. So this Sunday I have a debate for I'm organizing a debate for trans medicalism. So if you guys know anybody who might be interested in that, let me know. I wonder how this debate with Aiden Paladin is gonna go. We might watch a little bit of it. Oh, okay. I just think the toxic debate format with you v Erudite would be a good one. I think we've been on the opposite sides of a debate before, but maybe one time, but it was about dating stuff and whatever, and I don't really care, to be quite frank with you guys. I don't give a fuck about dating shit. So it wasn't really heated enough for me to even like think too much about it. Gotta be a tad careful having that combo on Twitch. You know me, but I'm always paranoid. Well, yeah, it'll probably be a YouTube only stream if I do a trans medicalism debate. Hey, Stardust. You know, there's almost nobody speaking about the JF stuff, about 20 people. It's unreal. I went into full deep dive yesterday. I feel like after yesterday's coverage, I don't know what more I can say on it, other than watching, like, JF be interviewed by BPF. You know, I spent like 4 hours yesterday on the JF Gariepy stuff. 4 hours. I don't know how much more. You've spoken to JF before, right? I have. So I was in a Twitter space. JF mistook me for somebody else. And he invited me up to speak. And I ended up speaking with him, and he was very polite with me. But then later on, he ended up blocking me. I don't know why. I don't know why he blocked me. Maybe he heard me make a comment about him or something. I don't know. But even if I make fun of people, like, I still believe in freedom of speech, you know? He found out you were brown, I'm guessing. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe. Maybe that's what it was. Yeah, it's because you're not white. You think that, okay, Richard Spencer doesn't block me, but JF Gariepy does. That's fucking wild to me. Like, why? Why am I blocked? Somebody ask him. Ask him, you know, Stardust is wondering, she had a really nice conversation with you, and she's wondering why you blocked her. It's probably because of Beckett. I doubt people on Twitter know that, like, we're, you know, associated with each other. Like, people who don't know us and are familiar with either one of us, they would not know that I feel that we're dating. Now I think it's Beckett's fault. Is JF relevant? I never heard of him in years. He still does streams on Odyssey. He streams pretty frequently on Odyssey. He still has a sizable audience. But yeah, he's really only become much more relevant recently because of the stuff with his wife. So Somebody asked JF, send a clip of me asking why he blocked me, because we had a nice conversation. If it truly is because I'm non-white, that would be so funny, because, like, there are tons of white nationalists who have not blocked me. So, you know, there was a debate going on Twitter Spaces just a few minutes ago, and now I can't find it. I thought about joining it, but now it's gone. They were, like, debating about immigration. Is he still into the white genetic stuff? Oh, yeah. He's still into that. 100%. He 100% is still into that stuff. How could he possibly know you aren't white without the calipers? Good question. Well, you'd admire that at least once you pick a rabbit hole, you better stay in it. I don't know if I admire it. I think he's a fucking... okay, no, I'm not gonna say anything. Not gonna say anything. Do I think he killed his wife? Yeah, I think he probably killed his wife. Absolutely. I don't know if he has a history of domestic violence, but I know one of his exes claimed that he was at least emotionally abusive. But if he had a history of, like, actual physical aggression, then I would say 100%. Okay. I just can't make up my mind what I want to go over first. President Biden remarks or something else? I think there's a clip of her yelling something like, "You were trying to kill me again." So that is often misattributed. People say that that was her, like, crying for help. What really was happening, if you analyze the full clip, is that his wife is pretty mentally disabled, and she mistook another streamer who was on his show. The guy is named No White Guilt. She was mistaking him for somebody in her past who apparently physically assaulted her or violently assaulted her. But even then, it does kind of show her mental state. It's her basically claiming that he is like a shape-shifting ghost who's been stalking her and trying to kill her for 3 years. So that was like her saying that was specifically towards the streamer No White Guilt. Yeah. What I don't like is how he says women do this and women do that, but it's only because he dates women. If he was a woman, he'd say the same thing about men. Well, it's not even like women do this, women do that. It's like women are... he chooses such a specific type of woman. Like, yeah, if you keep choosing crack whores, they're gonna go out and be crack whores, bro. I mean, look, JF's wife claiming that somebody is a shape-shifting ghost that's been trying to kill her for 3 years, I mean, that would be pretty illuminating me as to her mental state, and, you know, I would probably think, like, you know, maybe she shouldn't be dropped off at a gas station by herself. So. He says women are crack whores unless you force marriage on them. It's so fucking wild to me. Yeah, women are cheaters. You date men? Nope. Well, yeah, men cheat on average, like, significantly more than women do. Like, the percentage of men who cheat, when they were polled for being completely happy with their marriage lives and completely happy and satisfied sexually, still an average of 20% of men said that they cheated. Whereas it's like an average of like 5% of women. That is fucking wild to me. So any dude who claims that like every woman is gonna leave you and cheat on you, like, men on average just cheat way fucking more. Just way more. I couldn't be with a woman like that. There's only room in my relationships for one crack whore. Shapeshifting ghost? Was it bedsheet white type ghost in her standard form? Because that would be poetic. No. It's honestly pretty disappointing, and I don't even date men. Yeah. It's disappointing. Confirmation bias is really bad when it comes to racism and sexism. Yeah, definitely. And yet women stay cheating on men. Just a lot less than men cheat on women, so. I should try to reach out to, like, Nikocado Avocado. It's, like, very slim chance that he would ever respond to me or talk to me, but it would be interesting if I could get him. So, yeah. Women pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers. The red pill needs more relevance. Totally. Just kidding. I'm very much a monogamy-oriented person. You know, one of the things that, like, President Sunday went after Not So Erudite for was that one of her, like, treatment centers or whatever was, like, faith-based. When you look at, like, most treatment centers for drug abuse and substance abuse, like, most of them are faith-based. Like, the vast majority of them are faith-based. So, it's just, like, such a fucking stupid point for him, you know? Such a stupid point. Okay, I guess we'll watch President Biden's remarks. The successful, effective ones are faith-based. Yeah, I wouldn't know much about it, to be honest with you. Why is this so wide? There we go.
Administration-wide program.
We'll break away here for live coverage now from the White House, where President Biden will deliver remarks on September's jobs report.
Good news today. This morning we learned the economy created 336,000 jobs in September alone. That means since I've taken office, we've created 13.9 million new jobs. You heard me say it before, I'm going to keep saying it. My dad had an expression. He said, Joey, a job's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. It's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay, and mean it. Well, 336,000 more Americans, if they have children, can say that to their children and mean it. The unemployment rate has stayed below 4% for 20 months in a row, the longest stretch in 50 years. We've achieved a 70-year low in unemployment rate for women, record lows in unemployment for African Americans and Hispanic workers, and people with disabilities, folks who have been left behind in previous recoveries and left behind for too long. We have the highest share of working-age Americans in the workforce in 20 years. And it's no accident. It's Bidenomics. We're growing the economy from the middle out, the bottom up, not the top down. And inflation is coming down at the same time. It's down 60% since last summer. Core inflation was just 2.2% over the past 3 months. And now we have the lowest inflation of any major economy in the world. Today, we're celebrating National Manufacturing Day. We didn't name it that. It was already National Manufacturing Day. But it seems appropriate. I can think of no better way to mark the occasion than
How dare he improve the job market? How dare he?
Thank the 13 million Americans who are in manufacturing jobs as we speak. They're restoring our pride, making things in America.
Okay, we have way more conservatives in my chat than I anticipated. Because the first, 3 out of 4 comments were, anti-Biden. We have way more conservatives in my chat than I anticipated. Look, I'm pro-Biden. I think he's pretty baller. I will say myself, I think he's one of the best presidents if not the best that I've had in my lifetime, but, you know, that's my endorsement as a streamer, okay?
And today I want to highlight that of those
nothing against conservatives. I'm just, you know, I just have to put my opinion out there.
13 million manufacturing jobs, 815,000 of those jobs were created since I took office, twice as many as the previous administration.
Will from Texas says, this jobs report is good evidence why we don't need any more student loan bailouts. People can just get jobs to pay them off. Nice, Will. I'm not conservative, but I don't like Biden in a lot of ways. Sure, fair.
And report what we learned early this week, that spending on construction for new factories being built to generate more economic growth and jobs hit an all-time high last month. Folks, Bidenomics is about investing in America and investing in American workers. And businesses are investing more in manufacturing than ever before, and are bringing the supply chains home. Before the pandemic, supply chains was a phrase most people didn't even associate with, didn't think much about. And but today, after a few delays in availability of parts and products everyone has known about, they know why it's so important. My economic plan is bringing supply chains home and investing in industries of the future so we can make things in America again with American workers. We're creating good jobs in communities all across the country, including in places that have been left behind for the last, in some cases, 20 years. Because the factories they used to work at for years and years shut down, leaving them with no options, no jobs in that community, all over the Midwest and all over the Northeast. That under Bidenomics, you won't have to leave home now to get a good job. I don't know how many times I heard and out on the road people saying, my kid came up to me, got a decent education in the state, came up to me and said, Mom, I got to leave. No jobs, no jobs. Well, you're going to be able to find a good job close to home more and more all across America. We're also making sure the jobs we're creating offer workers a free and fair right, if they choose, to join a union, to form a union. Bidenomics is leading to surge in unionized workers exercising their collective bargaining rights. For example, our clean school bus program under the bipartisan infrastructure law is replacing dirty diesel buses with clean electric buses so
That's
children
pretty good.
getting on and off those buses can bring clean air, not diesel fuel. We're encouraging the companies building those buses to allow their employees to unionize if the employees choose. And it's working. We saw in Georgia when workers of Bluebird, the electric school bus manufacturing company that's receiving federal funds, voted to unionize because that was their choice. The Treasury Department laid out recently in a major report that unions and collective bargaining are good for the economy overall. They help raise wages not only for the workers in that factory, but for everyone, whether or not they're a union, whether or not you belong to a union. And they also increase, they also increase corporate growth. And today's job report is just another example of what it looks like when we focus on building an economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down, while bringing deficits down at the same time. You know, just this summer, I signed a strong bipartisan law where I shook hands with a former speaker, and we passed in the House and the Senate as well, to cut spending by $1 trillion over the next 10 years. Unfortunately, last weekend, Republican House members decided they were going to put that progress in jeopardy.
Ilagu says that's the same unemployment metric that everyone uses. It's not just used for Democrats. We can compare labor force participation rates or something else. We can, but we're not using different standards. Interesting.
Instead of honoring that commitment they made, they once again brought us to the brink of a government shutdown, creating unnecessary instability and risk in order to secure more extreme cuts in programs that help working Americans and seniors. Cuts that would have hurt everyone from hurt U.S. manufacturing, that would have stymied the pay of military people, a whole range of things. They tried cutting funding by 30% for small businesses, which are growing under our administration, for local manufacturers, for Manufacturing Extension Partnership Program that helps small and medium-sized manufacturers attract and train workers and grow their businesses. But we stopped them. Quite frankly, I'm sick and tired of Republicans in the House saying they want to cut the deficit when all they really want to do is once again cut taxes for the very wealthy and big corporations, which will only add to the deficit. When I was able to cut the federal debt by $1.7 trillion over that first 2 years, well, remember what we were talking about. Those 50 corporations that made $40 billion weren't paying a penny in taxes. Well, guess what? We made them pay 30%, 15% in taxes, 15%. Nowhere near what they should pay. And guess what? We were able to pay for everything, and we end up with an actual surplus. You know, it's not what the economy needs right now, more tax cuts for the wealthy. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. We've cut the deficit by over $1 trillion since we've taken office. Laws that I sign will cut it by another $1 trillion over the next 10 years. And my budget would cut it by another $2.5 trillion over 10 years. Here's the deal. The federal debt went up by 50% under my predecessor, in part because he passed a $2 trillion tax cut overwhelmingly skewed to the very wealthy and large corporations. I believe we should be reducing the deficit by making sure that the wealthy and large corporations just pay their fair share. I'm not asking them to pay 90%. Just pay their fair share by cutting wasteful spending on special interests like big oil, all the money they made and paid so little in taxes. Big pharma, same thing. You know, we just gave the American public a real gift in terms of what, not a gift, but fairness in terms of what they have to pay for insulin and what they're going to have to pay for other things. Well, guess what? That also cut the federal debt. Cut the federal debt. For example, over 1,000 billionaires in this country. And I know you're going to hear me say this until I'm able to change it. You know what their average rate of pay, federal tax rate is? 8%. 8%. I think you should be able to be a trillionaire, a billionaire, a zillionaire if you want, but pay your taxes for God's sake.
I agree with him on this point. 8%? 8%? Doesn't some of this sound like what Sanders was saying in 2016? A little bit, but yeah, I don't know.
Pay some fair, something approaching a fair tax. That's less than a teacher or a firefighter or a cop pays in their taxes. It's just wrong.
Yeah, that is wrong. I agree with that. There's no reason why. I can't find a reason why, you know, people don't have like equal taxes across the board. There's no reason why a firefighter should be paying more in taxes than like a billionaire or trillionaire.
Look, House Republicans shouldn't put us back in a crisis mode again. We have only 40 days for Congress to get back to work. They're on the same House Republicans are on recess now, to fund the government, avoid a shutdown, and protect the tremendous gains American workers have made over the past 2.5 years. Shutdown would mean troops don't get paid. Air traffic controllers wouldn't get paid. There'd be all kinds of problems at airports. Loans to small businesses would be delayed, and closing some of them. It's time to stop fooling around. House Republicans, it's time for you to do your job. Continue our progress, growing the economy, investing in America, investing in the American people. So let's get to work for the American people. They're waiting and they're watching. We got to get to work. Thank you all very much.
What are the prospects for a meeting between you and President Xi of China in San Francisco next month?
There has been no such meeting set up, but it is a possibility.
Mr. President, former President Trump endorsed Congressman Jim Jordan for House Speaker. Could you see yourself working with Congressman Jordan if he is the next Speaker? And do you have any concerns about who might fill that position?
Look, whomever the House Speaker is, I'm going to try to work with. They control half the Congress, and I'm going to try to work with them. There's some people I imagine it's going to be easier to work with than others, but whoever the Speaker is, I'll try to work with.
Mr. President, can you be specific about what you did to try to reappropriate those border funds, especially when Democrats controlled both chambers of Congress?
The wall thing? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they passed. Well, I was told that I had no choice, that Congress passes legislation to build something, whether it's an aircraft carrier
Is the JF interview tonight? Yes, it is tonight.
Or provide for a tax cut. I can't say I don't like it, I'm not going to do it if it hadn't been vetoed, if it's a law.
You said that you tried to reappropriate the funds, so.
Yes, we tried to ask the Congress to consider changing the law to reappropriate. Say, don't use it for other purposes. Give me more border agents. Give me more technical capabilities to detect fentanyl and the like. That's what I wanted to do.
Mr. President, you started your remarks here today by saying it was good news today with the economic report. Why do you think most people still don't feel positive or feel good news about the economy?
Well, first of all, you just heard the news today, too. They haven't heard it. I think the people, those 300,000+ people who got jobs, feel better about the economy. Look, I got to choose my words here. Close.
Damn, Eli fucking smacking people down in the chat. Holy shit.
You all are not the happiest people in the world. What you report. And I mean it sincerely. It gets you get more legs when you're reporting something that's negative. I don't mean you're picking on me, or I'm just the nature of things. You turn on the television, and there's not a whole lot about boy saves dog as he swims in the lake, to say, it's about, somebody pushed the dog in the lake. I mean, I get it, but if you just listen to what's going on around the world, there's reason for people to be concerned. There's reason for people to be concerned what's going on in Russia. There's reason to be concerned about what's going on in other parts of the world. I think that the American people are smart as hell and know what their interests are.
Eli, do you want to come on and talk about this, since you know so much about it? We can have a couple of you. Do you guys want to come into the voice chat and talk about it? Whoever you're arguing with. I think it's People's Elbow. Feel free to join the Discord if you'd like to talk about it. So.
I think they know they're better off financially than they were before. It's a fact. And all that data, all that polling stuff shows they think they're more positive about the economy than they've been.
You can't right now, I'm still working. No problem. One more toxic debate question. Is Stardust a Republican or a Democrat? I'm a Dem.
About their jobs, etc.
I don't know how that's toxic. I don't think it's toxic at all.
I just think let me put it this way. If you just watch what happened last week in the Congress, how excited are you going to be about much of anything? Anyway.
Okay, so that was President Biden's remarks. Just be proudly toxic as a Dem. I am. I'm pretty toxic, for sure. I will not deny that I'm a pretty toxic person. Okay, so that was President Biden's remarks. Next up. Less toxic than a leftist Dem? Well, I'm a lib Dem. Left-leaning. Kevin McCarthy considers resigning from House before the end of his term. Kevin McCarthy considers resigning from the House before the end of his term. Two people familiar with the matter told Politico. The deposed former speaker has made clear he plans to stay at least through the speakership election that begins next week before ending his House career, these people said, in order to help the party steady itself after a seismic shakeup. In a closed-door meeting with his conference, Hours after 8 House Republicans united with Democrats to strip him of the gavel, the Californian signaled that he wanted to return home. I'm going to spend time with my family, he said, though the remarks were largely drowned out by lawmakers shouting, according to the Republicans familiar with the meeting. I might have been given a bad break, but I'm still the luckiest man alive, he told them. At the same time, some Republicans are reviving his name as a speaker candidate, even as it remains unclear whether he'd accept it. They argue no one else could get the 218 Republican votes needed to be speaker. They argue as Representative Jim Jordan and Majority Leader Steve Scalise enter next week's race as frontrunners that still might not be able to get over the top. People's elbow. That is not a good... that is not a good fucking insult. People's elbow says, Eli, do you have a degree in unemployment? That explains why you're a Twitch mod, I guess. Eli literally just said like 5 minutes ago that he's at his job and that's why he can't join a call. Okay? Chill the fuck out. Okay? You are fucking wrecking yourself, people's elbow. Holy shit. Anyways, back to this article. The only workable outcome is to restore Kevin McCarthy as Speaker under the party rules that respect and enforce the right of the majority party to elect him. This depends entirely on several of the dissidents to disenthrall themselves from their decision and to repair the damage before it's too late. I appeal them to act while there's still time. McCarthy is still expected to be active in GOP matters, whether he's in the House or not. I'll do anything I can to help almost all of you. Don't worry, I've raised a hell of a lot of money in the last hour, he told his members during the Tuesday closed-door conference meeting, when he made clear he would not seek the gavel again. I don't know, I'm hearing conflicting reports about Kevin McCarthy. One news site says that he will seek re-election, another one says that he won't. Like, this one is saying he won't, that he might even resign. But there was another one that I just saw. Let me see if I can find it. McCarthy announced that he's not resigning? Okay. Oh, McCarthy denies reports that he was considering resigning before term ends. Interesting. And then another one, McCarthy says he plans to run for re-election in 2024 following ouster as Speaker. I honestly hope they re-elect him. It would be super funny. That would be very funny. McCarthy versus Stardust would be a good debate. I don't know about that. I think McCarthy might fucking wreck me, to be honest with you. He knows more. I mean, he's like literally a career politician. Like, you know, I'm not gonna say that I'm gonna beat a fucking career politician in a debate. Trump versus Stardust would break the internet. I might be able to take on Trump, but I still feel like his rabid fan base would declare him the winner rather than me. I know that Biden's polling is not very good, but at the same time, like, we've seen pollsters be wrong about things before, and we did see Roe v. Wade overturned. So I don't know, that might make a difference. Might make a difference. I mean, we can always re-review the JF stuff before the BPF has him on his show. Probably be good. I wonder what his nickname for you would be. I wonder too. That's a good question.
And when are you going to put your...
Okay, so we've got Eamon Animation's new animation. Fuck. We can also have call-ins later if people want, but usually people don't want to call in, so, you know. I want you to debate Crowder. Oh, I could do that. I could debate Crowder. What is a call-in topic? I don't have a call-in topic. We could talk about JF. That could be our call-in topic. Starts with the Republican base is MAGA. What do you consider the Dem base, quote unquote? I guess just anti-MAGA. Like, they really don't like him, you know? They also really don't, you know, they're kind of indifferent about Biden, to be honest, but yeah, we can go over the JF stuff again, even though I spent 4 fucking hours on it last night. So okay. So, new Eamon animations.
And when are you going to put your first man on the planet?
Best case, 10 years. Worst case, 15. I mean, my guess for when we will have full autonomy is about 3 years. And it's like I said, the Earth-Mars orbital rendezvous is only every 26 months. We should be able to launch people probably in 2024 with arrival in 2025. I feel very confident predicting autonomous robotaxis for Tesla next year, with no one in them next year. Mark my words. So buying a Model 3 is a good deal. It's financially...
Yeah, Elon Musk's typical over-promising and under-delivering. It's a pattern we know very well.
insane to buy anything other than a Tesla. It'll be like owning a horse in 3 years. Mark my words. So all these things, I said we'd do them, we did it. Said we'd do it, we did it. So we'd build
Can we talk about DeSantis wearing high-heel lifter boots to be taller? I'm not surprised, and I honestly don't blame him, Haas, because we've seen American presidents in general, especially in recent years, tend to be taller. Seems like the American public seems to have like some bias in their head, you know, in favor of tall people.
just sort of like you know, there were amphibians.
This is like an animated Thunderfoot video. So many failed Musk predictions. Yeah.
You know, but then pretty much that things just become like land creatures. I mean, I think, frankly, if you want to have a really high velocity of features, I think we'll just need to do a total rewrite of the whole thing. You know,
seriously, a total rewrite. That's your prediction for velocity.
Yeah.
Well, when you say a total rewrite, do you mean starting with the skeleton, or a bunch of engineers sit down with a whiteboard and say, "What is Twitter"?
I mean, I just mean like literally, like there's like you could either try to amend the crazy stack that exists, or rewrite it.
When you say crazy stack, what do you mean? Like, break it down.
Who are you?
What do you mean? Who am I? You're in charge of the servers and the programming, whatever. Take me from top to bottom. What does the stack look like right now? What's so crazy about it? What's so abnormal about this stack versus every other large-scale system on the planet, buddy? Come on.
How dare you?
Uh-oh.
How dare you? How fucking dare you speak to my lord Elon Musk like this? You envious worm.
Yikers.
You small-brained simpleton. I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Failure to try to innovate at all comes with a big penalty. You'll be fired.
Have you seen my lord's latest meme? Of course I have. It was simply epic. Have you heard that Your Grace wishes to rename Twitter to X? Oh yes, what a genius idea. Twitter was just too well known. My lord truly is the greatest CEO in our history. I saw a wraith once. It threw a curse on me I'll never forget. Farewell. Goodbye.
What the hell? I banned all of the Tesla critics like I was asked, and I just got fired for insufficient engineering. I was also just fired.
Good riddance, you lazy heathens.
Lazy? Elon's the one who just tweets all day long.
You'll pay for that, scum. My lord works tirelessly, day and night, all for his love of humanity.
A friend of mine is like suggesting that I troll hard drive by posting more memes from them.
Wow.
They're just going to keep stealing their memes and posting them without giving them any credit.
Wow.
You create your own memes, though, don't you?
I saw it create some memes.
Your meme king is strong.
Thank you.
The Oblivion NPC meme, holy shit, great use.
That's, for example, why I'm concerned about decreasing birth rates.
Why is that? I mean, the urge to have sex and to procreate is, after breathing and eating, the most basic urge.
Yeah.
How has it been subverted?
Well, it's just in the past, we could rely upon limbic system rewards in order to procreate. But once you have birth control and abortions and whatnot, now you can still satisfy the limbic instinct, but not procreate.
Yes.
Which is depressing as hell.
The most depressing.
I mean, seriously, yeah.
War is less depressing.
Yeah, I'd rather go out with a bang.
Yeah, and then with your shoes on.
Yeah.
Not with your
more
diaper on.
exciting.
Yeah.
Look in the sky. I can see it from here. Phobos. He was right after all of these years. Thank you, Elon.
Boss, I looked into why your metrics are down. It looks like people are just losing interest in your account. Advertisers are fleeing due to the infestation issue. It's not looking good, sir. Please, can I see my family again?
Where's JR in
Foundationally,
this?
I love humanity.
I don't think. Well, you know what? They should have included that scene. That's true, where he's getting high on Joe Rogan Experience. Hashtag where's Mama JF? Yeah, where is she? Pretty good, pretty good. We're from TDS to MDS? What is MDS? Musk-deranged syndrome? I mean, I don't give a fuck either way. Like, honestly, I really could not give a fuck. Hey, you haven't heard JF killed her, apparently. I have heard, Smashville. If you were here yesterday, Smashville, you would have seen that I talked about it for 4 fucking hours. But yeah, we'll go over it again, you know. We'll go over it again. It's not official that he killed her yet, is it? No, it's just like super fucking sus. It's super fucking sus. Hi Z360, how's it going? Okay, let's look at this. Isabel Riley Moody tells young Christian women to find a man that's very misogynistic and will put you in your place. He always will nitpick everything because he's literally training me how to be a good Christian wife. Okay, interesting.
I feel like to young women, unironically, they need to find a man that's very misogynistic. If you at all want to have a guy that's going to like make you follow his frame, and you need to find a strong Christian man that's going to put you in your place, or else you're going to dominate the relationship. And when a woman dominates the relationship, it's destined for failure, because I see even how I was different, like in my previous relationship. I was dominating and I was such a bitch, like such a Jezebel. And, you know, I wasn't always like a good wife or like this great, like or even Christian. I used to be atheist, but he has completely transformed who I am and how I act because he's such a strong Christian man, and he doesn't let me get by on things. He always will nitpick everything because he's literally training me how to be a good Christian wife. You need to be trained. Women are bitches and they need to be trained. So that's my advice. Find a man that will train you.
Okay, that's weird.
Oh, I was a virgin until marriage. I made it, bro. I'm an anomaly.
Congratulations. Okay, all right, keep going. Yeah.
I would say wait until marriage, and the man, specifically, the man has to be the one who's committed, because so many times I see women who are Christians who are like, oh no, I'm waiting until marriage, I don't want to have sex, and the guy's just sitting there like a dog waiting for his owner to say go ahead and eat, and as soon as that woman lets her guard down, he's ready to go and do it. And what that tells you is that you're already starting off the relationship as the submissive one, because she's the leader. Ultimately, she's telling you, and if you're gonna hold out until she says yes, well, she's the one in charge. So I think that's very important, is that you are committed to waiting, and yeah, I mean, tease her and get her to want it, and then be like, nah bitch, we gotta get married.
Was this like an interview with that looks like Dalton Clodfelter in there? Looks like Dalton, and then there's somebody else there. Who is the other guy? It is AF. I don't know if this is Dalton. It looks like him. If you haven't yet, please hit the like, everyone. Let's support Stardust. Thank you, Z360. Guys, please press the like button. I greatly appreciate it. And this is just a group of AF guys. So yeah, it looks like it's a bunch of AF dudes interviewing them, which is surprising to me, because I was pretty sure that like there's a pretty significant divide. There's like a group of like conservatives who are more right wing, who still view like AF in a negative light, and they won't associate with them. But I guess Isabella Riley Moody is not one of those people. I'm pretty sure she was getting ripped on by some of the AF people, actually, for a bit. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I don't know. Guess she's not now, so. This is a pretty funny clip. We have the worst education almost in the large world, the world that people know about, okay?
So we have the worst education almost in the large world, the world that people know about. Let's say so we have the worst
I see Tyler Russell as well with AF guys. I don't know who that is. I will say, I don't know if you guys remember. Do you guys remember Endernax? He used to be part of like Twitch Poll. Like he was generally like a socially conservative guy, but like and economically liberal. And then he became economically left, but still socially conservative. Well, now he's kind of reappeared after like taking like a year, 2 years a break. He took like a year to 2 years, maybe it was more like 2 years. I mean, he took like 2 years of a break from streaming, came back, and now he's back, and he's streaming on Cozy. He's part of AF now, so that was interesting to see. I was not. I mean, I guess it makes sense to some people, but to me, like, I've never seen somebody from Twitch Poll specifically go over and join the AF crowd. That's pretty interesting to me. So. Damn, nobody gonna hop in the VC to do the toxic debate versus Stardust. Freaky Passnip says, "Hi, Stardust. Hope you're doing well." I am. Hope you're doing well as well, Craigie. Z360 says he's a Cozy streamer and did this whole Yay is Right gig with Dalton, going around college campuses, etc. Really? I didn't know that. I guess, yeah, it's just interesting to see. Interesting to see, like the transformation of people. I don't know. Yeah, I guess it makes sense in one sense, but it's just really, really interesting. Guys, if you can, please like and retweet the tweet that I just linked. It helps boost me in the algorithm, as well as remember to like and subscribe to the YouTube channel. I greatly appreciate it. Also boosts me in the algorithm. So, if you have not liked the YouTube channel yet, or liked the YouTube stream yet, there's the link. I greatly appreciate it. So yeah, I didn't know that happened. I did not know that happened. Okay. Do I want to watch the Wick thing? Probably, I'm not going to, actually. I'm probably not going to watch the Wick panel from yesterday. I just don't... I don't know that I even want to give that much attention. Merc is banned on Twitch, just FYI, Stardust. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna watch it. It's just probably not worth it for me to watch. Hakeem Jeffries says a bipartisan coalition is the way forward for the House. Yeah, it was Brittany Simon and Mark gaslighting the shit out of Wick. Fuck, dude. It's rough. Rough for him. Yeah. Okay. Should we look at JF Gariepy's Wikipedia then? I know we already went over JF Gariepy. Gariepy. I know we already went over him yesterday, but I think I forgot there was one thing that I forgot to bring up. Let me pull it up. When I was going over stuff yesterday. So Stardust, do you think Hakeem Jeffries received racism from MAGA members of the House? I feel like Congress people should be smarter than that and probably shouldn't be racist. So I'm gonna hope that that he did not. So think there's some more blood to squeeze out of that stone. Well, there was one thing I forgot to bring up yesterday. Basically on Facebook. On Facebook. Breaking JF news from Facebook. Mama JF recently pregnant, allegedly had 2 daughters. One was seen during RCMP visit to JF's home. Was she living in O'Leary? She was next to us in O'Leary. Is Jean still there? Yes, I saw him last week with their young one. Or, no, not Jean. Is John still there? Yes, I saw him last week with their young one. So they have at least one daughter. She had a little girl and was pregnant with her second last time I saw her, which was a while ago. I am so concerned about her and her children. No need. When I drove by, RCMP were there, and he was on step with one of the kids talking to them. She actually has 2 girls. So they do actually have 2 children together. That is wild. I did not know that JF had 2 kids with this woman, with this wife. So yeah, that was the one thing I forgot to show you guys yesterday. Why do I have to scroll down and see Pearl? Why? JF and Mama JF shouldn't legally be allowed to have kids. I don't know what they're like as parents. But Mama JF being mentally disabled is probably not a good sign for it, you know? So, have you ever done the toxic debate versus Pearl? If not, do you want to? I wouldn't mind debating her. I don't know what you mean by the toxic debate. What a planet fatness. We got the classics. Any new Christian or casual Geographic or otherwise disturbing videos? Thank you for the sub, Entre News. We very much appreciate it. Guys, if you like the content, please consider subscribing, super chatting, becoming a member. I also have a Patreon now, so that does help. JF Gariepy, born 1984, is a French-Canadian white nationalist, former neuroscience researcher, and alt-right political commentator. Gariepy hosted the YouTube channel The Public Space before launching his current channel, JFG Tonight, where he calls for the creation of a white ethno-state, promotes anti-Semitic messages, and advocates for the genetic superiority of white people. The ADL lists the public space among white supremacist channels. Gariepy has been described as a standard bearer of the alt-right. Gariepy was raised in St. Sophie, Quebec, and has been married 3 times. Gariepy and his third wife separated in July 2015. In December 2015, well, technically 4 times, so this Wikipedia article is not particularly... This Wikipedia article isn't up to date, I guess. So, Gariepy and his third wife separated in July 2015. In December 2015, his wife gave birth to his first son. In the ensuing custody case, his wife accused Gariepy of emotional abuse and of threatening to abduct their child to his native Canada. Gariepy's wife was given custody, to which Gariepy appealed. The appellate court judge ordered Gariepy to undergo a psychological evaluation, which resulted in Gariepy being evaluated as very bright intellectually while also showing a lack of insight and impulse control. I'm skeptical when I hear stuff like alt-right white nationalists, blah, blah, blah. I will tell you, Planet Fatness, it is confirmed JF Gariepy is 100% a white nationalist. Definition of irony, a eugenicist choosing a mentally disabled woman to bear his children. Yeah. During the custody case, Gariepy started a relationship with a 19-year-old mestizo autistic woman from Texas and eventually convinced her to drive to North Carolina to be with him and attempted to get her pregnant. As the parents objected to their daughter's relationship with Gariepy, a case was filed in which the woman was revealed to have the social and mental maturity of a 10 or 11-year-old child, according to a psychologist. Gariepy claimed she was pregnant with his child, but this was proven false. Guardianship was consequently transferred to the parents, who severed the relationship. In an interview, Gariepy told the Daily Beast that the current family court system is designed to harass white heterosexual males. Right now, I'm currently being treated as a criminal by the courts that don't have the power to put me in jail, but they have the power to ruin my life. I've never heard of him, so I don't know. Yes, JF promotes white ethno-states and believes other races have lower IQs. That is true. The thing about JF is he is very intelligent. He does have a PhD. Gariepy studied biology at the Université de Montréal in 2008. The Society for Neuroscience awarded Gariepy the Next Generation Award. In 2012, he finished a doctoral thesis in French about the neural networks involved in the respiratory rhythm in lampreys. From September 2011 until September 2015, Gariepy studied social interactions in monkeys at the Institute for Brain Sciences at Duke University. Over his scientific career, Gariepy published 21 research items that were cited 529 times. Gariepy was not asked to return to his postdoctoral position. At this time, Gariepy was in a relationship with one of his undergraduate lab assistants. Gariepy told the Daily Beast he left Duke University for Canada because he'd grown disillusioned with the scientific community. In a Facebook post, Gariepy said he was leaving academia because it was defective and he was interfering with a true search for knowledge. He said he would continue to search for a better way to satisfy his scientific curiosity. As of 2018, he had moved back to Canada following changes to his legal immigration status related to his divorce from his third wife. In 2014, Gariepy received $25,000 from Jeffrey Epstein to start the nonprofit organization Neuro.tv, which was dedicated to education on science and philosophy via YouTube. Asked whether he felt any regrets for taking money from a sex offender, Gariepy said, "I'd cash a check sent straight from the devil if it would allow me to advance science or science education. I did know about the earlier conviction of Epstein when I accepted the money. I didn't know of the most recent allegations, though, which are worse than I thought. In any case, I do not regret taking the money. Evil people are not just evil." Later that year, Gariepy requested additional funding from Epstein to finance his book, The Revolutionary Phenotype. Epstein did not respond. The book, which was self-published in 2018, argues that artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, and other advances might lead to the destruction of humanity. So Gariepy made his first public appearance on episode 76 of The Drunken Peasants in 2015. I wonder what date that was. I wonder what date it was. Like, what was the date that he was on The Drunken Peasants? Yeah, it only mentions it once. Where alt-right personality Milo Yiannopoulos infamously made comments appearing to defend PDF. In August or September 2015, when he was fighting for August or September 2015, is when he met that teenager. Did we crack the case yet? Oh, I 100% think I think he's very sus, 100%. March 13th, 2015 is when he, okay, that's good to know. Let me write that down. March 13th, 2015 is when he made his first appearance. First appearance online on Drunken Peasants. Title: The Scientist versus Creationist Debate. Thank you. Ratty Rotera, you are so fucking base. Thank you. I'm in the lobby for when you do calls. Thank you. So yeah, he did this. So March 13th, 2015. Then this woman, I guess, reached out to him. You know, it must be something when you find out that like a lot of your audience are like mentally disabled people. Rational Wiki, so from 2012 to 2015, he was a postdoctoral researcher in neuroscience at Duke University, but was allegedly fired due to sexual misbehavior, although he claims that he left on his own accord. Let me see. JF Gariepy. September 2012 to... Oh, he hasn't updated it. He hasn't updated his... Or whoever runs the ResearchGate page on him did not update it. $828 citations. But yeah, this is not updated. So I can't even verify when was he let go from Duke. He left in 2015. I want to know what month. In a viral Facebook post in September 2015, Gariepy announced he'd quit Duke because he'd grown disillusioned with the academic community. Oh shit! Okay, here it is. So, Gariepy announced he'd quit in September 2015 because he'd grown disillusioned with the academic community. The post earned him a write-up in Slate, but Gariepy's motives for quitting came into question during the custody dispute. After Gariepy's viral Facebook post, one of his former Duke colleagues contacted his third wife, whom he had married earlier that year. The former colleague contacted her after the Facebook posting and said that Dr. Gariepy was asked to not return to his postdoctoral position and that he had a sexually inappropriate relationship with one of the undergraduate lab assistants. I remember JFG defended the actions of Brian Laundrie, who was the prime suspect in the disappearance and death of his fiancée. That was when I realized he had some extremely negative views on women. Yeah. Stars, if you link an open Google Doc, we can add dates as you find them. I could do that. I wish I knew, like, I wish there was a citation for this section right here. I think the Rational Wiki has a lot of context that the Wikipedia article doesn't. He was dating an undergraduate he was supervising. Yeah. The undergraduate student confirmed the relationship to a private investigator hired by Gariepy's wife, according to court documents. Oh shit, can we find the Gariepy court documents? Gariepy, JF Gariepy court documents. I can't believe this dude's been married 4 fucking times and he has a negative view of women. Like, oh, I found it. Okay. How, bro? How? His ex-wife had to give birth to their son under an alias in an undisclosed hospital at the recommendation of police. Damn. Okay, we're gonna put this together. We're gonna put together this document. Okay. So, here it is. I'll share it, and then anybody who has the link, can comment, okay? All right, so that it's a blank document right now. JF Gariepy made his first appearance online on the Drunken Peasants podcast. Deep dive time? Absolutely. We thought yesterday was a deep dive. Today is the real deep dive. March 13th, 2015. He made his first appearance. Scientist versus creationist debate, Dr. Jean-Francois Gariepy. In September 2015, more like JF Gariepy. September 2015, okay, let's see. 2015. Representative for Duke University confirmed that Gariepy had worked at the university until August 2015. Interesting. The month before he publicly announced his departure. JF publicly announces his departure on Facebook. Departure from Duke University on Facebook. It was August 2015 when Duke University okay, let's see. Was asked not to, okay, JF was asked not to return. JF was asked not to return to Duke University. His postdoctoral position so the colleague contacted his third wife. The former colleague contacted her after the Facebook posting and said that Dr. Gariepy was not asked to return to his postdoctoral position and that he had a sexually inappropriate relationship with one of his undergraduate lab assistants. Oh shit. Thank you, Glitterbell, for the resources. I can't imagine his conversation with Andrew goes well. I will say, I don't know if you guys, so I will say Andrew Wilson is one of the most effective people at pushing back on race realism. And that is how Andrew Wilson knows JF Gariepy, because Andrew Wilson and JF Gariepy, along with Rob Noor and Sean Last, had a debate, right? It was Andrew Wilson and Rob Noor versus JF Gariepy and Sean Last. Sean Last and JF Gariepy were pro-race realism, and Andrew Wilson and Rob Noor were anti-race realism. So I always say to people, you know, you can dislike Andrew's beliefs, you can disagree with virtually everything that he says, same thing with Rob Noor, but if you want to look at somebody who's very good at debating against race realism, he is one of the best people to look at. And I would say that him and Rob absolutely crushed the debate. But it was really interesting to watch that debate, because in that debate, they ended up on the topic of the Kyle Rittenhouse shooting. And also, this is the kind of shit that really gets to Andrew. Oof. Yeah. Yeah, let me just make myself full screen here. So the thing that happened in that debate is that they had somehow gotten on the topic of the Kyle Rittenhouse shooting. And you could kind of see where JF's mental state was, because at a certain point, JF claimed that the Kyle Rittenhouse situation was a Jewish conspiracy. Rob and Andrew Wilson were like completely shocked. They were completely shocked. They were like, wait, you think what? And JF was like, yes, all of the people who were pursuing Kyle Rittenhouse were Jewish. And they were like, what? And then even Sean Last, and if you'll remember, back when I first started streaming, I entered a debate with Sean Last, and I will say I got absolutely fucking crushed by him. Even Sean Last started backpedaling on some of the stuff that JF was saying. So like Sean Last is also somebody who's a very good debater, especially on race realism. And I will never forget, because I was thrown. I had no fucking idea what I was getting myself into when I was thrown into this debate. They put like me, baby, new streamer, nobody streamer, up against Sean Last, one of the best debaters on race realism. And the debate wasn't even on race realism. He of course brought it there, but yeah, the debate was on like the criminal justice system. It was a very painful debate for me. I still, I cannot deny that I got absolutely fucking demolished in that debate. So he was very disingenuous. He was very dishonest in that debate, I will say. But yeah, I'm interested to see what's going to happen. I know that JF, I don't think JF is particularly religious, honestly. Especially if he's associated with Richard. Richard himself is not a religious person. He thinks that like Christian religions are like a Jewish conspiracy. So yeah, that's I assume that JF is not a very religious person. And like one of the main arguments that like I remember Andrew making in that debate was that, JF, would you rather have people who are white as part of your country, or people who share the same values as you? Because somebody being white doesn't mean they share the same values, and I don't know. It's interesting. So I am interested to see how that's gonna turn out, Yeah, Christianity is just a trick the cabal uses to make it so you don't hate people as hard as you should. Here's a Daily Beast. That's the same article that I pulled up Z360, but I do appreciate it. Thank you. So, whoops. Okay, back to this. I don't want this. Okay. So Dr. Gariepy was not asked to return to his postdoctoral position that he had a sexually inappropriate relationship with one of his undergraduate lab assistants. That's August 2015. September 2015 is when JF publicly announced his departure from Duke, claiming that, let's see here, Gariepy and his third wife separated in July 2015. Wow. Yes, it's actually pretty much the whole theory. Well, what it is like they think that things like Christianity and Abrahamic religions were created to like make people subservient to like Jewish people or whatever, which is really fucking crazy if you ask me. But that's just my opinion. What can I say, So Okay. So, during the custody case, Gariepy started a relationship with 19-year-old mestizo autistic woman from Texas and eventually convinced her to drive to North Carolina. So he was already having an affair with another woman at Duke University. He was having like an inappropriate relationship with one of the undergraduate lab assistants. And then on top of that, he decided he was not getting enough pussy. So he decided that while he's having this ongoing custody case with his third wife, to go like convince some autistic woman from Texas to come live with him. Like, bro, come on. Like, what is going on here? The amount of ass that this dude has gotten in his life. Married 4 times. I mean, it's just wild. Like, incels, what are you doing? Literal white nationalist, and I mean, I guess, to be fair, he does sleep with, like, he does sleep with autistic women, and mentally disabled women, but a dude gets more ass than a toilet seat. Richard Spencer and Mark Brahman's book on religion is going to be released soon. Do you plan to read it? I didn't know that they were writing a book. I don't know. I might, just to know, like, kind of understand it a little bit better. But, yeah. I remember when Worski talked to JF about all this. About specifically... What? It's just fucking crazy to me, honestly. It really is. Like, I don't know, dude. Like, he legit gets so much ass. Like, okay. Here's the third wife. Newton versus Gariepy. Jacqueline Louise Newton, plaintiff, versus Jean-Francois Gariepy, defendant. In early 2015, mother and father were married. Couple separated approximately 6 months later. In December 2015, after the parties separated, mother gave birth to their child. Oh, they're referring to the Destiny video where Worski asked JF about the ethics of his relationship? Uh-oh. Shortly after the child's birth, mother was granted temporary sole physical and legal custody of the child through an ex parte order. So this is the third wife. Third wife. Court docs. Third wife court docs. Wow. Father expressed concern regarding father's serious mental health issues. Not surprised here. Emotional and interpersonal relationship skills and lack of self-control. In March 2017, after a hearing on the matter, trial court entered a permanent custody order granting sole physical and legal custody of the child to mother and denying father visitation. Defendant has not adequately addressed his mental health issues since the release of evaluation. an expert psychological evaluation. Father brings a number of arguments regarding the report from the psychologist who conducted the court-ordered evaluation of Father. This report was entered into evidence at the temporary custody hearing. In its temporary custody order, the trial court noted a number of recommendations made by the psychologist for Father to follow. Nothing in the record shows Father objected to the admission of the report at the temporary custody hearing, and Father did not appeal the temporary custody order, which relied upon the report. At the permanent custody hearing, the father admitted he had not complied with any of the recommendations made by the psychologist in the report. Based upon its prior order and the father's failure to address his psychological issues, the trial court entered its permanent custody order, which is the subject of this appeal. Findings regarding father's relationship with child. Uh-oh. Father argues on appeal that the trial court violated his First Amendment rights by allowing questions to be asked in custody hearing regarding statements Father made online in videos and on social media pages. Interesting. JF might be part... Oh my god. Oh my god, Goalhead. I'm not reading that out loud. I'm not reading that one out loud. Wow. Okay. JF Gariepy court record PDF. I wonder what the ADL has to say about JF. Okay, I found the one with the mentally challenged Mexican girl. Oh no! You're reading a preview. I'm trying to find the court documents for the mentally challenged Mexican girl. The one that I found that's like open is like terribly it's just terribly scanned. JF Gariepy is a French-Canadian white supremacist, writer, and commentator. He's hosted several shows on YouTube, including JFG Tonight, The Public Space, and Warski Live, where he discussed scientific racism, ideas of white superiority, and the need for white ethno-states. Okay, interesting. Um, it's interesting that he, like, went for, like, a mestizo girl, right? Motion for temporary... What? Domestic abuse. Wait. What is this? Somebody on Twitter said that JF does have a history of domestic abuse, but I have yet to find that. That is something that would be interesting to me. Mentally challenged Mexican girl sounds like a Mad TV skit. Damn, I can't get this document. Where do I get it? I want the document. I want the court document. I had to, like, have a fucking membership to this site to download what I want. This one that is available is such a shitty scan. Like, it looks horrible. Oh, this is the same one that we were just looking at. This is not about the mentally challenged Mexican girl. This is about the wife. This is the third wife. Oh, it's all good. Thank you, Glitterbell. Okay, so French-Canadian alt-right YouTube talker promotes race realism, ethnostates, and other reactionary views. He was allegedly fired due to sexual misbehavior, though he claims that he left on his own accord. Look at the archive. This week, I resigned from my position at Duke University with no intent to solicit employment in state-funded academic research positions in the foreseeable future. Many reasons have motivated this choice, starting with personal ones. I will soon be a father and want to be spending time with my son at home. Other reasons have to do with research academia itself. Throughout the years, I've been discovering more and more of the inner workings of academia and how modern scientific research is done. And I've acquired a certain degree of discouragement in face of what appears to be an abandonment by my research community of the search for knowledge. I found scientists to be more preoccupied by their own survival in a very competitive research environment than by the development of a true understanding of the world. By creating a highly competitive environment that relies on the selection of researchers based on their scientific productivity, as it's referred to, we've populated the scientific community with what I like to call chickens with no head. That is, researchers who can produce multiple scientific articles per year, none of which having any significant impact on our understanding of the world. Says the guy who did something on lampreys. Hello? People's elbow. Do you even know what we're talking about right now? Because if this science is moving forward similarly how a headless chicken walks with no perceivable goal, this issue reveals itself in a series of noxious conditions that are affecting me and my colleagues. A high number of scientific articles with fraudulent data due to the pressures of the publish or perish system makes it impossible to know if a recent discovery is true or not. A large portion of the time of a scientist is spent just writing grants so that they can be submitted to 5 to 10 agencies in hope that one of them will accept, and our scientific publication system has become so corrupted that it's almost impossible to get a scientific article published in an important journal without talking one-on-one with the editor before submitting the article. Some of my best friends at Duke have told me that I sounded bitter when I expressed these concerns. I assure you that I am not, and I'm writing these lines with the nonchalance and bliss of a man who has found other ways to be happy and satisfy his own scientific curiosity. Ways that do not involve the costly war of attrition for state money modern scientists are condemned to engage in. My friends have also pointed out that I should not be discouraged by the difficulties faced as a scientist, that I should continue to fight. Again, they are wrong. Discouragements due to failures have never kept me down. I've never been afraid of failures and of retrying and retrying again. My scientific successes are what discourage me because I know how they were obtained. This is so long. Bro, it's so long! I will still publish my book, The Revolutionary Phenotype, which contains an important novel theory of the emergence of life. I will still publish the Season 2 of Neuro.tv, for which we've gathered amazing guests. I will still go talk science and have fun with the drunken peasants. So March 13th is when he made his first appearance online. August 2015, March, what comes after March? April, May, June, July, August. So it's like 5 months later. 5 months after his appearance online, he gets let go from Duke University, but not because of his appearances online, because of his, well, he doesn't get let go. He gets asked to not return. So, and he was asked to not return because of his inappropriate relationship with a undergraduate lab assistant. Oh my gosh. Gariepy rose to prominence as a paid co-host of Andy Worski's YouTube show. After getting into a spat with Andy over anti-Semitic comments made by a guest, Gariepy left the Worski show and started running his own show called The Public Space. Patterns are emerging, yes. Yes, I would like to know. So he's been married 4 times. His 4th wife, let me pull up his 4th wife. So this is his 4th wife. Laura Patoyne. I wonder when he married her. I wonder when he married her. So Laura left allegedly like June 17th. JF took like 3 days off, cleaned his house. JF returned to stream on June 20th, I believe. And then like something like 3 months goes by. JF doesn't file a missing persons report. And also JF claims that they had an agreement that she would stay in contact with him. Allegedly, Elora went back on that like 2 days after he dropped her off. So then, since 2 days after he dropped her off, he has not had any contact with her. Also, just to add, you know, Elora and him had 2 children. I think they're 2 daughters. Patterns are emerging. Yeah. Anyways. Okay, so this is like the Google Doc so far. We've got JF, his third wife separated. December 4th, 2018, he publishes the Revolutionary Phenotype. I need to find out if JF has a history of domestic abuse. That's what I want to know. Stardust almost abandoned me at a gas station in the forest. Very funny. Do we know why his previous marriages ended? I don't think we know. Found something. Nope. There's still no record that I can find of domestic abuse. You said this already, but leaving a mentally disabled woman alone to live in the woods is basically attempted murder in my opinion, and that's if you believe him. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. I don't think there's anything on domestic abuse. I agree. Okay, it's almost time for BPF stream. Almost. The Daily Beast article mentions about weapons in the home, but nothing really beyond that. Oh, okay. I see. Police were so alarmed by Gariepy's request to remove the weapons that an officer with the domestic violence unit called his wife to ask about her safety, she claimed. Interesting. Very interesting. By the way, guys, if you like the content, please consider subscribing, super chatting, or becoming a member. I would greatly appreciate it. I would greatly appreciate it. So, yeah, we've got all of this information, I guess, at least. We've got a better timeline than Wikipedia does, which is, you know, is something, you know, something to say, right? We've got a better timeline than Wikipedia or Rational Wiki, I think, so far. I don't know the names of his first two wives. We know the name of his third wife and his fourth wife. We know that his fourth wife and him had 2 children together. We know that his fourth wife apparently left June 17th. JF took 3 days off to clean, replace the drywall, and then returned to stream on June 20th. And then also said that she had agreed to, maintain contact with him, but 2 days later decided not to. I hope someone updates JF's wiki page, or I guess I could do it. Yeah. Stardust, have you seen Dracula Flow 3? I have no fucking idea what that is. I have no idea what that is. So we're gonna watch JF talk to Andrew, and we'll probably go over other political news. It's a funny video, but it might not be your type of humor. Okay. I'll come back to Collins after I watch the thing. Okay, no problem. That is a cool shirt, by the way, sirs. I like fashion. Well, it's a dress. It's not really a shirt. Sorry, take shot action. Yeah, we'll do Collins after we watch JF and Andrew talk. Oh, thank you for the memberships, guys.
Kino Casino. Hello, everybody
Ooh.
who's stream sniping. You're welcome to watch as well. JF Gariepy, long time no see. Welcome back to the Crucible.
Hello. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm a little bit disappointed by the thumbnail, Andrew.
What was in the thumbnail?
It's a little neutral. It's a little drab. I would have gone with something like exclusive interview, the Hudson Bay Butcher.
Yeah, well, so, you know, speaking of this, and by the way, I'll get on my thumbnail guy about this, because you're right. I feel like in this exclusive, I really should have gone all out, and so I probably have to fire him. But I have heard rumors to the effect of everything that you have bashed Mama's JF's brains in with a shovel to you have been picking her remains out of the refrigerator and eating it for breakfast. Now, JF, I don't want to put any words in your mouth, but going backwards
Cold
to forwards,
open, yeah.
can you give us a good established timeline of events?
Yes, and what you just mentioned there seems to be the perception of some people on the internet, and so I find myself forced in these interviews and in my own show. I didn't want to talk about this story for many days, and people saw that I was a little more nervous on stream, that I had a little less time for preparation in the last few weeks, and well, in the last week mostly, and it was largely because I was thinking about this case, but I didn't want to talk about it. But now that the police decided to go with the case of the disappearance of Mama JF, it's now public, and it's better for me to talk a little bit about it to correct the misinformation that's out there, and also to help this investigation, because I don't think it's an investigation that targets any sort of persecution against her or me. I think that there's just too much people who want to know where Mama JF is, and they got worried, and justifiably so to some extent. I mean, no one knows where Mama JF is currently, as that we know. She has gone on a trip, and she left no trace behind, and she intentionally, apparently, got rid of anything that could help track her. So. You know, in the modern world, it's very easy. If you keep a credit card, a cell phone, anything, they will be able to get back to you. But Mama JF chose to go another way, went off-grid, and on her own volition. So that's a project that she had been working on and preparing for many years, and I have respected her liberty in doing so. So she chose to go, and now the police is looking for her because she has given no news to anyone, and she could be dead. She could be dead, or she could be having fun at some party and just didn't hear about her loved ones who are worried about her.
Does she look like a party woman?
Now, JF, you can understand how this could turn into such a human interest piece. It was an explosive bombshell that you dropped on your show. It's been picked up by multiple shows, and the entire internet has been speculating about where is Mama JF. What did that evil JF Gariepy do to her, right? I've seen this over and over and over and over again. Now, to be fair, JF, it's a little odd to kind of go on your show and drop a bombshell and say, "Hey, listen, not only is she disappeared, but she just kind of conveniently decided to make sure to leave no trace of herself behind, no way to contact her, no way to discuss anything with her." That's a little weird, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, you can think all of the weirdness you want, but it's the kind of girl that accepts having, sex with me. So it's just, sorry.
You have kids with her.
If you
No
ever
woman in
find
her
a
right mind would leave
normie
her kids
100
behind.
IQ woman who's a elementary school teacher who wants to date me, okay, you'll have a more normal JF life. But as long as you send me these girls, it's going to get weird, yes.
So let's move backwards into the day that you dropped Mama JF off. Can you just give us kind of a brief overview of what led to this? And what was the day that you actually did drop her off?
So Mama JF, well, the events that led to it is years of Mama JF wanting to go away,
Years
feeling
of her
that
wanting to go
perhaps
away.
what she wanted to do with me was done for her, and she brought lots of joy in my life, and I'm very thankful to her for that. So to me, it's like, okay, you came in my life and you gave me great things, the most important things in life. And so I'm not going to complain if you want to go out and be peaceful and, go out without destroying everything, without attacking the family. And so she chose to go out, and she has prepared for this for years. In
Yes,
fact,
she
in
is, first lady.
2021, she had done a test run of this trip. Basically, her strategy was to hitchhike, and in 2021, she did from our current location to Quebec, which is more than 10 hours of driving. She did it all on hitchhiking, and this was in her habits before. She has done this all of her life before joining my life. So I took her out of a very hipster lifestyle, hippie lifestyle. She has traveled across the world, from Czech Republic to Spain to North Africa, going through borders, sometimes with passports, sometimes without passports. She has been around the world with these tricks of her of survival, and she was decided that in June, that was our target day to go away and do it again, but perhaps in a more serious way, perhaps in a more permanent way. I didn't know. So all I knew is that she would leave, and that perhaps she could come back weeks later, or perhaps she would never come back. I do not know. She was cryptic
you have 2
in
kids
leaving.
with her.
And so
There's no
in
way.
June, well, in May, she started equipping herself, buying camping material. She ordered stuff on Amazon. And yeah, the kind of thing that allows you to survive in the wild or be around a campfire comfortably, that kind of stuff. And in June, she was prepared. And on June 17th, she asked me to give her a first drive, which she had done in the past also. Mama JF likes to be brought at certain place where she knows that there are more truckers, where she has more chances to get a hitchhike customer, not a customer, but a hitchhike person willing to carry her. And so I brought her exactly at the place where she wanted, which was close to a bridge in Canada that is very well known. And that is the most passing place where she can grab a trucker that she knows will do for her many hours of traveling. So I dropped her there in front of cameras of a gas station. I'm giving these details for the conspiracy theorists out there who think I'm a murderer. And I gave, by the way, everything I'm telling you tonight, Andrew, I told the police.
I understand.
So I dropped her in front of cameras at a gas station, and at the beginning of the investigation, that was the last time anyone saw her, and that was the last time I saw her. On June, in the early afternoon, June 17th, she was at that gas station telling me goodbye and equipped for her trip. She did travel, and in the 2 following days, I knew that she was alive. So June 18, June 19, we had some contacts and some exchanges.
What sort of contacts and exchanges, JF?
Well, I think we tried calling each other at some point. The reception wasn't super good, and then we transferred to text. We discussed. I wanted to make sure that she was okay. On June 19th, I had her last contact in text. And she told me basically that she would drop her cell phone behind. She would abandon her cell phone, and that she would not be reachable. And I just made sure that she didn't have any evil intent against me. I said, "Are you?"
Andrew looks confused to me. I'm sorry, guys. You know what I'm gonna do. I am going to be pausing this. So
Exchanges. 3 afternoon, June 17th, she was at that gas station telling me goodbye and equipped for her trip. She did travel, and in the 2 following days, I knew that she was alive. So June 18, June 19.
So in the 2 following days, I knew that she was alive. June 18th and June 19th. Okay.
We had some contacts and some exchanges.
What
and
sort
at
of
some
contacts and exchanges, Jay?
We had some
Well,
contacts.
I think we tried calling each
and
other at some point. The
exchanges.
reception wasn't super good, and then we transferred to text. We discussed. I wanted to make sure that she was okay. On June 19th, I had her last contact in text. And she told me basically that she would drop her cell phone behind. She would abandon her cell phone, and that she would not be reachable. And I just made sure that she didn't have any evil intent against me. I said, "Are your new plans dangerous for me? Are you going to attack me in any way?" And she said, "No, you don't have to be worried. I am just going away, and I will not be reachable. I have a plan." So those are the last words of Mama JF to me. And on that very day where she sent that text, we now know that she was seen in another location than the gas station I dropped her.
Yeah, I
She
actually
was
have that
in.
here. This is the RCMP who are continuing their investigation into this case. And this was released, looks like they say that the last time that she was seen was on June 19th. And so this is when you're saying it's the last time you talked to her as well.
Yes. So on June 19th, she has sent that text, and she was seen by people there in Moncton, New Brunswick, which is at least 2 hours, about 2 hours, I think, from where we live. So she had done already some traveling on hitchhiking, and she had gone from the gas station I had left her, and she was already progressing on her trip. That is the last time for now that we know publicly, and that I know. It's the last time anyone has ever saw her or communicated with her. So we, of course, during all this time, I informed her family that she was going toward them, because I knew that she was probably headed west in Canada. So I informed the people around her and the people who care about her.
Whenabouts was this that you informed them?
From the very day I dropped her on June 17th. And so they knew about it. And the position of her family, who loves her very much, is that you cannot retain a woman against her will. And they have always been clear to me that they don't want me to beat Mama JF. They don't want me to intimidate Mama JF. And I've always lived by these principles anyway. So it's not like I needed to be told by them not to do that. But we were all agreeing that if Mama JF wants to travel, she can, and that she is a free woman, and she has a full understanding of the risks. There are risks.
The family that you talk to, is this like extended family, mom, dad, this kind of thing?
Yeah, mom, dad, close family of that kind.
Okay, so they were aware when you dropped her off that you were dropping her off on the 17th. They knew completely what was going on. This was viewed on surveillance cameras. And has she had any communication with them?
I mean, this is a personal relationship between them, so I don't know in full, but I know that since June 19th, they are also looking for her. So I would suppose that they haven't gotten any communication from her.
Okay, gotcha. So I went actually and pulled out my own hiking gear, and I did like just to kind of wait it all out. And I go and hike quite a bit
Ooh.
myself. For 2 straight days of hiking in the wilderness, I carry about 35 pounds of equipment, which is a little more than you should. Okay. But I always prepare for contingencies, emergencies, things like this. If I was going to go out for a week, it would probably be around 55, 60 pounds. What sort of equipment was Mama JF going into the wilderness with? According to the kind of update missing persons report, she was just kind of seen with a nap bag, right? Just a regular backpack. So what was she carrying in the terms of survival gear, JF?
Well, I mean, I know that she's been collecting a lot of stuff, the kind of things
Ooh.
like a stool for sitting around fires, some material to light a fire, a knife. But
Uh-oh.
looking at the size of her bag as she left, I wouldn't think that she was going at the point when she left. I wouldn't think that she was going for extended survival in nature. Mama JF, when she goes on hitchhiking trips, she uses human society a lot. She will ask for help. She will find new friends to partner with. She will receive help and gifts and food. We're not talking, at least as far as I know, she had no intent of going into the actual forest, surviving for extended period. She may pass in a forest at times to get from one
But
road to
didn't he
another,
say?
but that is it.
Didn't he say in one of his previous streams that she would? Am I wrong? Did she not say that? He's saying she'll be making human contact and nobody has seen her. Interesting.
Jeff
Gotcha.
is
So you're talking
a
about
urban creature.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
urban survival is what you're talking about.
Yes.
Okay. So one of the keys here, though, is that if you're going to cross borders and you're going to do this kind of thing, that you've expressed it's been a meme on the internet, 00 Mama JF, right? 00 agent. That's still going to require things like passports, sets of identification, things like this. You would think that the authorities could fairly easily track that stuff down if she had been crossing into any borders. So it stands to reason she's likely still in Canada, right?
As the investigator told me exactly this, and I said, Mama JF is a special case. She has not been, she has shown in the past being able to switch countries at time using networks of smuggling. When she visited the Spain enclave in North Africa, where she was observing migrant movements.
She was in North Africa observing migrant movements. Let me just check something really quick.
I consider myself tied to her forever. So at this point, I'm in front of this information. And I've decided that this was not warranting a call to the police. But if you feel that it warrants it when you're in this situation, I am a bearer of the... And so that is to find Mama JF. And I will ask Mama JF and you guys traces of my dropping her. And so there was a building up of stress in the people who love her. With your credit card, with your debit card, she had left with nothing but her phone. So when
she left with nothing but her phone, but she also had camping equipment.
I knew that she had left without any sort of electronic tracking. You know how the police can track you with your credit card, with going. I remember the story she told on her video on YouTube where she talked about crossing the border into the fat police. My promise toward you, I will not be reachable. And it's like, as I have liberty, because around me, But there is one thing I cannot do in our society. I cannot share that on the internet because on now for maybe I don't know, maybe a couple of days, likely in June, been following the show for years. She wanted to go away, so that's
For years, she wanted to go away. Okay, so that lines up at least, but...
She went there, and I believe that she had lost her passport and was able to get from country to country without passport. And so, as I said to the investigator, sure, I don't expect her to be outside of Canada, but I also wouldn't bar it as an hypothesis.
Well, I mean, there's only one place that she could go from Canada, which would be right south into the United States. That would basically be where she
That
could
is a
go,
false
right?
assumption. As I said on my show, she could be on a container of bananas headed toward Peru right now.
Do you think that that's actually likely?
I think it's totally possible. Mama Jeff is capable of everything. There is not a sort of travel that she hasn't done.
That's interesting. And what did the investigators say when you told them that?
And well, I told them you'll basically be pursuing a fugitive who has committed no crime. Basically, Mama JF will hide from you guys. And if you want to have fun finding her, go ahead. But you're probably trying to... And this is my point to the investigator. I get it that you have standards. You have to do stuff. And when you hear about a woman who has disappeared, you have to unleash the whole cavalry at her no matter what. We don't know. She could be in danger. But most likely you're deploying all of these efforts for a party girl who just happens to be hiding very well.
Yeah, I mean, if I was in the investigator's shoes, and I'm just going to be as completely blunt and honest as I can be, of course, that would sound really weird to me that you take a woman, and this is uncommon anyway for women to be traveling alone, especially in this day and age. Let alone, cross country and hidden in banana carts and, things like this, being smuggled across borders, 007 style, and also killing all of their electronic equipment so that nobody can track them. It does sound really suspicious. Like, I almost don't blame the internet for being kind of mad at you, JF, because it sounds awful fucking suspicious, right?
And it's okay that these suspicions develop.
Sorry if you did the
Let me tell you, the
French-Canadian accent today,
investigators
I
are
love it.
super professionals. And they didn't fall for what the trolls of the internet right now are falling. For what the Ramsey Paul of this world. Ramsey Paul is on exactly the line of logic you just laid out here. Oh, it's weird. Oh, you cleaned your house after she was gone. It's weird. Let me tell you.
I did see that video, by the way.
The policemen have shown so much more intelligence than these people who I considered friends. Like Ramsey Paul has been a guest on my show before. I didn't expect to be betrayed like this. But the investigators, they don't fall for this crap. The investigators are all about facts, and they have ways of checking what you say. I remember the first time they interviewed me, he looked at me in the eye and he said, "So you're telling me that we're going to see your car at this date, at this hour, on this camera?" And I said, "Yes, you will." So they didn't fall for me being a suspect at all, ever, at no point of this investigation, despite the fact that I laid out exactly the same story that I lay out on the internet. So you say, yes, people have their suspicions. I believe that if we can use this case, because of all the nervousness that it induces in all of our family and everything, I think we can use this case positively to detect an epistemological error in how the mobs process guilt in our world, and how we always go to the man, and the closest man is always guilty no matter what.
Because
I have
that's
people
the way
telling
it
me,
works.
"You're still..."
When you look at people who are fucking missing, that's the way it works. When a person disappears, you suspect the person closest to them of killing them. There is nothing crazy about that. That's how it works. She was a survivalist, yeah, sure.
guilty even if you didn't kill her. You're guilty of neglect.
I saw that video clip.
Yeah, and you're still guilty if
yeah.
you haven't neglected her. You're guilty of not having convinced her to stay. At this point, I'm guilty of what? Of being a man and having a woman who doesn't want to be with me anymore. It's insane. They want you to keep the woman, but if you keep her, then you're a kidnapper. But if you let her go, then you're a neglectful husband. I say crap to all this, and I say, Mama JF is a free woman who has demonstrated extreme ability for survival. Like the chances that you wouldn't get raped through what she's gone through in her life is almost zero. Almost zero. And yet she has done it, and she has never had harm come her way against her will. And so I respect her intelligence and her capacities. This is a woman who can pull out a violin from her box and come play with me on the show while I do an improvised.
This is a woman who thinks that one of the guests on JF's show was a transforming ghost. Okay, she thought that one of the guests on his show was a shapeshifter ghost, but she's a very intelligent woman who can survive anything. Okay, all right, yeah, I totally believe that. Your wife who thought that somebody that she's never met before was a shape-shifting ghost. Okay.
Tune that she's never heard about. This is a high IQ, extremely capable woman.
IQ.
And personally, I always told the investigator, I don't think she's in trouble. I still think as of today that she is good.
Gotcha. Well, I think there's a lot of merit in what you're saying when it comes to, like, why would you instantly, without knowing much about the case, cast aspersions? I think that it's okay for people to inquire if something sounds off. I think that it's wrong for them to jump to conclusions. I do also understand, though, that while you are correct that they probably shouldn't point directly at the closest man, oftentimes the closest man is responsible for the disappearance. If you look at the stats, I mean, that does happen quite often. Most murders happen from family members, things like that.
But
and everybody thinks they're an internet detective.
What a wonderful computation you just did, except that it's only allowed against white men. Make that computation against any other category and we'll see what happens to you.
No, that's not true. You make that assertion against any other category, it would still be true. It's not only against white people, JF Gariepy thinks.
Well, I mean, it's just men in general, isn't it?
Well, no, because there are statistics that would allow me to say the exact same bigoted thing you just said. And they would allow me to say it, and I could get banned for saying it. Yeah. So people wake up, just check your own bigotry.
Okay, okay, if you want to. I don't think people are going to dispute that certain communities have a higher tendency of domestic violence. That certain communities, like, yes, there's a higher instance of fatalities when it comes to domestic violence. We still look at the man first because when it comes to murder, period, when it comes to murder, period, men are overwhelmingly the ones who are doing it to their wives, you know? When a wife disappears, yes, we look at the husband, unfortunately, but that's the way it is.
You guys are all after me, and ultimately it's because you hate men.
I mean, fair enough. I was just going off of, like, the stats that they show when it comes to if a person has actually been murdered at all. It usually comes from the family.
Yeah, but
hope you're doing as well as you were looking. Have a good one. Peace. Steven, I'm glad to see you. Thank you for the $10 super chat.
But we don't do accusations of murder in this society on stats. It's like I could be part.
We don't do accusations, but we're suspicious of people.
Of a group of people who murder a lot, and I could happen to be the one who doesn't murder. And our society has a commitment to principles of due process that allow us to say, even if you're a group that commits a lot of murder, we're never going to get at you if you haven't done it.
Yeah, I mean, right. But if you were a detective, let's say JF, and you had worked like 1,000 of these types of cases, like a whodunit style case, I mean, if all the statistics and most of what you saw showed that it comes from the family and generally from them, I mean, wouldn't you logically follow that in your investigative style?
No. And
Okay, by law, the man is the bad guy. In reality, the woman plays stupid games. Guys, we're not doing the brain rot today in chat. We're not doing it. We're not doing it. I'm sorry. When it comes to women dying, most of the time, like, if a husband has a history of being sussy baka, like, it's likely him. I'm so sorry. Yes, lesbians have a higher instance of domestic violence, but they do not have a higher instance of causing the death of their partners. We're not doing it today. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing the retardation. I am not participating in the retardation. You guys cannot be agreeing with JF Gariepy, okay? The dude is a scientific racist. His wife is missing, yes. His wife is missing and he doesn't know why people think he's responsible. Is he really that stupid? Yes, he is that fucking stupid. He is literally the final boss of racism. He's a scientist, you say? Sounds like a smart guy. He's the dude, scientific racist. Yeah, he is the final boss of it. We are not doing it. Hey all, hey Stardust, just got here. Is this Brain Rot Tards Day? Hope I'm not late. What it is we're watching JF say, I don't know why people would suspect me of killing my wife when my wife disappeared and I was the last one to see her. Wow. Really? Really? You don't know? Really?
See this kind of probability.
I refuse to have the retardation in my chat today. I refuse it.
Thinking is exactly the kind of parasite that's taking over society like a cancer, and we must eliminate it completely. What you mentioned there is not investigative good practice. And what I've seen from the police of the federal government of Canada and the major crime unit is not what you lay out at all right here. They don't care about probabilities. They care about facts. They care about everything they can.
Here are the realities of the situation. JF has a history of dating and courting mentally disabled women. JF's wife left June 17th. He was the one who dropped her off at the gas station. According to her family, she has trouble even bathing herself by herself. Apparently, according to JF, she stopped maintaining contact with him on the 19th. He was the last one to see her alive. He was the last person to see her alive. It is completely reasonable that people suspect him of being sussy baka. It's completely reasonable. You do not, even if he did not kill her, why the fuck would you drop a mentally disabled woman off at a gas station to go fend for herself? That is fucking crazy.
Know for sure. And they start from what they have that they can know for sure, and then they make a step above, and then they question, and then they integrate all this information, and they don't ask themselves, is it likely that? Is it likely this? They go with what they know, and they make one more step, and one more step. And now they're at their second step. They are now in Moncton 2 days after I dropped Mama JF. That is good police work. And what you mentioned there is what I've seen again and again in family courts and social workers and that kind of bigoted bureaucrats who kidnap children. And I say, fuck this. I'm so happy to be surrounded by professionals for once who won't do these probabilistic calculations. Finally, in my life, for the first time, I get due process.
Well, I mean, I think what you're saying is reasonable. You know what I mean? Maybe it's a presupposition I've never been challenged on, so I find it to be fair. In this particular case, I wanted you to be able to come out and kind of give your side of this and give sufficient pushback, but I'm not trying to, like, crucify you or nail you to the cross. You know what I mean? I'm just like you, just want to know kind of what happened because it's a human interest piece at this point. I'd also like to notate, because this is something that has come up multiple times, of course. During
hey,
the
man,
video,
I agree with innocent until proven guilty. I'm just saying that this dude's a fucking retard if he thinks that he is if he can't understand why people are suspicious of him.
you did say, you went through, you kind of cleaned up your house, this and that. And I saw a Twitter take, which was interesting. The guy tweeted out, he said, imagine trying to crucify this guy because his girl leaves and he cleans his house, right? It's like that seems a little bit odd that's the society we live in. But I mean, it is the society that we do live in. But on the other hand, again, it kind of rings the alarm bells a little bit. If there's a missing person, you're going through, you're thoroughly cleaning the house, right? Can you kind of walk us through the process there, why you decided to do the new plaster work and all of this shortly after Mama JF is gone?
The thing is, when you listen to these crime stories on TV, you see a lot of mentions of, oh, he was seen by a neighbor frenetically cleaning his car. And people have integrated this and they've thought, oh my God, this is a piece of evidence. And they concluded from looking at my old videos from the time around June, around the date where I left, where I left Mama JF at the gas station, they started making the conclusion that, oh, we have a piece of evidence here. JF mentioned cleaning his house. What these people don't realize is when police, they process through the cleaning car or cleaning house, it will be often in relation to a place where there has been a murder. They will clean a car because there was blood in the car. They will clean their house because there was blood in the house. In my case, the police has already established that the last contact of Mama JF happened very far from my home after there were no more contacts between me and her. And so it's not a case where they would have a location of murder that would be tied to my frenetic cleaning of it. So I'm afraid that in this case, it's just a case of the trolls of the internet improvising themselves investigators and watching through my whole videos and detecting this one detail. I cleaned my house when Mama JF was gone. And if you don't understand why, you probably have been single forever. Anyone knows that a female has a lot of imprint onto a house. They do a lot of crazy stuff. Sometimes they play with water. Sometimes it gets into the electronics. I mean, Mama JF.
They play with water? If you date mentally disabled women, yeah, they play with water. Sometimes they play with water, it gets into the electronics. What does that mean? She plays with water? Like a child?
Has broken 2 of my laptops just playing with water.
She's broken 2 of your laptops just playing with water? Oh my God. That's what you get when you date a fucking retard. They play with water and she's broken 2 of his laptops. I do not believe she's a 007 if she has played with water so much that she's ruined 2 of his laptops. I am sorry. She is not a 007.
So when a woman leaves the house and she has controlled the fridge, she has controlled the plates, she has controlled the placement of all of the tools in the kitchen for years, you come back to your home and you look at it and you want to reshape it in the way you want. So I reshaped the home when I came back from dropping Mama JF, and holy shit did it felt comfortable after years of having a packed fridge. I love a fridge that there's lots of space. I love to have so much space that I can put my arm in it and reach for my Diet Pepsi can that's at the center of it. I couldn't do that with Mama JF and all of her lettuces and her carrots and her beets.
All of her lettuces and carrots and beets? Bro. Maybe he just put the laptop on his bedstand and she squirted too much during water sports. I don't think that they're into that. Folks, I think we have a self-defense case here. Oh my God. I'm gonna fucking lose my shit. I am. I'm gonna lose my shit. That your wife is playing with water to the point that she's ruined 2 of your laptops. And you think that she's a 007 capable of fucking fending for herself out in the wild. Bro, she plays with water. She's like a child, okay? What, with her lettuces and cabbages and beets? What? What are you talking about? Does she just collect vegetables?
So yes, I did clean my house when an important event in my life happened, which is that my wife has gone on a trip, and I would never know when she would come back.
My wife has gone on a trip, and I don't know when she would come back. Okay.
And so, just if this is off bounds, you can tell me. Are you and Mama JF married?
Well, I call her my wife. We are common law spouse.
Common law spouse.
For paper
okay.
reasons, we didn't have an interest in marrying ourselves, but I consider myself tied to her forever and bound to defend her interests forever, dead or alive, and with a boyfriend or a new boyfriend or not, I will always respect what Mama JF has done in my life, and I consider myself a servant of her interest forever.
Okay, gotcha. Moving backwards a little bit, if you don't mind, kind of the lead up. You said that there was a plan that she kind of had for forever, right? For a couple of years, as was what you said earlier in the broadcast here. Um, have you guys discussed this plan? Has she talked about it a lot? Did you try to talk her out of the plan? Like, kind of walk me through the plan of Mama JF.
Yes, I've always advocated that Mama JF should stay with me and continue building a family and continue building our dream farmland that we have been living on. But Mama JF had a pull that was pulling
Hi,
her
Blaster Master.
back to her hippie lifestyle. And this has been
Back
forever.
To her hippie lifestyle.
It has been from the first year we were together in 2018 that she would talk about this. So the plan, you say, what was the plan? Well, it's hard to get a plan from a hippie. You know, she doesn't have a mind like mine. She doesn't make plans that are explicit, but she had dreams. She dreams of being a star, of making noise, sometimes she dreams of promoting the revolutionary phenotype, you know. Mama JF had a strong idea that she had to push ideas out there, change the world. Sometimes she wanted to build castles where commune of hippies could be gathering and living together. You know, it's hard to present as a plan, but that is the mind of Mama JF, which I respect. So, yeah, all these things. She was dreaming of a wild life and a crazy life.
And, you know, I'm going to ask this one too. And of course, you can brush it away or tell me it's off limits or whatever. Were you guys feuding and fighting about this in the lead up to kind of the drop off? And was there kind of contention about this? Obviously, you didn't think it was a good idea.
Yeah, no, I don't fight because I'm a libertarian and I have so much invested in preserving my good relationship with Mama JF rather than be conflictual about it, that it's not in my interest to fight or to pressure or to make her feel comfortable. So what she always had from me was saying, I oppose to this. It's bad. You will expose yourself to all sorts of risks. You know, you could get raped. You could get killed. Anything could happen to you. But if you want it to happen that way, I fully respect this, and I'll drop you at the safest place I can. You know.
Has this caused you a significant amount of emotional distress? I mean, after all, this was going on for months before you were ever able to even come out into the public with it, and you may not have, right? If this hadn't turned into a missing persons case and this type of thing, has this really caused you a lot of emotional distress?
Yes, certainly. I mean, it's normal for someone who doesn't know where their partner is. It's normal to be nervous, and there's lots of nervousness in not knowing,
You see,
in
Star?
imagining the worst scenarios.
JF was respecting her
and
autonomy.
Also, the restraint that you have to have, because, for example, there are things that I know are in the investigation right now that I will not mention and cannot mention.
I understand.
Because there are things that you have to defend people's private rights to, privacy. There are things that if you say them and they're not totally conclusive yet, it could disrupt the investigation because it could throw off a lot of traces of people saying, oh, well, if that was established, I'm not going to call the police. And you don't want to create this inhibitory effect. And you want everyone to be on their best behavior and to be thirsty to call the police and try to report the most facts they can. So all of this combined, yes, is a lot of cognitive load, a lot of effort. But let me tell you, the peacefulness of Mama JF in her desire not to hurt me is something that is so much more tolerable than a lot of other cases that have happened in my life. There's a way in separation, I'm sure you know about it in our current world, where women can destroy the lives of their husband.
And often
They can
do it on
destroy them
purpose.
financially, they can kidnap the kids, they can do anything. The fact that Mama JF has decided for this trip, but in a way that was totally non-hostile to me, makes it much more bearable psychologically. And I totally respect the way she's done it. It's a clean way, and it's what we should be headed
Has his
toward.
lawyer
If
told
we
this
had a
guy to shut the
society
fuck up? I'm
that
sure the
denies
RCMP are
women
watching
the
the
right to
media.
make these false allegations in family courts, that denies those false rape defamation cases that people start against men, I think that would be highly desirable. And Mama JF, she had the moral pillar to be that way without society forcing her to be that way.
Well, JF, the way that you kind of described that, this sounds almost less like it was a trip and more like it was an actual separation. Is that how you're viewing it?
I don't know. I don't know, because Mama JF has done this before and she came back 2 weeks later. So it's like, when you are with a woman who has such an unstable, drive, you cannot know. The moment I left her at that gas station, I thought it was potentially the case that she would come back 2 weeks later, because that's what she did last time. So what do
then
you
why
trust?
didn't you call
Do you
the
trust your
police 2
instinct?
weeks
Do you trust what
later?
she tells you? Do you trust what she did last time? All of these factors are speaking to different realities, and you interpret all of this, and at some point as a man, you have to say, I have no control over what this woman does, and whatever she does, I will just be here when she comes back. And that could be in 2 weeks from now, or it could be in 20 years from now. I don't care.
Do you expect that she will come back?
I act in every day of my life as if she could come back. And if she does come back, I'll be there. And if she doesn't, that is also fine.
But you're hoping she is, obviously.
Well, I'm neutral, because I don't want her to come back if she doesn't want to come back. And I know Will when I see it, and I've seen her leave of her own will. So I wouldn't want her to come back and feel imprisoned or forced to come back. But if she does, she knows that she has my full support and my full commitment to her forever.
If she was watching this broadcast right now, would you make the recommendation to her to go ahead and call the police and just let them know that she's okay? That way they could close the investigation up and everybody kind of move on from this?
Yes, I would say, Mama JF, if you are listening to this, know that I've not started any of this process, but it started making noise in the media. So when it started making that noise, I had to come out and talk about it, simply to correct all of those attacks against me and those lies. I have nothing against you, Mama JF, and I have not asked for these investigations to be started. But if you want to calm everyone down, and if you want to calm the police and just diminish the tension and diminish the media attention around this, just find an encrypted way to signal your life that you are alive. If you don't want to talk to them, I opened a Proton Mail email. You can send me an email. Prove in that email that, tell me something that only you would know. And that way it would prove that it's you, and the police will be reassured. I think that's all they want anyway. So if you don't want to be located and don't want to be found, that's one way we can use to ensure your safety.
Yeah, well, I mean, even just a call to maybe her parents or extended family, even
Yeah,
would
exactly.
probably take care of
Anything
that,
like
right?
this would work.
Okay, gotcha. Now, kind of moving forward, have the investigators been? I mean, this is still ongoing, and clearly you're still working with them. Do you think that this investigation will continue until they essentially find her? Is that what it seems to, the way it seems to be headed?
Yes, I mean this is the practice of the police. That's what they told me they would do anything. They would do that no matter what. So they say this never goes away. We deploy all efforts and all efforts possible until we find the person or until we.
He has an American flag, but he doesn't sound like he's from here. That's always like weirded me out about JF. I don't know why the fuck he has a American flag in the background. He lives in Canada.
Resolve the case. So that is what they will do. Now, of course, by the nature of investigation, there are investigations that run cold after 1 year, 2 years.
Welcome
And
back,
then the
Eris.
investigators will have less traces to follow, less things to look for, less active involvement. But their philosophy is to constantly pursue any trails of info that gets to them.
Yeah, well, I mean, it sounds like because at this point it is actually creating, I mean, maybe it's not creating problems for you, but it's definitely creating waves for everybody. And I've kind of heard you multiple times say on your show, like, look, I had nothing to do with this, to Mama JF. Are you afraid that she's going to blame you for that and then, start that process that you were worried about?
No, I don't think she will, but I wanted to be clear because a lot, because of a fundamental principle that you're not entitled, any of you isn't entitled to know where Mama JF is. That is the truth of liberty. We are in a society that gives you so much things. It tempts you with a driver's license so that, oh yeah, you can drive now. Oh yeah, but now you're carrying an identity card of the state, and now you are tied in the databases of the state. Oh, here's a cell phone. You can talk to your loved ones. Oh yeah, but now you are basically GPS tracked on every second of your life. We live in a society that has come to expect a demonstration of location for everyone in existence, and the fact is that principally that is incorrect. The state is not entitled to know where you are. I am not entitled to know where you are. And yet we have these worried agents of the government that have called the police because they noticed, despite the fact that me and Mama JF's family had assessed that she was leaving on a consensual trip, some bureaucrat of the government called the police and decided to be worried. But you are not entitled to your worries. You are not entitled to know where people are. And that is a fundamental principle of society that I believe Mama JF believes in. And I want her to know that I haven't broken it. I don't believe that you are entitled to know where she is if she doesn't want to be found.
Well, I don't think anybody is. I do think, of course, from my perspective, and maybe from many people's perspectives, that it's reasonable if you see somebody often and suddenly they kind of disappear with no accounting, which doesn't sound like happened in this case, but obviously that's going to throw concern into a lot of people's brains. Otherwise, this would not be the kind of internet wave that it has become to begin with, right? Where everybody is speculating and armchair detectiving, and it's become quite the human interest piece. Some kind of follow-up questions just to see if we can tie some of this up. After you did drop her off, and I'm guessing that there is actual footage, and like you said, the detective said, "Hey, the car's there. This is all good. This and that." She didn't go back to your residence, nothing like that, obviously.
No, to my knowledge, she has never traveled back into my direction. So I would expect that where you find her on the line between my house and Quebec, I would expect her to travel toward Quebec rather than toward my house. Of course, I can't know for sure that she didn't come back, but I would be surprised. And I certainly don't know and haven't communicated with her since June 19th.
Do you think that there would have come a point where, absent X amount of time, you or her family would have contacted the police after X amount of no contact?
It is a build up. It's like these curves where eventually you reach a threshold and it becomes unbearable. but given her past behavior, it's totally not out of the question that is still, as of today, that Mama JF is on a regular trip going with her regular plans. Her family member, some very close family member to her, was telling me that in the past she's been switching country and not giving news for months. And so when we were seeing that, okay, it is October, she left in June, that's the end of June, July, August, September, October, 3 to 5 months approximately. That is within the space of what she has done in the past without giving any news. And so that is her choice. And yeah, so I'm still not super worried, to be honest.
Yeah, gotcha. I mean, and there may not be anything to be worried about, but obviously, the reason that we're all here is because it's become a human interest piece, right? That's the everybody and their brother is obviously discussing this. And I think in much of the time it's bad faith. Obviously, you've made many enemies on the internet over the years due to your
Start getting there and
views,
call him a murderer.
and many people I'm sure would absolutely love if this were true.
Let me
and
put this
then
on
they
fast
could,
forward because we're a little bit
kind of
behind.
push against you with it, forevermore. However, many of them, so I remember back in our very first interview, JF, which was a very good interview, and I appreciated you coming on at the time. We were just starting the channel, and I had asked you a question, and you had responded with, because I've been pushed out of so many of these different circles, I have had to become kind of the orchestrator of my own press, right? I've had to become the kind of pusher of my own, my own press, essentially. And was there a little bit of leaning into this, maybe for the purposes of kind of self promotion as well?
No, my position on this is take whatever event happens and whatever things you don't control, and do use the opportunity to self promote, which is what I'm doing here. And I know that Mama JF, one of the things that despite her not feeling like her lifeline was due to continue with mine for now, I know that there is one thing that she holds deeply and that she will always hold, and that will be true whether she's with me or not, whether she has 1,000 other boyfriends. Mama JF, and that's the reason she came to me first, believes that the revolutionary phenotype must be stopped. And so I don't think that she would take offense at all that I am talking about the book of the revolutionary phenotype while also covering the case of her disappearance. If there is one message that Mama JF wanted to yell at the world, it is reproduce.
Okay, so he's already trying to fight back on the whole, you're using this to promote your book. Oh my god. She would want me to talk about the revolutionary phenotype. She would want me to.
Babies, do not let the machines take over.
And I mean, I guess we've kind of covered it. There's not that too much more to cover on this, in fact, because there's just so little actual information. I guess if there was one more thing that would kind of satiate my curiosity, it's still kind of the lead up. And I understand.
Unfortunately, the statistics are not in her favor. Having no digital trail for over 3 months seems really crazy. How would you make or have money and access to an internet or a phone? Yeah, I don't know. I highly suspect she's not alive.
She's a free spirit and this kind of thing. You know what I mean? But it's just so wild to think that, hey, just kind of drop me off here and I'm going to put the thumb up, the truckers, and we're gone. And this had to have had, like you said, months and months of discussion. But she just really never was very specific at all as to where she wanted to end up or where she wanted to maybe send this revolutionary phenotypical message and who she wanted to give it to. She didn't want the machines to take over. Just kind of nothing like that.
I mean, Mama JF doesn't have the kind of brain that satisfies you with details. Mama JF, and people could see it when she was on the show. I'm a guy who delivers the news, and I know the details, and I'm listing them. And when you get a communication from JF, it's going to be clear, and it's going to lay out all of the important details. Mama JF is a different kind of mind. She's not a mind to plan these details. She goes on big IDs, and sometimes, honestly, delusional IDs to a certain extent. So no, she's not the kind of mind who will say, I'm going to market the revolutionary phenotype by doing ABC. She's just going to follow her emotions, and that is what women do, honestly. In that sense, she's not so different from the average woman. She may be an extreme case of it.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's it. I don't know. It's just like the free spirit thing. I get it. I understand women aren't exactly known for their analytical planning generally. Right now, I know that's a generalization. Maybe I shouldn't be looking at the stats on that, JF, right? But just from my perspective, right? Not always the most analytical minds. But the other thing is the leaving without any cash, no credit cards. none of this type of stuff. She does still have to support herself. She has to eat. She has to do these kinds of things. Does she have access to like a joint account? If you were to put money in that joint account and she were to, let's say, take some money out, then that would also be proof of life, right?
Oh, Mama Jeff knows she can enter a bank that will hand her money at the declination of her identity. But Mama Jeff is not like this. Mama Jeff has decided to go on a trip of self-sustainment. And she has done it in the past. No, she doesn't need credit cards and debit cards to survive. Believe it or not, someone was saying on social media, I heard that you can survive without a cell phone for 30 days. Mama Jeff is that kind of person. She has traveled internationally before without any form of food reserve, any form of support, and any form of electronic or reserves of money. And she can do it. She can survive in the wild. She can survive in the city. And I am not scared at all for her ability to do that.
Okay. And then since she's left, and I know that this is a bit personal, but is your household in a bit of turmoil still over this?
Oh, no, my household is in a beautiful state. And honestly, Mama Jeff, I appreciated her contribution to my life so much, but she is a disorganized brain. And honestly, my household is just better organized without her. And my fridge is cleaner and everything is better managed to my taste as an autistic man who likes order and cleanliness. Of course, perhaps not to her taste.
Oh, he's autistic.
But if she wants control over our household, she can just come back and I will cede her back to her.
Got you. $10 comes in from KS. He says,
most people can't survive in the wild, let alone a mentally disabled person. One thing that I will clarify is, again, JF said that, oh, she's not completely in the wilderness. She relies on the kindness of other people. But, once again, nobody has fucking seen her.
So I hope she's okay. So there's quite a few super chats, but most of them we actually covered the answers to, and some of them are troll chats. I have JF for about another 10 minutes. I only wanted to have him on for about an hour. If you guys have some questions that aren't troll questions that are actually pertinent to this, I will ask him those questions if you want to send in a chat. And I'm sure that he's happy to answer them, but keep it on topic. And we're not gonna talk about anything in too personal of a detail. When it comes to family, children, that kind of thing. So don't even bother with the super chats asking about that. There was a precondition. I'm happy to follow that. So send in whatever you want. If you have questions about the details of this, I'm happy to ask them to JF now. So let's see.
I'm confused about whether or not this wife is disabled.
It's all over the place. You really started a shitstorm with this, by the way.
I'm so good at being hated.
Yeah. So let's see. JF said she bought a tent, but why didn't she take it? I think that's a pertinent question.
I didn't say she bought a tent. She bought camping material. We already had a tent. I do not think that she brought it, though. It was a very small backpack she left with. But we do have a tent, and she did buy camping material. But I don't think she left with the tent.
Gotcha.
That's really strange.
I mean, according to like the size bag that she was reported having, at least in this report, I doubt that she would be carrying a tent.
Yeah, our tent is in a wrapped bag, and it's pretty big. It's a big cylinder. No, I don't think she would have it.
Yeah, even single sleeping tents, they take up a lot of backpack space. So for urban survival, things like that, people don't usually carry that type of thing. Hoping she comes back, God bless, says this super chat. Now, maybe you didn't. Okay, so this one's super easy and straight to the point. JF, did you kill Mama JF? Well, just yes or no?
No.
No. Okay, I didn't think so, but then that's off the table, right? We got it off the table. Is my super chat going to be read? If it's a troll chat, I'm not reading it. It doesn't do anything for. It's not pertinent to this. Why does the JF believe what the police are telling him? Asked Daniel Bourne for $5.
Ooh,
I don't
good
believe
question.
what they are telling me on just by the fact that they're telling me, but I have my own way to verify things. For example, when they say that they have last seen her June 19th,
I know his wife
the article
is
that they
slow.
put out was describing her clothes, and although I didn't quite remember what her clothes
She bought camping material while preparing for this for years, and then didn't take it. Fucking sure. Good point, Glitterbell.
were, by looking at the description, I can see that this is a true sighting of Mama JF, because as they describe her faux leather jacket, I remember, yes, she did leave with some sort of jacket like this, and so I know that the sighting is real. I can know because the description is totally in line with the way she left.
Well, she probably wouldn't change a jacket out. With a bag that size, I'm guessing she didn't carry many clothes with her. So she probably wouldn't change a jacket like that out anyway. Wouldn't they be able to see that on the security cam footage where you dropped her?
Well, yes, but the question here by Danielle is not what they can see, is how do I trust the police?
Oh.
Well, my answer is I don't trust the police on statement. I check what they report to me, and I can see that it makes sense.
This one comes in from Raised Fist. He says they may just find her in the streets of Montreal. That's a direct possibility, right?
Absolutely. And as I said, the investigator, maybe she doesn't want to be found. So it's all build up, this whole thing that could be a big scare, but that is just a reflection of someone who wanted to be free and doesn't want to be found.
Okay, Jeff Bruno says if he told Mama JF's family that she left in June, why'd the family never contact the police after these couple of months? He actually went into this in pretty good detail, just so you
Yeah,
understand.
so I've been in constant contact with her family, and there was always this rotating question of should we be worried, should we call the police? And there was a general consensus that emerged, and to each of these people in her family, I've always said, if you want to call the police, go ahead. You know, it might put me in some trouble, it might give me lots of bad public exposure, but I'm not going to judge you if you call the police. And each of the individuals who most love her are very close family. Each of them have decided not to directly call the police. One of them approached an investigator and laid out the facts of the case to them. And this investigator was a friend of the person. And the investigator says, this looks like a consensual trip. You know, you don't have a responsibility to call the police just because she doesn't want to call you or just because someone desires some space or freedom. So the conclusion of everyone, every single person has decided, those people who love most Mama JF, they have decided not to call the police until a bureaucrat of the government did it.
Gotcha. This one comes in and says, JF, do investigators have an expected time frame on when they think they may find her?
No, they have no such thing, and they wouldn't share this because it can be demoralizing. If they say we'll find her within the week, and then they don't find her, then people would be desperate. They would not trust the police anymore. So I think the right approach is to state reality as we discover it, and to update, but only on things that are certain. And you can't make predictions for the future when you're a policeman. Who knows how it will develop? It could be in hours from now, or it could be in years from now. Who knows?
Maria Bela says for $5, but JF, you did say she was a victim of violence in other vids, but you seem here to say that she was able to kind of do all this travel time and this and that without having any real serious or significant problems. I think that she's trying to indicate that maybe there's maybe a contradiction here in terms or something, or maybe there's an explanation.
Yeah, when I say that Mama JF has not been raped in her travels, I'm just reporting what she has told me. She has never been put in danger through her craziness. What the person quotes here is from another context of conversation in which I was not talking about her travelings. I was talking about an event that has traumatized Mama JF at some point in her life, but it wasn't stemming or resulting from her travels.
Gotcha. This one comes in from Anonymous. Now, there has been a lot of...
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't understand that last.
Things that are certain. And you can't make predictions for the future when you're a policeman. Who knows how it will develop? It could be in hours from now, or it could be in years from now. Who knows?
Maria Bela says for $5, but JF, you did say she was a victim of violence in other vids, but you seem here to say that she was able to kind of do all this travel time and this and that without having any real serious or significant problems. I think that she's trying to indicate that maybe there's maybe a contradiction here in terms or something, or maybe there's an explanation.
Yeah, when I say that Mama JF has not been raped in her travels, I'm just reporting what she has told me. She has never been put in danger through her craziness. What the person quotes here is from another context of conversation in which I was not talking about her travelings. I was talking about an event that has traumatized Mama JF at some point in her life, but it wasn't stemming or resulting from her travel.
He's talking about her thinking that guy was a shape-shifting ghost, just so you guys know. The shape-shifting ghost incident. Stars, what are you saying? It's weird for him to specify that she hasn't been raped in specific... I mean, yeah, I do think it's weird. Was that sighting of Mama after he dropped her off been confirmed? I'm not sure. I think so. I think it has been.
Gotcha. This one comes in from Anonymous. Now, there has been a lot of conflict about this. This is one of the things people fight over the most. Maybe we can just get some clarification on it. He says, JF, if she was mentally ill, would you say so?
It depends, because I don't acknowledge that mental illness is a reason to deny basic individual rights, including the right of free choice for oneself. And so you tell me if she was mentally ill as a factual question. I do not recognize the preemptive power of psychiatry over the rights of individual. I say it's the other way around. As an individual, you are free to go check out a psychiatrist and get services from them, including diagnosis. But it is not the role of a psychiatrist in society to say, I'm going to imperialistically conquer your individual rights. I cannot go around and say, oh, Andrew, you're schizophrenic. I'm going to take over you, and now I get your house, and now I decide what you should do with your house. I mean, that's what they did with Britney Spears. And I fully object morally on any such things as the takeover of adult rights on excuses of psychiatric diagnosis that they don't consent to.
Yeah, that's been the train trick of Hollywood for, since there has been a Hollywood. Judy Tester says, is there anything we can do to help with the search?
I would simply say, by simply not communicating misinformation.
So he refused to say whether she has mental problems. He refused to say whether she has mental problems. Is that not fucking weird?
information and contributing to the absolutely insane environment of invectives and attacks and insults and bad info and bad conclusions. By simply being a neutral being in this whole affair, you would be doing a great deal of good for this search. And whenever you do have information, then the way to help with the search is to communicate it with the police. They are really good. I am impressed by the quality of their work. That's what I tell them every day. Now, it's been a couple of days that they have left me alone, so that there used to be a truck of the feds in front of my house every morning and sometimes at night. And for 2 days now, they have not knocked on my door, and I appreciate it. But my door is always available to them, and they can come to me anytime. But at this point, I've given them everything. I've given them everything they needed to know, so they've left me alone for now. But
So
yeah, collaborate with these guys. I don't think they want to oppress Mama JF or me. And so I think they really want to establish our safety.
Yeah, so you would say one of the best things people could do to help is stop being hysterical, calm down, go where the facts are, maybe something along those lines, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that that's fair. And I think that judgment should be reserved until there are actual facts people know. And right now, we don't know shit. And that's the truth. We don't know anything. That's why you're here, so that we can try to establish some of those things. This one comes in from a wonderful galaxy. And I was kind of curious about this myself. Why do you refer to Mama JF in the past tense?
Ooh, good question.
Because she has gone from my life. So, I mean, in French, we don't have this thing where if you talk about someone in the past, it means they're dead. It's like if I talk about, my mother is alive. And if I talk about my mother in French, I will say she did that in the past. She was a secretary. And it's not indicative that she's not a secretary anymore. It just means that she was a secretary at the time, or that she has been a secretary for a long time.
The fuck does Britney Spears have to do with Mama JF? And are we seriously comparing her to Britney Spears? Andrew, let that slide. I don't know. I completely missed that.
It's an influence of French.
I'm going to bounce out here. Love to chat, Testicle Star. I can't take any more of this. No problem, 69.
And also an influence of the fact that I consider that Mama JF has gone out in a way that I'm not physically tied to her anymore. I still consider myself fully dedicated to her interest, but not in the same way as an active spouse who lives on an everyday basis would be.
Mr. Krabs says for $5, JF, with respect, you didn't actually answer the question. If she were mentally ill, would you tell us?
Well, there is a false premise to your question, that mental illness is a fact. Mental illness is a human judgment. And so I will refuse to engage with your question because there's a hidden moral prior in a factual word of your question. It is very grave.
He refuses to answer. He refuses to answer because the answer is probably yes.
What you're attempting to do here. And people don't realize how grave it is to talk of mental illness as a fact. Mental illness is a human judgment, a moral one that comes with intent to take over the life.
Mental illness is not a moral judgment. Mental illness is fucking judged by, like, specific behaviors and symptoms. Oh my god. It's not subjective. As someone who is personally retarded, I am offended that he would abandon his retarded wife in the woods to die.
Of someone in our society right now, the way they did to Britney.
Mental illness is not moral at all. It is what it is, yeah.
Spears, and the way they did to others. And I will never participate to this artifice of deception that it is to start claiming that mental illness is a factual description of anything.
It is!
Funny,
It is! Thank you for the 10 euros, nonchalant problem solving. What is he talking about? He's a neuroscientist. We can look at people who have schizophrenia or people who have bipolar, or people who have any sort of mental illness. It is not a, oh my god. Mr. Superior White Jeans is saying mental illness is just human judgment? Horseshit. Oh my god.
My wife always says she read a great book once, and she always says, mental illness is actually a problem in living, right? That's it's a great quote, I must admit. Paul asks, do you expect to be scrutinized for any future relationships you may have? That seems like a fair question.
I mean, I do not desire to engage in future relationships. I'm super satisfied with what I have in life, and so I'm not looking for a future relationship. It could come to me because I've said I would be open to suggestions, but I wouldn't actively seek a woman. Well, someone like me has always taken a path of life where it's impossible to expect a normal relationship ever. So you say...
He's using the word mental illness as a pejorative insult. People who do this often don't get their own mental illnesses sorted due to their connotation.
Scrutinized. I mean, it's more than scrutinized. When you're a public person, you come up People hate you before they even met you. People love you before they even met you. People have all their paranoias deployed onto you, and their constructs and their fears are projected onto you. So the kind of life that I've chosen is a life of constant scrutiny and constant injustices. People judge me for lies that are on the internet for decades, for a decade at least. I don't know how to answer to your question. Scrutinized, I am scrutinized in every way, and 100 times worse than any human being, any normal human being.
I mostly just scrutinize you for your accent, JF, to be honest with you. Nope, for $5 Canadian says, hey, JFG, the trolls and chatter from a Rumble streamer known as Judy Tester. She's a toxic person. I'm sorry you're being attacked so much. I don't know.
Oh, well, that's the life I've chosen. So I've been a streamer from the very first day that streams existed. So that's how far back it goes. I've been forming this community. What people know today as streaming, I was the first. And we were with 5 watchers on streams, yelling invectives at each other, insulting each other, using dirty language. And I live in this community, and I will forever be tied to this community. And I know the amount of shit you get in this world, and I'm ready to take it.
Gotcha. Mr. Krabs also, he had the mental ill question. He sent in this follow-up and just said, I appreciate the content, JF, and I hope she's safe. Derek G for $10 says, well, I'm not going to beat that dead horse, dude. We just went over it multiple times. If you guys have any last-minute follow-ups, now's the time to put them in so I can let JF get about his night. And I appreciated him taking the time out. I know that you're coming up on vacation here shortly, taking a few days off from the crazy. That's what I'm told.
And I've been told that by atheism is unstoppable. A man who's supposed to be a rationalist, he has concluded on his Twitter account that it's so suspect that I'm taking 3 days of break. When my common law spouse is the subject of a federal case of disappearance, apparently it's very bizarre that I'm taking 3 days of break to take time to manage the interviews related to this, to take time to correct people, and to take time to stay mentally healthy throughout all this. I find it amazing how
he wants to talk about mentally healthy. Mr. Mental illness is a human judgment. Really? Yeah, Spidey says, I just don't get how someone who obsesses over genetic basis for IQ would be so dedicated to reproduce with someone with low IQ. Well, he claimed that she had high IQ, apparently.
Irrational these atheists sometimes are. They are right about one thing.
Very happy about all this, ain't he? Well, you know, he already lured his next... Well, no, I don't know if he's lured his next wife with cheese. But yeah, he'll lure somebody soon enough with cheese.
The theory of evolution is true. But when it goes to other things, they tend to be a little more weird.
There is a question in chat that I'm curious about myself. Of course, again, don't have to answer it, but it asks, did JF have an open relationship? For some reason, I have a feeling you didn't.
No, I do not do open relationship. I've always told Mama JF that I expect full monogamy. And if she wants to have another boyfriend, it has to be following a break of our physical presence around each other. I cannot...
Stepped out to Puff. Did I miss anything? Did he confess? No. Somebody did ask him, would you tell us if she was mentally ill? And he replied and said that mental illness is a judgment, a human judgment. So, wonderful. First, I don't know if he murdered her, but he's definitely lying about her plans. Fucking hell, dude. She's a very disorganized she's a very disorganized person, yet JF claims that she had this plan for years. Okay. No shot. She has a high IQ. Okay. He said it was a moral judgment. Right, a moral judgment. By the way, thank you, yeah, Spidey, for the 5 community subs. I really appreciate it.
Tolerate any other potential fathers fathering children that I could care for. And so there needs to be a clean break. There needs to be, if you ever return to me, there needs to be sexual transmission disease test. And I need also to establish that you have not given one of your eggs to another father. So I need to establish that you have not produced other babies. Those are the conditions of monogamy, and I impose them in full.
Gotcha. Reddit Silvermember says, is it comforting knowing there are so many people out there who care for her and her safety, and they'll eventually find her?
Planned for years, ordered supplies, didn't bring them. He's fucking lying. That makes 0 sense.
I don't need comfort, because Mama JF is a free woman. She has gone free, and I need not to be comforted for the worries of a bunch of fucking normies. You guys are the one worried.
Oh,
I'm the one who fully trusts this woman.
A bunch of fucking normies. Bunch of fucking normies. Okay.
Last question that I'll give you before I let you go. This one's from the Made by Jim Bob show, who you guys have had so many wonderful arguments. He just couldn't help himself. He says, do theories ever become facts?
A theory is always a theory, but it can be true by the light of certain facts and false by the lights of others. For example, the theory of evolution will always be a theory. But there can be facts that come in that force you to accept the theory of evolution. For example, the resemblance between the ribosome of bacteria and the ribosome of humans is a fact that binds you to accept the theory of evolution. It is the only truth possible to explain the evolution from bacteria to humans. So that's how theories relate to fact. They always supervene onto them. They're always something else, but they can be fully confirmed by them.
Gotcha. JF, is there anything else that you want to say in this interview before I let you go? Anything else you want to get out there? Anything else that you want to clarify?
No, I would say to everyone, be a little less imperialistic. Be a little less trying to control what others do and enjoy life. Mama JF would not want, no matter whether she's alive or dead or she's exposed herself to risks that she didn't want, and there may have been outcomes that she didn't want to happen. No matter what is her current state, she would have wanted in every way that everyone here enjoy their life, enjoy the people you love around yourself, hug them, be happy, and let everyone around you free, and just show your appreciation for existence.
Gotcha. Well, JF Gariepy, I truly appreciate your time tonight. I know that you have another interview coming up. I think, is that with Dick Masterson? Is that what I heard?
I will be on Dick Masterson tomorrow, on Sunday, and I will be on Lauren De Laguna, a streamer about true crime stories, on YouTube tomorrow.
Well, good luck with Lauren De Laguna. I hope.
Is she? Do you know
He's gonna be on Lauren De Laguna's. Okay.
her?
I do.
So tell me about her. Should I be worried?
It will be woman prattle on overdrive nonsense. It'll all be about her. That's Lauren De Laguna for you. If I were you, I would go into your kitchen and grab a hammer and smack yourself about the head and shoulders with it several times before I would sit through an interview with Lauren De Laguna. That's just me, though.
Oh no. I said yes to her, and Papa JF always provides to accuse women.
Just saying, you're gonna send me a DM. You're gonna be like, Andrew, you were right. That's all that's gonna happen, JF. I'm just saying. Just saying. Anyway, JF Gariepy, have a great day. Thank you for making this your first interview on this topic. I know there was some things the audience wished that I could have gotten into, but there's parameters for every interview. We are people who are out in the public, but that doesn't mean you deserve to know fucking everything about us. So, JF Gariepy, have a wonderful evening, and thank you so much for stopping into the Crucible.
It was a pleasure. Bye-bye, and bye-bye everyone in the chat.
Have a great night. From all of us here at the Crucible to all of you out there in Crucible land, including all of you seething haters.
Okay, so I mean, it was an okay interview, you know. I think Andrew could have gone a little bit harder. I think he could have gone a little bit harder. And I wish he had. But it is what it is, I guess. It's love, you idiots. Yeah, I don't know. I wish he'd gone a little bit harder. I do think Lauren doesn't like, I don't know. I feel like Lauren will go a bit harder. I think she will, but I don't know. What do I know? Andrew's very biased towards JF. Disappointing. Very disappointing. He absolutely could have provided more pushback. Yeah. So there were several claims made in this interview. She wasn't going for an extended trip in the wilderness. That she would be making human contact, yet no one's seen her. He did say they're not officially married, they're common law spouses. And we do know from some Facebook stuff that that they have 2 kids together. There was something suspicious that he had said earlier. Oh, you know what? That's a good one. When asked about mental illness, JF Gariepy refused to answer and said that mental illness is a moral judgment. I thought that was interesting.
Oh, Andrew, you're schizophrenic. I'm going to take over you, and now I get your house, and now I decide what you should do with your house. I mean, that's what they did with Britney Spears, and I fully object morally on any such things as the takeover of adult rights on excuses of psychiatric diagnosis that they don't consent to.
Yeah, that's been...
Yeah, but her family has said that she has trouble even bathing herself. There was a quote he said to Ralph that was quite strange at one point. Let me see if I can find it, Stardust. Okay, I would greatly appreciate that, Nicholas. You might have to post it in the Discord. Let's rewatch some of this. Shall we? There's another one. We can rewatch the 2 Odyssey streams he did. And then shame someone for judging him for taking time off for mental health. That's true. Where's this woman's family? Why would they let her belong to this creep? Well, are we acting like she's comparable to Britney Spears? She's very retarded. I mean, even I think maybe Britney Spears should have kept her conservatorship, like, just with some rules loosened, you know? I think it was something like extracted her from her misery. I do remember that, yeah. I do remember that. Hello, this is the official Kick staff team, and we are here to let you know that you are not allowed to watch other streamers as content, and this will be your last warning, or we will terminate you for violation of TOS. Delete this live now or face the consequences. Uh-oh.
To Jeff G tonight. I'm back after 3 days of vacation. It's good to be back on the internet. Let me tell you, it's really not part of my habit to be gone from the internet, but I had to, and I will explain why. But before that, if you want to be blackpilled, Justin, the Pentagon says accounting error provides extra.
That has to be a troll. It is a troll. There is no fucking way that it's, like, real. Sorry. I don't believe it.
6.2 billion for Ukraine military aid.
Okay.
And as anything can act in a way that fully assumes the responsibility of her choice. Spud Ruckus says, I want to be able to defend
this is Odyssey, yes.
Can be put on the back of males, then they can justify their program of attack against fathers. And to be clear here, this is getting us into the anti-feminist discussion. This is not a private comment on Mama JF. I think that Mama JF has been super graceful in the way she's done this. She's done this in a way that would minimalize harm and minimalize breakups and hearts broken, okay? And in a way that fully assumes the responsibility of her choice. Spud Ruckus says, I want to be able to defend rare women that prioritize family, as I have been married with child for 15 years now and cannot fathom leaving my child and husband. But modern women continue to disappoint. Sorry, JF. Yeah, I often speak to women who have been super loyal.
JF is currently winning the Polestar. Looks like he's innocent. Interesting. Kind of funny, I used to have a boss that looked exactly like JF.
A rarity, but they are out there and they will stick to their husband no matter what. And it's the mentality you have to be in. If you're constantly in that process of, oh, maybe I can get better, or maybe I don't love him anymore. If you're in that setting, you're not going to go very far in life. You're always going to be stuck reconstructing from scratch. And there are so much economic advantages to living together and psychological advantages for the raising of the children. You deprive yourself of all of this for testing the dating market. It's like, you're fucking insane. End of the line. Joel says, I like JF's ability to move on quickly and pragmatically stoic. Yeah, of course, I've always been a little bit like this, but there are breakups that have been hurting me much more. But they were much more like they were breaking where I live. They were basically putting me on the street while making false allegations, while increasing my anxiety because, oh, I have bad things being told about me in court, and they're all false. And they were stealing children from me. This kind of breakup can be fully wrecking, but somehow I've always recovered and relatively quick. So at this point, I'm at the point where
he definitely referred to this as a breakup.
None of this could break me, because I've understood basically you need to be able to run to Russia at all time in your life. You basically need to be a citizen of multiple countries and be willing to move your wealth and keep.
He's so relaxed because he's still in control, or she's dead.
Of moving your wealth instantly, buying houses instantly in the world, resetting anywhere, and your woman needs to know nothing about this. that is the current state of the dating game. If you want the
he really does not like women.
real red pill, that is international kind of secret agents type of stuff. Keep on the low profile. Keep on the low profile. Ukraine ain't a great option either. No, definitely. I have been charmed by the beauty of the East European poor females. It's like, because when they're poor, they become thin and you can see their bones and it's freaking sexy. But it's just not worth it. It's like I'm too the pragmatic calculation of losing all rights of the legal system and being in a place that is absolutely corruptible. And it's like, if they don't like you, they will just go after you. I can't take this, and especially not with children.
Yeah, because he killed one.
It's like they will go after your children in a way that is so much more corrupt. Now, of course, the Western countries are corrupt, but they're corrupt in a kind of special way. It's just a bunch of communists wrecking the system from inside.
It's a bunch of communists wrecking the system from inside.
Whereas in Eastern European countries, they're not even communists. They're just like willing to be purchased by anyone. So it's so much more arbitrary there. You know, at least you have one problem in Western civilization, and it's how fathers are treated. But in Eastern Europe, it's
motive.
like they can treat
Well, he's saying he has nothing against Mama JF. So.
However they want, according to who's paying and who's influencing at which time.
His third wife went after custody and he had to fight her for it.
So let's get started before we reach the Andrew Tate story, because I think it's quite revealing. I had said recently, well, they haven't brought charges.
Eliminating
so I will
Patoyne
assume
avoids
that
the
he's
custody
done
battle.
nothing wrong, because if I can't review charges, clear charges of something that he's done, then you are free. You are, in my view, you have committed no wrong. But they suddenly, like 2 days or 3 days after I said this in a show, they came out with charges and arrested Andrew Tate again. Very interesting move. Probably they were under pressure to come up with something, or the 6-month period would have went away. So I'll comment on this later in the show, but I want to review some of the news I've missed.
I don't think she could win custody either. Take shot.
A bunch of billionaires were put on a submarine to go super deep, so they would
Okay. So he mentions it briefly here.
I'm not even going to comment on the details and all, but as happened last time, I will simply repeat the same thing. I did not choose this. I truly believe in monogamy and
I did not choose this.
Full devotion to each other, and yet I'm faced with a world of females who follow their whims and emotions, and so be it. You know, it's she was honorable in the process, in that she didn't do anything to destroy me or to destroy the family, and so credit. And
this is from June 20th.
That's it. I'm continuing life. These 3 days, I needed them to rearrange my setup. Things are different when there's not someone around. I need to set up different things that relates to my tasks in the home. I'm now in charge of keeping the home clean and everything, and honestly, it's like it's a takeover of the home in terms of, because Mama JF, I was giving her full reign into determining how the home would be placed and the various care that she would have to do. She was determining what she was doing. But now that I'm the head of the home, I like things a little cleaner. I like things a little more orderly. I like things, if you don't use something, I want it in the
I
trash.
can't just skip this
I'm a guy
insanity. She
of,
plays with water.
I want
She plays with water, bro. She's ruined 2 of his laptops. I need to write that down. JF talks about how Mama JF plays with water and ruined 2 of his laptops in the process.
access to everything. Mama Jeff
2?
would
Oh, then that's
constantly
understandable. Yeah,
pack
totally
the
understandable.
fridge with all of her vegetables and stuff. It's like I would.
Is she like a witch? She fucking hoarding weird vegetables in the fridge that you don't eat? Like, it's kind of weird how he claims she doesn't want to be found. He said, "You know what women are like, how they play with water." What are you talking about? Hello? I would drop someone off in the woods too if they kept ruining my laptop. Holy shit, dude.
Wouldn't eat. I don't know if she would eat it, but I'm more like a guy. I want an empty fridge where I can access each of the important ingredients: ketchup, relish, mustard, and I don't want anything more. I don't want anything more. Nicholas Petrus says, Mama JF, please come back. We'll see if she comes back like last time. At this point, I'm not counting on anything. And with time, I've just become just totally shelled from this, because it's like it happened to me so.
So this is the June 20th live stream. Then there's this one from like 2 days ago. I need to get a snack real quick. He eats ketchup and mustard for breakfast. Dude, fucking wild. Okay, I need to go get a snack real quick. I'll be right back. Star is such a good person. Why? What did I do? You should read a psychiatric assessment. I will, definitely.
Bit relative.
Here 420, he ate his wife. He ate his wife?
Calmer and less public, but I've been forced by the various events because people have discovered about it, and so I might as well talk about it instead of letting rumors develop and all of the messy information that can stem from it. So yeah, it's the disappearance of Mama JF. Mama JF has been disappearing in the sense of not leaving any contact, not leaving information about where she was. And I titled my episode "The Cost of Liberty" because I didn't want any of this. I'm just a family guy, and I've always been wanting to provide and secure for people around me. But there is one thing I cannot do in our society. I cannot stop you from doing crazy stuff. I cannot stop you from exposing yourself to risks when you say the words "I want."
Starts, I'm convinced JF is having these children with these women. He's the biggest Hills Have Eyes fan there is. And this is the beginning. What do you mean? I don't think he mentioned the camping gear in the June 20th stream. That's a good question. Let's review, okay?
Zelensky, and the only thing that comes at black changes here is that, but it is constrain them legally to stay with you. They will choose to become a crack whore on the street before they choose a stable relationship. So it's as simple as this. Civilization is either
JF, it's because you're choosing crack whores.
a polygamous crack whore based civilization, or it's a marriage based one, and man must be the one just forcing it. We have to force it. We have to give up our principles for choice and liberty, and that's just what it is. Now, I will not say anything bad about Mama JF. She has been honorable in her leaving. So I'm not even going to comment on the details and all, but as happened last time, I will simply repeat the same thing. I did not choose this. I truly believe in monogamy and full devotion to each other, and yet I'm faced with a world of females who follow their whims and emotions, and so be it. You know, it's she was honorable in the process, and that she didn't do anything to destroy me or.
So he didn't mention. You're right. He didn't mention anything that I can
as long as you don't constrain to Zelensky, and the only thing that comes to your mind is, oh my God, we could have made so much sex change surgery onto people with this. If you are not black-pilled, you should be starting now. The reason I was away from the show is that there were big changes here in the home. Mama JF has abandoned the family once again. It's really too bad.
Mm-hmm. At 2 minutes. Mama JF has abandoned the family once again.
It sucks. And it's not something that I wanted, but it is just that's just what it is. I mean, I've been covering for many years how women are just unstable, and as long as you. But now that I'm.
To Jillian before, I'm aware. Women are just unstable. Says the guy who says mental illness is a moral judgment.
The head of the home.
Okay, let's move back to this one. The most recent stream. For someone who talks about genetic purity a lot, he sure likes to prey upon vegetables. Oh, yeah.
To do it. When you claim your own liberty, you are on your own, and I cannot do anything to protect you. And so that I don't know if Mama JF is in danger. I don't know where she is. But at this point, I'm forced to talk about it because people are spreading rumors on the internet. Because I'll just give you my my perspective on all of this, and you know, people are accusing me of murder on the internet. It's like, you guys don't know. You guys don't know the police. I've been speaking with the feds on an everyday basis for a couple of days now. For maybe I don't know, maybe a couple of days. For a couple of days, I've been speaking to the police on a regular basis. So it all stems from Mama JF, you guys know, and I've stated it publicly. In June, she left. She didn't want, I mean, it's not even clear why she left. And she's done it in the past. You guys have seen it, who have been following the show for years. She wanted to go away. So that's all we often know with Mama JF. She wants to go away. She had done it once and had come back to us weeks after, and you'll remember she came on the show on the day she came back, and she said something along the lines of, well, I thought you didn't want to be with me anymore. And so and I said to her, no, you left of your own will. But she says yes, and then she says yes, but I thought you wanted me to leave. That is sometimes the state of delusion in female minds, and I can't do anything about this. I have zero control over this. If we were in the society, the Christian society of 1920, maybe I could file some report and say, hey, my wife is a little crazy, she's a little out there. Can I control, can I own her, basically? And I'm sure that there were, I mean, basically you didn't have to file that paper in 1920s, because in the 1920s, this was called marriage. But we are not in the 1920s, and we are in 2023, where we have an experiment going on in society. What happens when you let these females do whatever the fuck they want? Well, what happens is that they sometimes make bad decisions.
Not sure what he's laughing about, TBH. It's his wife. Yeah. Unironically, JF lost another mentally disabled woman in this way 7 years ago. I don't think the one from 7 years ago wandered off Cottontails.
So, in June, she left, and And 2 days after leaving, so she left and she had a whole plan. She had bought camping material. She was on her way to some sort of survivalist trip. From what I understood, it looked like she was preparing for life in the wild. She promised me when she left that she would always be reachable and that I would be able to reach her to deal with all of the official papers.
Oh, I see what
you know
you're
that
saying,
she owns a
Cottontails,
lot
okay.
of stuff, and sometimes I need her signature. And I was like, and although, you know, we do have
He says Montreal on June 20th.
legal remedies for this, I was like, if you totally disappear, you might put me in trouble on
What, that he last saw her in Montreal on June 20th?
some bills, on some, you know, getting utilities and everything. So she promised to me that she wouldn't fully disappear. She went away. And 2 days later, she talked to me on the phone and sent a message. But by the way, everything I tell you is things I have told to the police. So it's not, there's no secret coming out that you guys are hearing. It might be secret from a public perspective, but it's all things that the feds have been knowing for a couple of days. So the last message that she...
Okay. Camping survivalist life in the wild becomes she will be depending on social interaction. It's a good point. He mentioned Quebec tonight, which is further east. Okay. So on June 20th, he said that she was last seen in Montreal, and tonight he said Quebec. Okay. Montreal is in Quebec? I don't know anything about Canadian geography. Yeah, he does call her, you know, survivalist in this as well.
He sends me in June, 2 days after leaving. And it had been apparent, I think I may have been in contact for a couple of times during these 2 days, so I was sure that she was progressing through whatever trip she wanted to do. I knew that she was still alive. But 2 days after leaving, she says, I have changed my plans. I will not hold my promise toward you. I will not be reachable. And it's like, okay. She says, I have a new plan. And I'm like, does your new plan involve any sort of attack against me or the family? Because you guys know how important that is to me. She says, you don't have to be worried. My new plan does not involve you. I'm just going to change cell phone.
I'll take a
Now,
look.
I knew that she had left without any sort of electronic tracking. You know how the police can track you with your credit card, with your debit card. She had left with nothing but her phone. So when she said that to me through text, I concluded, okay, she's going off grid. You know, she's going full survivalism. And kind of in her fashion. I mean, that's the way Mama JF is. So changing her phone, to me, it meant I'm dropping potentially my own identity behind. I'm potentially disappearing in nature. I'm potentially, I mean, she could be anywhere from there. And that's what I was explaining to the police. You know, Mama JF, you remember the story she told on her video on YouTube where she talked about crossing the border in Spain and in the enclaves of Spain in North Africa. Mama JF is a fucking extreme, like 007 level of like fugitive mentality. And I was kind of telling that to the police jokingly, half jokingly, but it's like she's a professional fugitive who doesn't commit crimes. So it's like, she's gonna be hiding from you as hard as she can, while also not having anything to reproach to herself. But that's just how she is. So I mean, she and so from there, I'm like, I'm gonna drop myself behind. I'm going to disappear. You're not going to be able to reach me. So that is what I've been knowing since June. And of course, you're faced with the big, should I call the police? This is a willing woman, a willing adult woman doing her willing stuff. So I've not called the police because, in my view, there was no evidence of criminality. There was no evidence of distress. It looked like, to me, someone who has decided to go survivalism. Will I report someone for being survivalist? I mean, this reminds me of the Facebook.
You're right. He talks about Go Survivalist here. Yep. So this is like 9 minutes and 30 seconds in. Like, he's talking about her being a survivalist. So she went off the grid as he said it before, and then he changed it. That's pretty wild to me.
You know, as one of your loved ones gone to survivalism, as one of your loved one bought too much camping material, that is literally one of the Facebook
camping
posts.
materials.
But I don't want to be in the society where buying camping material gets you reported to the feds. And I am bound to Mama JF's interest because I've loved her and I still love her and I still consider, I consider myself allied to her forever. Forever, no matter what she does, even if she goes out there getting other boyfriends, I consider myself tied to her forever. So at this point, I'm in front of this information, and I've decided that this was not warranting a call to the police in June. And I've spoken to her family, and they thought similarly, you know, this is Mama JF. She is an out there woman, and it's not the first time she does this. In the absence of any evidence of harm or that she's doing something evil to someone else, there's no reason to call the police. And in
Stardust, he's bouncing between two different narratives. One is woodswoman and the other is savvy urban drifter narratives. I think you're right, Glitterbell. I might make a video on this. Hi, Dan Zammit.
In fact, we even had someone in the family talked loosely to a federal investigator who was friends with us and just asking, you know, what is this? Is this a disappearance or is this just a woman? Just a woman doing whatever she wants. And the investigator had actually, I mean, from what I heard, this is not an interaction that I had myself, but someone who was worried in the family spoke to an investigator and said, look, those are the facts. It's a woman. She leaves like this. She wanted to leave. She gets herself equipped with camping material and all. Is this a disappearance? Is this something we should signal? And the investigator had said, well, no, this looks like a consensual trip. So I was reassured that not only was my judgment converging toward the fact that Mama JF does not need help and that she's a free woman, she can decide to do this. And also there was these social signals reinforcing that I wasn't the only one thinking this. Other people were thinking this also. So that was the state in June and July, but then, you know, the months pass and now we're in October. When is it that worries are justified? And so there was a building up of stress in the people who love her. And my position has always been to all of these people, to any friend of Mama JF and to any person involved. My position has been,
she only had a small knapsack till she's a camping woman prepared for the woods. Yeah.
Saw her go. I saw her wanting to go. And so I don't need to call the police. But if you feel that it warrants a call to the police, I respect you and you go ahead and call them. And I will not say who ended up calling, but someone ended up noticing that somehow Mama JF was missing and maybe knew about
women, the bumbling morons splashing water all over the room, wetting our electronics. You know how they are.
To me, I don't know. I don't know exactly how it all happened, but someone ended up noticing, hey, there's this girl and her loved ones don't know where she is. And so they made a call to the police, and this launched a whole investigation that I've been involved in for.
There's no way this control freak dropped her anywhere.
I don't know.
He may
days.
have. I just think it's
5 days.
I think he may have. I just think that, you know, it's I think that it's criminally negligent. That's what I think. We love playing with water near laptops. We cannot help ourselves. Oh my god, dude. I have no confidence she can live in the wild. Let's see what this is, McFiston.
Does Mama Jeff really have an issue with
I remember this. Yeah,
guilt,
we watched
or
this
is
yesterday.
she just fooling around? She has an actual issue.
I need to.
Don't say anything violent.
No, I want to.
What do you have to say?
No, I get seriously. You tried to kill me, okay?
Okay.
And I'm fucking sick that you're fucking me with me. You always follow me everywhere, and
All right.
and you say you want to make spiritual movement, but you fucking tried to kill me for 3 years, okay? You're a fucking
Okay.
psychopath, man.
T'en as assez dit, maintenant va-t'en. Okay, so the answer to the super chat is that Mama JF mistakes no white guilt for someone who has committed acts of violence against her. So that's why you see her currently sad.
Well, she is talking about no white guilt. She says that he is a shape-shifting ghost.
Mama JF has
later.
been the victim of an act of violence. It was not by no white guilt at all.
I think she's talking about JF, not no white guilt. No, there's a video after this where she comes back and she talks and she says that no white guilt is a shape-shifting ghost who's been trying to kill her.
She is confused, and because she is confused, she associates no white guilt with... Okay, now I told her to not come back. You don't come back.
Yeah, there is a video after that, like after the interview that he had with like no white guilt, and basically she comes back and she says that. I'm just saying this speaks to her mental function is not looking good. I agree with you. She was saying JF is a shapeshifter because he plays nice on stream. JF is also a bit cultish in his messaging. It sounds like he has a problem with being pulled into cults. I don't know. She was calling, I'm pretty sure she's calling no white guilt a shape-shifting ghost. From what we watched yesterday, that's what it looked like to me. I could be wrong, but that's what it looked like to me. Guys, do we want to do call-ins about the JF situation? We can do call-ins about the JF situation. Tried to start a spiritual movement with her and change the world. That is true. We'll talk about the JF stuff. That's the topic for the call-in. Hello? Hello?
Hey, sorry about that.
No problem.
I've just got a whole bunch of stuff written down here, but a lot of smart people often they think that they can talk to the police, and anyone who's watched any of the true crime stuff knows whether you're guilty or not, you should always ask for a lawyer.
Yeah.
And oftentimes people are concerned with looking guilty or innocent if they say yes or no to that. And the police will not let you know if you're a suspect, saying they don't believe any of the stuff. Oddline builds rapport with a suspect. So all of that stuff that they're telling him is just so that they can get more information out of him. When he says they never suspected him in the first place, they wouldn't try to rule him out as a suspect and ask for all that information in the first place if that was the case.
That's true. Okay. These are really good points. Yeah.
I've been writing down this whole list of stuff, which I can send you.
Yeah, I would love
But
that. Yeah, yeah, that's
yeah,
interesting.
at the very least, he could be culpable for criminal negligence, and there's a high likelihood of that. There is a
Yeah.
small potential for culpable homicide if she turns up dead. Obstructing justice in the sense of asking people for anonymous tips and saying he'll filter through them himself and send them to the authorities is a bit ridiculous. And then rearranging the home and cleaning up the place, because if there was a further investigation, it could be found that was tampering with a potential investigation side. There's also the idea that he had a duty of care towards the person, and people are pretending that we can't know that she has some kind of mental impaired state, which is just ridiculous, just because there's no official records of it. But at the very least, she shows some level of schizophrenic traits, delusions, and voices. She suffered abuse and trauma and has a history of drug use. It's just so obvious.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely, I feel like just alone her talking about a shape-shifting ghost, like, makes me question her mental abilities. Yeah.
Yeah, the whole "you're following me" thing. And during that, you're right, everyone is getting, there's a few things people are saying that are just definitely not true in my opinion. Like, she's not in the walls. I don't know why everyone keeps saying that, but that's funny.
Yeah.
And then she is talking to No White Guilt, thinking that he's physically altered his shape like a shapeshifter, and that's her abusive ex, I assume, ex. Yeah, with just cold reading wise, he's laughing when it's inappropriate and he's putting his hands on his face a lot, but that's all speculation and can be explained by normal things too. Like, I touch my face a lot often and I laugh when it's inappropriate too. And especially considering that everyone's after him, I can understand that. A language barrier too can cause problems with semantics and hyperbole. And that's just the best defense that we can give him for the strange behavior. As far as it goes, for anyone who's listening, the way that police interrogations work is police need evidence. Your willingness to talk or confess is evidence. They look for contradictions in information. They'll build up a list of crimes from the sky to the ground. Then they back up that evidence for a court date. Whether or not the state would be willing to press the potential charges that I said before on him is potentially unlikely. It would have to be pushed by the family seeking justice against him, and then the police might do something about it if that were the case.
Yeah. So do you have a background in law or criminal justice or something? You know a lot about it.
I don't have a background in any of the stuff, but I'm just so obsessed with watching all those documentaries and everything, and I've just heard tons about it to the point where it sort of just clicks to me when I hear this stuff. And it's all the stuff he was saying was very typical of one of these documentaries that I'd watch on YouTube when I'm just laying down. I watch it to help me go to sleep. I know that sounds strange, but
No, it makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the way that he's very certain about everything he says. Women and behavior. The thing about splashing around the water into the electronics was probably the funniest thing that I've ever heard.
That was honestly so funny to me. That was ridiculous. Like, bro, if you're choosing women who play with water, you've got another issue on your hands, right? Like,
I've tried to explain to people how some level of racism or sexism on a very basic level can be really funny, and people don't understand what I mean. And I think that was a really good example of it, where it's just so obviously not true, but it's good. And he says before, I don't want any woman to feel trapped, which is why I let her go, but men should be able to put them in the house. I think you guys deduced that earlier.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think your mic switched.
Oh, sorry. Is that
no problem. That's better. Yeah.
Yeah. I think you guys deduced that earlier. She said, but men should be able to trap their woman in the house, sort of thing.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he doesn't want her to feel trapped in the house, which is why he let her go. And that's just so contradictory. It's insane.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what your view on mentally ill people is. They can be detained and require special care. He said that, oh no, you got to it doesn't matter how mentally ill someone is, I would still let them go. That makes him culpable for a lot of things. Like, you can't live in our society and think like that. If you had a a parent with dementia living with you. You're like, no, they wanted to go find the farm or something like that. I mean, you would be held culpable if you were given protection over that person. Now, whether he's been given protection over that person or not, he's taken on the role to give protection to someone, and there could be something legally there for that too.
Yeah. I think you know, it's interesting because you could take that argument about like mentally ill people that you could take that argument about mentally ill people and even apply that to children, right? Like what's stopping him from saying like my kids wanted to leave, and I just because they're in an altered mental state doesn't mean I think we can you know, infringe upon their rights, right? So
yeah, that's a very good point.
Yeah.
It's and this is the thing that's gotten me the most, in my opinion, is the fact that he's acting like, why do people think that I should be a suspect in this? This one to me just that makes me feel like there's something manipulative going on, because knowing about cell phone tracking and how she's left everything behind and how she's just gone off the grid and oh yeah, I deep cleansed the home and I had got into a big fight before she left the house and I'm dropping her off in the forest. It's just like, dude, how could you not wonder why people are concerned? You should be glad that people are concerned.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if all that happened with me and my wife, there would be, I would understand why people were concerned about her and looking at me sus. Yeah.
Yeah, no, spouses are usually, you know, first suspect. Especially he's got a history, not only of just like dating mentally disabled women, but like of actually abducting one, right? He's got like that on his record. I don't know if like in Canada they'll have that and they'll use that against him, but it's significant, you know, at least like if I were like personally like a detective over this case, the fact that he is like taken mentally disabled women before away from their families and taken advantage of them is like super suspicious to me. So.
And all of that stuff's evidence. And before he was saying cleaning the house isn't evidence, and that is evidence. There's a big difference between evidence and proof. And you could say, oh, evidence of him wearing red when on the day compared to when he dropped her off, he was wearing blue or something. That can be considered evidence. Now, it's not proof that he committed a crime. The proof comes later when you get so much evidence. And there's so many different types of evidence. There's direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, physical evidence, correlative evidence, testimonial evidence. Types of evidence always exist.
Mm-hmm. I wonder, I heard that from the Facebook post that I saw that some of the officers were talking to their children. I wonder what their children's like perspective is on this, and I wonder if they're, at risk of being taken from the home.
Yeah, I wonder what their personalities are like, growing up with a mum who is probably very silly and playful and fun in a lot of ways, but also you can't really get much coherent out of her, and a dad who's warm and kind, but also says some questionable things about women and, and other stuff that you'd be like, what? You wouldn't really know what to make of it at that age. I wonder what their personalities are like.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to pull a Testy in as well. What up, Testy?
Oh, hey, what's up?
Hey, how's it going? Oh, Lev's in the chat. Hi, Lev. Hey, Lev,
I do have to go, though.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, guys, I have to go. My wife needs me. See ya.
See ya. Thanks for calling in.
So I don't know how much I have to add. I heard about 5 minutes of that conversation. I think that dude brought up a lot of good points. I mostly just wanted to sort of apologize on behalf of Canada. But I will say, he is French Canadian. I said this in the chat, but it's like, when things go down in Florida, like, we don't judge you for it, we get it.
Yeah.
Everybody has their problem child. But yeah, it's such a bizarre, like, I don't know, like, there's something about this that seems, so it seems very different than other cases that because even during that interview, he was chuckling, like, he was looking at his chat, he was laughing, like, he is so nonchalant, and he is so, like, I don't know, lackadaisical about the whole
Yeah.
thing. I think that's the most bizarre thing. Like, he is just unconcerned. He's just another day. He's like, yeah, well, what are you gonna do? But I don't know exactly how much detail was gone over. I just wanted to provide a little bit of context. I'll post this in chat because I was trying to find any information on this. So she officially went missing on June. Or post here. I'm gonna post it in YouTube chat as well. I did not forget about you. So she was last seen. She officially went missing on June 19th, and she wasn't reported missing until October 3rd. So
Yeah, and it wasn't even by
that's
him who reported it, right? Or
yeah.
yeah.
So but to me, that's
yeah.
just like insane, and
Yeah.
like trying to steel man or be like as good faith as humanly possible. Like, I know that I don't know this woman's history or anything like that, and I know that there's that one clip from like her own mouth where she said that she like, she quit her job and she left her life to like go be with him, right? I don't think I think it's fairly clear to any outsider looking in, she is not like, does not have like the mental capacity to like, I don't think she could just rough it or like just live off the grid for this long. But I guess that like, yeah, trying to be somewhat good faith. If this is like a pattern in her life, maybe that is why her family maybe didn't reach out. Like, so maybe that's a thing. But yeah, I don't know, man. This shit's wild.
Yeah. Yeah, one thing that also kind of stuck out to me was that what was it? Fuck. Remind me of what you were just saying. Remind me, you had brought up an example.
Well, I was saying if I'm like trying to be as like steel or be as good faith as humanly possible, which it's really difficult. I was just saying like, she has a little bit of like her story about how she just sort of dropped and left her life and everything to go be with him. I don't know what her history's like. If she's does that help?
No, I forgot what I was saying completely.
So the story was updated today. This is actually I'll post this as well because this is from the RCMP website. This isn't anything special. This is just like a missing persons report. I imagine after tonight there are probably going to be hundreds of tips because there's like this thing it's like a slow burn. I think it's going to take off, especially from tonight, because this is all anyone's going to be talking about. And I think that yeah. Oh, there's one other thing I wanted to add, and I didn't even actually know about this. This is where I just learned about this. So, there was a thing that was passed in Canada on September 9th, I believe it was. It's called the Missing Persons Act, and apparently this gives the police the ability to do things like track phone calls and use other like means that apparently they weren't allowed to use in the past. So I think that's why there's been a slight update where the last time she was seen was June 19th, and previously they thought it was June 17th. So I mean it's a 2-day difference, but I guess they found something to like update that information. So yeah, that's all I really got. It's a pretty fucking weird situation. JF Gariepy is a fucking weirdo. He's a fucking insane dude. But
he is, yeah. Sorry, chat. I accidentally flipped out of a different thing. Yeah, it's really fucking weird. Curious Asparagus says we should talk about something else. No, fuck you.
I was gonna say sure. We can talk about gardening maybe.
No, Lev says that's a creepy thing of someone knowing she's in this kind of state and marrying her, but at being so nonchalant about cleaning his room like Jordan Peterson told him to. If JF becomes a big subject for those true crime podcasts, I wonder if they'll delve into his politics during such things. Lev, do you want to call in? You can join the Discord. Someone claims to have seen her 2 days after Gariepy dropped her off.
Yeah, so 2-day difference, but like
yeah,
like she's in the wind, so to speak, or yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
trying to think now. If there's anything else, and also, actually, I don't know what the weather is like, but like Prince Edward Island is not known for being like hospitable. Exactly, like it. I guess it was during like the summer, but
Yeah.
at this point in time, it's got to be fucking pretty cold out that on that side of the, or that side of the country. Oh, and the only other thing I wanted to add, because it's just like, it's just so mind-boggling to me that when when Andrew brought up the question about mental disabilities, and he basically was just like, I don't believe in mental disability, and it's like, oh, how convenient.
Yeah,
Like,
actually, I think that's what I was going to bring up. The fact that Andrew, somebody in the chat asked, like, hey, if she had a mental illness, would you tell us? And he was he basically refused to answer the question and said that, yeah, I believe that mental illness is something that's a moral judgment. And I don't think, even if you have a mental illness, that you should have your personal rights infringed upon. Which is really interesting, because it kind of, yeah, that's how he's justifying having adult relationships with these women who are very clearly incapable of doing so.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, any outsider looking in is like, this is so immoral. It's clearly a pattern. Like, he actively seeks out these women. He has all these fucking horrible things to say about women, when the only fucking way that he could ever get somebody to date him is to go for someone who's mentally handicapped. Because,
Yeah.
you know, like, at least he knows, you know, he knows his, what he can get, you know? Because, yeah, I don't know, man. Well, I mean, I'm interested to see where this will develop, because I have no doubt that, like, more information is going to come out, especially with all the fucking online communities that are obsessed with this shit. Like, I feel like shit's going to come out of the vaults, and, you know, we're going to start, people are going to start piecing this together.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Who's this Lev person? You seem pretty stoked on them.
Oh, Lev is like another content creator. He was just hosting that debate for with Dylan Burns and Aiden Paladin. Stardust, didn't you want to have him on the show a few months ago? I'm surprised you didn't make that correlation with JF. He has had a tard fetish for years. Oh no, I knew for a while, Nick. I knew for a while that he had a fetish. I just didn't I guess I don't know. Yeah, I knew he had that fetish, but I didn't think he would like fucking make his wife disappear. So, yeah.
How long do you think it's appropriate before he remarries? Like, I don't know. This is unprecedented.
That's a question. That
right?
is a question.
It's like let's just say that, you know, she's not quote unquote dead. Let's just say they broke up, in a matter of speaking. You know, what's a reasonable amount of time to wait?
I mean, it looks like he's not waiting at all, because he's talking about in his, you know, recent live stream, if any women are available for insemination, I'm willing to volunteer or whatever. Like, bro is not fucking waiting. Yeah.
Yeah, he also propositioned just pearly things. She didn't seem receptive for some reason. I don't know why.
No,
but...
she quote tweeted him and she was like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, and rightfully so.
A good tweet. Yeah. I mean, hey, you know, I mean, if he's got his game, it's working for him.
How does he have any game? How has he gotten so much ass in his life? It makes no sense to me.
You know what? This is a good point. Where is he even finding these women? Because, like, I was gonna be so like, be so not PC. But I was like, is there like a club? Like, where are these people hanging out online?
Nicholas Nicholas says he's on the way to his local mental hospital as we speak.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, okay. He hangs out when they're doing community service. He's like, oh, well, I'm sorry, I dropped my coffee. You know, yeah. Okay, all right, that makes sense.
I just cannot believe, like, while he was married to his third wife, he didn't cheat once. He cheated at least twice that we know of, right? At least twice. He was sleeping with like a lab assistant at Duke University, and then he also lured like an autistic girl to come be with him while he was going through that divorce. Like, homie, what are you doing? How are you getting so much ass? It is wild.
Oh, sorry. This comment's so funny from, was it Cotton Talisman?
Yeah, start getting tards don't count as Riz. Well, his 3 previous wives, you think that they were all retarded? Like, there's no fucking way. Some of them had to be like mentally well, right? This is his third. No, this is this one. That Mama JF, as he calls her, is not even his third. She's technically his fourth, but they're not like married under the law. They're common law spouses. So that it's like his fourth. And the like he gets asked all the time. He just sleeps with everybody, dude. I have no fucking idea how he does it.
Yeah. I want to call him a dirty Frenchman, but that might be TOS. So I won't. I think being French Canadian is probably bad enough. And
Oh, we've
just
been
for
making fun of French Canadians like for the past 2 days, so you know.
yeah, see, like when people make fun of Canada, I'll be like, hey, nay, now. But like when people start dunking on French Canadians, I'm like, fair enough, all right. But yeah, I mean that's all I really have for you.
Yeah.
But yeah, if anybody wants to hop in and discuss this, I mean,
Yeah.
there's probably a lot of shit
Yeah.
to dig into.
I'm looking at I wonder if Beckett is talking to Andrew. I see like his icon there. I'm gonna check real quick.
Yeah, let's stalk him together as we're on a call. Is that Xi Jinping?
I think he is talking
Perfect.
to him.
So like, if you had a really autistic partner who in some way
damn,
relied
you got the
upon you,
exclusive interview.
and you just said,
you could just
"Oh, I
crash
dumped
it."
her at the bus station,"
Be like,
I
"Hey,
actually think people would have an issue.
we were supposed to
I
talk."
think they'd be like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" I think there is there's
But anyway, I'm gonna
He
dip
is
out.
talking to him.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. Damn. I mean, you could reach out to him. Maybe you can have a chat with him afterwards.
Maybe. I'll see. Yeah. Well, thanks for stopping in, Testy.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I just had to. Yeah, it's a weird one, and I'm excited to see what happens.
Yeah.
But until next time, take it easy.
See ya. Anybody else want to call in? I'll hit up Andrew as well and see if he's willing to talk. Anyways. Interesting. Very interesting. OMG, I just got here. Who's this extremely soy-sounding caller? Who's Testicle Johnson? Anyone from Canada default smells like beef chunky stew? Damn, that's fucking rough. Glitterbell wants on? Okay. What's a TLDR? JF Gariepy's wife is missing. What Jay is saying could all be true, but that would be the weirdest story I've ever heard. Yeah. What's better, almond or soy? Let me see. What is he saying?
would love to hear it. I think okay, so well, look, listen. I can understand the perspective of actually, hold on a sec. I want to clarify as well, because part of the reason we're having this part of the discussion is the claim that he's using this to build his platform as publicity, and that this is kind of how we got to you pushing back on me on this, because your argument is because of these things it doesn't actually badly impact his platform. They don't fucking care, and I actually, through that lens, kind of agree with you. To make like a moral argument is sort of a little bit pointless in the case of JF, because he's a moral monster from the perspective of a lot of people. Do I think like abandoning your mentally unwell partner in the middle of fucking nowhere in a gas station surrounded by cameras so you can prove your own innocence is fucking like...
Well, who abandoned who?
I don't know if she is that capable of making her own decisions. Have you seen the thing? You've seen the things she says.
Well, I mean, to kind of make the claim that
she hallucinates, like, dude. Come on, like.
Well, but wait a second. Are you saying that she has no agency and therefore JF's responsible for her perpetually?
I'd say that, like, if you're taking on that kind of responsibility, yeah, from a certain degree. Like, in the same way that if you had a partner that was like, I don't know.
Hello? Hello? Glitterbell? Hello?
Hello. Oh, hi.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Oh wait. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I had my audio fucked up. I just think it's really funny that he is like, she has been blending for years and buying a camping equipment so that she can be a survivalist, and also, she didn't take any of it, and she will be talking to many people in order to get by, and none of them will report her. It's like, I don't know what happened, but I know that's all lies.
Yeah.
There's like no way that that story is true.
There's no way. I have to... let me ask Beckett if he can ask Andrew to talk to me next.
Yeah, for sure. I can get off if you want to keep listening to Beckett, because he's a good interrogator. I don't want to stall things forever, but that was like, I just feel like that part of the story is just like definitely a lie or dishonest or whatever. But like, there's no way in hell that that's real.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people brought up really good points. A lot of people brought up really good points. That, you know, on one hand, he is claiming that, you know, in one stream he's claiming that she's a survivalist, and then in this one he's claiming that, you know, she's not, you know, that she's more like an urban drifter. Like, which one is it, you know?
They're completely different. And the other thing is that, like, he's describing her, he's saying you have to understand that if you pursue her, you're pursuing somebody who's like a criminal who's never committed a crime. She's like a professional criminal who you have no justification to be tracking her, but she knows all of the tricks to evade you. And she's going to be like wearing hoodies to dodge cameras and whatnot. She's going to have no digital record. She's going to be using no digital finance. And then in the next note, he says she's going to be highly dependent on social interactions in order to survive. That produces witnesses. So, like, these are completely antithetical story, like, positions.
There is a breadth of difference between.
And then the other thing that I thought was really interesting was that he said something about, like, women taking your kids, and it looks like he had a big custody battle with his third wife over a child.
Yeah.
So it would make sense if he thought that Mama JF was leaving him. And, like, I know that he's smart, but he seems like he's, like, smart dumb. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of the stuff he said is dumb. So he's, however smart he is.
Yeah.
So, like, I wonder if there would be motive to get rid of her to avoid that part of the process again if they have kids together. And do we know if they have 2 kids together, or does he have 2 kids total?
I don't know. That's a good question as well. I'm gonna listen a little bit more to Beckett's stream. Yeah, yeah.
She called the police, and the police came and arrested JF Gariepy because he did that. You would say that he imprisoned a mentally impaired woman. And that's what the narrative would be, and he's right about that. So don't give me this fucking bullshit, Beckett. That's exactly what they would be saying about him. You know it, and I know it.
Well, look. Okay, 2 things. Firstly, can we add Stardust to the call? Is that all right? So I know she's gonna have thoughts. Right, I'm just gonna start a new fucking streamy.
Add whoever you want.
There we go. Just restart the call. Fuck me. You both have to pick up the call.
Hey.
Hey.
Why the fuck does your chat fucking hate me, huh?
I don't know. I don't know. It's a thing tonight. I've got no fucking idea. Oh, we need Andrew to actually join. Fuck me. Group. Hold on a sec. Fuck. Let's see if Andrew. Rachel, go and poke. Rachel, go and poke your husband. Fuck me. Things ever smooth and normal.
Hello?
Hey, Andrew.
Hey.
Hey. So I guess I haven't heard all of your guys' conversation, but I do have like some questions. I was hoping that there would be like a little bit more pushback against JF.
On what? On what
Well,
thing?
specifically, so in one of his streams, in the stream where he most recently was on Odyssey, he was addressing this whole situation. He talks about his wife being a survivalist, right? Now, when you think of survivalist, do you think of urban drifter? Because I certainly don't.
I mean, we covered that ad nauseum. What pushback? So I produced a bag.
Mm-hmm.
An actual survivalist bag. Well, not. I mean,
Yes,
just
you did.
really what
I
hype
did
with,
appreciate that.
okay?
I did appreciate
And
that.
I went over the fact that just having a little knapsack is not survivalism.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, no. He's referencing urban survival, not going into a forest and doing this and that. So
But
since
then he
he
specifically-
made kind of the. Go ahead.
Well, didn't he specifically talk about camping and surviving and life in the wild in his June 20th live stream, as well as his live stream a couple of days ago?
This is what's interesting.
But he did. He did
This
specifically.
is why.
I took notes on it.
Listen. Yeah, listen. This is where that vagueness comes in, and it's kind of masterfully done in a way. But what he said is that she had been accumulating survival items off of Amazon, which are like I don't know, like lighters and fire starters and a few other things like this. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't actually specifically say that she was organizing gear to go live out in the wilderness. So he just said that she had ordered some things off of survival items off of Amazon. Now, maybe I don't know. I asked him to pinpoint what those are, and he said they were just kind of small items that were designed like lighters and things like that. That's what he said.
Okay. So I would still have questioned him probably on like why he was specifically saying things like she can handle life in the wild and things like that. Because that to me
Well,
sounds...
when he's saying, I did ask
But
him
it sounds very
that. What he
different to me
said-
than like urban drifter, right?
Well, okay, so he's clarifying what he means, right? So he's saying, when I'm talking about survivalism, I'm talking about urban survivalism, not going out in the wilderness with a tent and trying to survive in the wild.
Okay, so then on that
Now, this
point...
actually makes more sense to me after the clarification, to be honest with you.
It doesn't make sense to me. On that point, I would say, well, if she is relying, because he specifically said in the interview with you that if she's relying on the will of other, goodwill of other people and relying on help of other people, then how come nobody has seen her? Nobody's seen her except for June 19th. If she is relying on the help of other people because she's an urban drifter, she's an urban survivalist, then other people would have seen her.
Yeah, they may have, or may not have. They may not even know. It's kind of an obscure thing that just broke. Or she could be dead in a ditch, but that doesn't mean that JF put her in the ditch. That's
I'm not
the
saying
problem.
he did, but I do think it's like negligent for him to have
So
dropped
should
her
have
off
locked
at
her
this
up?
gas station. No, I think
Well,
he
where
should
should
have
he have
probably
where
dropped.
should he have dropped her off?
He should have called her family at least.
He did. He did call her family. First thing I got
Her
clarified.
off. Yes, dropped her off at the family or had the family come and pick her up.
And what if the family shows she doesn't want to go to the family's house? She
Mhm.
wants him. She wants to go and she wants to do like cross country traveling.
Mhm.
Doesn't want to go to the family's house. What do you do with her?
Well, she specifically in one of the streams where she and JF, where she and JF were interacting, she specifically said that she thought one of the guests that JF had on was a shape-shifting ghost who had been stalking her for 3 years and trying to kill her. So I think when somebody thinks
Yeah.
that somebody else is a shape-shifting ghost trying to stalk them
This
and
is
kill
all
them,
moral
then she's
grandstanding.
well,
That's all moral
wait.
grandstanding. It means
I'm
nothing.
trying to explain to you why I don't think she's in the mental state, right? I'm really not. Maybe it comes off.
I'm
that way, but
granting it.
Okay.
Hang on. I'm granting
Yeah.
that she's not in a good mental state. What would you do differently if she is over the age of 18, which she
Mhm.
is, right? She's not declared mentally deficient, which she isn't, right? And she
Do we know
wants to
that?
leave you, and her family won't take her. What do you do with her?
Well, do we know that she's not declared mentally?
Well, no, it's not whether we know it or not. I'm just granting JF's story as being true, which there's no evidence to the contrary that it's not. The moral outrage seems to be that, well, she's mentally deficient, and so you had some sort of weird obligation to take care of her because she's mentally deficient. And so I'm asking, he can't lock her up in the house, right? That would be kidnapping.
I would ask her
and
if we
calls
can.
the parents, calls
Mhm.
the, yeah.
I would
calls the
I would
parents.
have asked her if we can work on possibly like her staying until we find a better solution than dropping her off at a
Yeah. So I
gas
asked
station.
him. So when I talked to him about that, he says she wanted to go. I couldn't stop her. I can't
But he
stop
could
her
have. He was
short
the
of
one who
physical
dropped her
force.
off.
Well, so he's going to stop her by imprisoning her?
I mean, he could have dropped her off at a
Like, what do you-
hospital. He could have dropped her off at a fire
And so
station.
then she just walks away from the So if she walks away from the hospital, what then? I
If he
mean,
walks
regardless
away
of the geographical location of where she's dropped off, what can he actually do
Sure.
short of imprisoning her?
If she walks away from the hospital, then I would find that situation, I would find him way less liable because at least he made the effort to drop her off there. But the fact is, like, he dropped her off at a gas station. We know that she thought one of these people that he had on stream was a shape-shifting ghost, which kind of indicates to me that she's not all there mentally.
I agree.
We know that I have heard through the grapevine, now I don't know how true this is, that she was so disabled that she had trouble bathing herself. And it just does not make any sense to me. Sure, maybe he didn't do anything to her, but I do think it's negligent for him to have dropped her off at a gas station.
What's negligent? Again, if she says, I want to go to a gas station, that's where I want you to drop me off, it's here, because it has a lot of transient traffic, and this is what I want to do, right?
Mhm.
He can't imprison her, right? And she's not going to go with him to a mental institution, and she may not be mentally deficient to go to a mental institution.
To me, she
So
very clearly
what do you
is.
do? Well,
She-
you can
She's
say
talking
that,
about shape-shifting
right?
ghosts. Yeah, she clearly is to me.
Well, you can have a mental breakdown without being mentally deficient.
Even
So
if
the
somebody has a
thing is,
mental
is like-
breakdown, though, we still would take them to a hospital.
Okay, so your ultimate criticism of JF is that he should have dropped her off in front of a hospital and forgotten all about her.
hospital or fire station or something, or a police station, because I think that would have been the more responsible.
And then
thing
from
to do.
there, she hitchhikes out of there, and now you're okay with his moral conduct.
I think I'm a little bit more okay with it. Yeah.
Okay, so I think that that's naive, and that if a woman is harping on you to, this is what I want to do, this is all I want to do, blah 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 blah, and you go, okay, fine, go do it then. You know what I mean? I think that in almost all circumstances you would support that, except that you make the speculation that she's severely mentally unwell. But he called the parents.
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't the parents come down and get her then, Stardust?
I mean, they should have. They're negligent too.
Oh, they're negligent too. Her whole family who knew about this is negligent. So that's the thing. It's like, I don't know. I think that you're reading into an interpersonal dynamic that you don't know enough about to make the judgment call.
From my perspective, if somebody is ill, somebody's clearly ill, and somebody's clearly having trouble taking care of themselves and will have trouble taking care of themselves, it is a duty for you to make sure that you do everything within your power to put them in a safe situation.
She can't take care of herself. I don't see any evidence she can't take care of herself. What's the evidence for that?
I'm sorry, but if she's talking, he specifically said in that conversation with you that she plays with water and she's ruined 2 of his laptops in the process of doing that. What grown woman at the age of in her 30s, in her mid-30s,
women play with water.
What grown woman in her mid-30s is playing with water and ruining people's laptops in their right mind?
So let's see if we can get this right. Okay, we can do the most uncharitable take possible and say that what he meant by that was that she likes to play splashy time with cups of water, or that she spilled water on 2 of his laptops. Which is, now I'm going to tell you which one I think is more likely, that he was just saying that she spilled some water on his fucking laptops. That's what I think he was saying. But
can we have confirmation?
I guess we can go. I guess we can hyper specify to try to fit pieces where they don't actually go. But for me, it's always the simplest explanation is usually the correct one. And I think he's saying she spilled some fucking water in his laptops and ruined a couple.
But he didn't say she spilled. He said specifically women like to play with water, which I'm pretty sure is not the case.
No, he was just, in this particular case, again, I think that you're reading way too much into him just basically saying that she spilled water on a couple of his laptops and ruined them. I think that you guys, in some ways, this is methodologically, because I think that methodologically, this is what he wants you to do. I think he wants you to hyper-speculate.
You could be right. Maybe that's what he wants us to do. But like, why would he? It could be that he's doing all this for attention to promote his book a little bit more. But also, if it's not that case,
the one that he promoted live immediately.
Yeah, true. Yeah, the one that he said my wife would want me to promote this. But
yeah, my wife would want me to promote this book, and she knows that the revolutionary phenotype, that's the biggest thing, is that we can't let the machines take over. Yeah, I'm sure that I'm sure Stardust has nothing to do with anything, though, right? And instead, we should hyper-focus on a comment about playing with water when he's just saying she ruined a couple of my laptops.
No, look, here's the thing. There's there is a pattern of behavior with JF Gariepy, right? Like, that we do know that there are court documents out there that show that he had, a relationship with a woman who was deemed to be the mental age of 10 or 11 years old, and that the parents had to get guardianship of her and take her back. We know that that's in his history. We know that this woman, while we don't know her medical history, we do know a couple of things about her. One, that she thought that somebody was a shape-shifting ghost who was trying to kill her for 3 years. And also, that she's just she plays with water, and then also there's plenty of other videos out there that show that she's not all there in the head. Right now, you might be right that this is a ploy by him to.
He's a fucking weirdo. What do you want me to say? But that doesn't mean he gets to imprison her.
Yeah, hold on.
We can agree.
Hold on.
If we can agree. If we can agree.
Hold on.
Whoever disagreed.
Okay.
I agree. She's a fucking weirdo.
No. Okay, we both agree. If we can agree that he's a fucking weirdo for dating the people that he dates, I think that it's not that far of a stretch to say, hey, you're dating people who are not all mentally there. Maybe you have a responsibility to drop her off at a hospital or a police
Why
station.
do we assume he's all mentally there?
I think this is really away
He's more
from where
mentally
like
there
the topic
than
matters.
she
No.
is.
I think this is really like I think this is away from where the topic.
Yeah, I mean, this is his whole point, right? His whole point is to say, blame the man, blame the man, blame the man. This chick wanted to. Can we dispense with some of this bullshit and point out that if he's telling the truth, that the mother of his children just left him to go hitchhike cross country, and you're concerned that JF didn't drop her off at a mental institution?
I mean, no, I think it's wrong that she left her children too. Yeah, but also again, if she is so mentally gone that she plays with water and she thinks that somebody's a shape-shifting ghost, then yeah, like I don't know that I expect much from her. He's the one who reproduced with her in the first place. But he's a fucking weirdo.
How do you know that this wasn't a gradual thing? It wasn't a gradual condition change. Like, you have no idea. This
Okay,
is
no. Hold on.
He
okay,
has a
firstly,
history.
because wait, hold on. Give me a second, because like there are things that we know about Mama JF. Like, it's not just like she's ghost, because I've seen those clips as well. I fucking covered them like months ago. But like, we do know things about her. Like, she did do couch surfing. He's right. She was a hippie. He took her in from like, we do know things about like, if not her mental health, like her general state. She's an alcoholic, ex-drug addict, or potentially a current one. Like, it's very difficult to tell with some of that things, but JF is cagey. But there are other things, like, because again, like the moral responsibility thing is, I know that like people are gonna like latch onto this. I actually think it's kind of fucking irrelevant. Like like that conversation about like what JF's responsibilities were was a conversation to have like 5 to 10 years ago when he.
Yeah,
was doing
but don't you understand that this is the play, and the reason that all of you leftists are hyperventilating over this is because at this point, hang on,
I'm not
hyperventilating.
Let
Let me finish.
Right.
Yeah, well, okay, you're not the only leftist in the call. At this point,
Wait a minute, I'm not
right,
hyperventilating
you
either.
don't have a single shred of evidence that he did a single thing wrong, and you have all the evidence, at least right now, pointing to the fact that he didn't. And so he says, his claim is, all these people ever want to do is blame the man. It's my fault that I didn't imprison her, or I should have done something more, I should have done this, even though this chick left me and my children to go hitchhike across fucking country, right? And here you are, making his point for him, right? And it's to me, that's fucking ironic and hilarious at the same time.
Yeah, but I feel like you're missing the point that I've been trying to make. It's not just because I agree with you. This could be a play. This could be like JF sitting there and going for like a fucking like, oh, I can monetize this. But there are other things with this that seem so far from like reality. And like, again, we know the police are investigating. We know they've started investigating. He did make that statement in June when that happened. There is a stream when that happened. He's like, I was away for 3 days redecorating my house because she left. But there are like elements here which are particularly fucking weird about it. And the way he talks about certain things, whether we're talking about like bringing in, like sending notes to us, the way he's talked about kind of like her maybe being raped and murdered. You could even put that down to him actually feeling a bit vicious towards her after she's left. Sure. But I think like there are elements there where he's doing this sort of defensive round thing, and the streams where he's
playing you.
Well, okay, so the problem is that sure,
where you're talking about him the entire rest of the night.
Yeah, of course. But I mean,
and that's
again,
exactly what you're supposed to be doing to make his point for him. That all you care about is that JF might have had some impropriety towards woman, but not 1 second, not for 1 minute, will you ever think that this woman could have just abandoned her children to go hitchhike cross country. That you're not ready to make that leap. You're only ready to make the leap that JF's a bad guy. And that seems to be his narrative. And right now on this call, that's the narrative that's playing out.
Well,
okay, sure. Sure. So like, there's an element. Just very quickly. There's an element there where you're right, because it's not just if JF wants to paint that narrative, sure, he can paint it. But if we would, you said earlier, if I had just dropped some chick off and like said I dumped her ass at a bus station, no one would care. And I agree with
wouldn't
you
care.
if that woman wasn't seen as like mentally handicapped in some way. So JF can paint that narrative that we're like, oh, we're not talking about the fact that she's abandoning her kids and stuff. But actually, like, the impression most people have of Mama JF and the people JF dates is that they are not mentally competent enough to make those decisions for themselves. Like again,
Yeah.
it's, like, it's like holding a child responsible.
So then JF is, you think, the person who should arbitrate the decisions for this woman because you don't think that the woman can take care of herself or do any of these things, right?
I think from reading into JF's history, JF shouldn't arbitrate the decisions for anyone, including himself.
Well, okay, then you just defeated your own concern. You just defeated your own concern. He didn't arbitrate. He did exactly what she asked him to do and walked away from it.
Yeah,
Right,
but it doesn't
he
change the
has
fact
a
that it's
history.
concerned. Okay.
Yeah. So again, we don't have a history on her, right? The only thing that we have is a history of JF and JF's behavior. And we know that JF has a history of like really bad decision making, whether that was when he was working at Duke University and he cheated on his wife 2 times, one with a lab assistant and another time with an autistic woman, whether that's him abducting or, well, as I say, abducting a woman with mentally with a mental illness, and her being the mental age of like 10 or 11, like that's weird to me, and that is a history of issues with his judgment. We don't have that.
Crucify him on all of them. I don't care. I don't care if you crucified him on everything he ever did. That was morally reprehensible. He's no friend of mine, but he's also no enemy to me. The thing is like I'm neutral on this entire thing. But from the perspective of everything that I'm hearing, it's still just faux moral outrage that has nothing to do with the current situation. Nothing.
No, I think
the current situation is what he's saying is, and all the evidence thus far that we have is on his side, that the mother of his kids wanted to abandon the family, right? And he'd had enough, and he dropped her off at a fucking gas station, called her family. Obviously, they didn't want her. Right, and even now he's still willing to have her back. That's his narrative. I have not seen a single shred of evidence to counter this narrative. Nothing.
Okay, so again, he has a history of this bad decision making, and we have.
You see what I mean?
Wait a minute. Let me finish what I'm saying. Okay. So we also have the history of Mama JF's videos online, where she's clearly demonstrating in being incapable of like making sound judgment herself, right? And to an even more extent. That than JF, right? She's very clearly there's something wrong with her. She like as Beckett was saying, she sees shit, so yeah, you might be right. JF might be doing all this for a publicity ploy, but at the same time, I still think it's worth criticizing that he dropped her off at a gas station and not like at a police station or a hospital.
Right.
I mean, from my side, it's not.
Again, your concern, which is his entire point, isn't that mommy decided to go whore her way across. You're going to make every fucking excuse on the planet for her, but that JF didn't drop mommy off at the right institution for her to get the proper treatment. What a bunch of bullshit.
Wait a minute.
What a bunch of fucking bullshit.
Wait.
That's the worst fucking narrative I've ever heard in my life.
I understand that you're upset. Because I'm not outright like condemning her for being a shit mom, but I'll agree with you. She is a shit mom for stepping out on her kids, right? But when we have 2 people, one is capable of acting like an adult and the other one is not.
It's the man.
And one of them, wait a minute. One of them willingly made the choice to not only with her, but with multiple women, sleep with women who were mentally disabled. He has a history of doing it. Then who, like, you brought her into your house. She, you brought her away from everything, right? And you know that she's mentally disabled. What did you think? What's going to happen?
We don't. Okay, again, that's an assumption again. Just assuming she's mentally disabled. You have no proof she's mentally disabled. Do it.
again, talking about shape-shifting ghosts, accusing somebody of being a
Okay, so you
shape-shifting
have no
ghost.
proof that you have no
Would
proof
you think
that could have.
somebody's
For
mentally
one
well in
thing,
the head if they were accusing
for
other
one
people of
thing,
being
that could have
shape-shifting
been
ghosts?
a singular mental breakdown,
It wasn't.
or that
She
could have
does it
been a
every time
troll,
that he shows up.
or that could have been a million other things. Prove to me that this chick does not have the capacity to take care of herself beyond
Anytime no white
speculation.
guilt shows up, she has that problem. Like
Maybe it's part of a troll. How do you know?
because she
Like,
kept
where's your
butting in,
proof,
and he had to keep
Stardust?
muting. He had to keep muting his stream, and then he had to explain later after that conversation that she was mistaking him and she was confused.
Yeah, it doesn't slightly seem a little bit odd to you that he lets her in on that stream, lets her go off,
But
then
he
mutes
mutes
it,
her.
makes a big deal
Like,
out of
he
it.
mutes the whole thing.
Yeah, that okay, but don't you like that? For all you know, that could be a bit. You have no idea. You can't prove that this woman is mentally disabled. You're just assuming it, and based on the assumption, you immediately point at JF, which is his point. You immediately point at the man and goes, "The man's fault. The man did it. Man bad. Man awful. Why didn't he do more to help the woman?" And that's his entire point. And you fucking leftists have fallen for this hook, line, and sinker. I can't actually believe it that you don't even give a shit about the facts of this.
No,
the
I do
only
care
thing you
that
fucking
she
people
walked
can
out
come
on
up with is
kids.
how dare he not drop her off
Hold
at a
on.
mental institution.
This
She
is
clearly needed to be in one.
This is kind of a straw
none
man.
of these. Hold on. None of these have been my arguments,
Yeah.
Andrew. I should be clear. Like I started this and I've discussed this as listen. This is some of the most insane shit I've ever fucking heard. To some extent, like whether it's true or not, it's still fucking wackadoodle. And yes,
that's
you know
true.
what? Like it is.
So here's some things I'll give you that I'm not going to dispute. This whole story is fucking crazy. It's insane to me that this happened, right? Clearly, nobody's going off on a wilderness survival in the fucking Canadian, wilderness in the middle of fucking winter. That's not fucking happening, right?
With a backpack.
The whole thing,
with a fucking
of course not.
That was the description.
All that shit is fucking insane. Okay, I don't disagree that the details of this entire thing are absolute madness. My point is to say that right now, as JF did rightly point out, right, the only evidence that we have vindicates him, and that's the truth.
Okay, so
I don't know.
I think
I think
yes and no.
everything's up in the
The
air.
problem is it's the inconsistencies in the evidence. If they had phone conversations, the investigation may have been going on for a little while. Police would have pulled full phone records, I imagine. There's also the question of, well, I dropped her in front of a load of cameras. Okay, so the last time she was sighted was this other location. Now, let's be clear about those sightings. We don't know what sort of sighting that is. We don't know if it's an eyewitness sighting. We don't know if it's a photographic sighting. We don't know whether it's blurred.
I don't think that if that sighting wasn't verified, that the police would have released an update from their own official systems saying this is where she was last seen and described what she's wearing in the whole 9 yards.
But
So
the
there
question-
obviously
but the
had to
question I
be
have is, like,
serious
why-
credibility to this sighting at a homeless shelter, which makes sense that she would be at a homeless shelter.
Yeah, sure,
by
it
the
does.
way.
But there is some point here that JF is lying. Like, he must be. Because again, if she's cited at home,
Tell me what it is.
Okay, no, I'm telling you. I'm telling you where the inconsistency is. Because, like, again, he's like, the police have been camped out of my house, and then he's like, well, the redecorating doesn't matter because they'd know that the crime was like miles away. If there is a crime, it's like, okay, cool. Why are you camped out of the fucking house then? Why are you banging on the door constantly? So is he lying about the feds being there? I don't fucking know. Is he lying
also
about like her reasons for leaving? I don't know. He says that
You
there's
haven't
something,
told me a
like-
lie yet. What's the lie?
Okay,
though?
here's
there's one of the two, isn't it?
inconsistency. There's also.
Well, what do you
there's
mean?
also
One of the
him
two
talking-
what? What are
There's
the
an-
two different options you're presenting?
There is
Either blank is true or blank is true. What are these two bifurcated options?
Either the police are
one must
harassing
be
him
true.
because they think he's a suspect, or they think he's uninvolved. The description he gives of the way the feds are treating him are not the way they treat a worried husband.
Like that's not how they treat. If you are worried about your partner, the feds are not at your door or outside your house every night with a fucking stream of cars in his description, like a fucking caravan, like waiting for the point where they can fucking bang on the window. That is not what they do. So that's
just pure speculation. What did he say that's a lie?
The police wouldn't tell
What did
him
he say that's a
either
lie?
if he was a suspect, right? They wouldn't tell him if he was, like, they wouldn't tell
That's true,
him
they
if they
wouldn't.
were going to make him a suspect, essentially. But one thing I would say is that, you know, like, I don't really care what the police says to him, whether they tell him he's a suspect or not, because they're, at the end of the day, they can tell him anything and they can make their decision, right? And I don't think them, you know, the way that they behave is any indication of, like, whether they view him as suspicious or not. What I will say, though, is that, like, again, in the June 20th live stream, he talks about her going off the grid. You know, talking about her being like a woods woman, basically. And I just, I know that you say that he clarified it when he talked to you, but I just think that was, I think that was just him dodging, honestly. It just looked like a dodge to me.
That he clarified and said he was talking about urban survival. That seems like it's not only not a dodge.
It sounded like a dodge.
What question was he dodging?
I mean, he was dodging the, like, what you were talking about, like, the, you know, if she were going out to the wild, why is she only having, like, the small
No,
knapsack?
he didn't dodge it. He directly answered it. So that's the opposite of a dodge. He said no. What I mean by this is to say,
I think he's explaining it away. I think he's explaining it away because he specifically said in the June 20th live stream that basically that you know, she was a survivalist. She was going to go out, live life out in the wild. He talked about camping. He talked about going off the grid. These are all things that you say to when people are going out in the wilderness, not when they're going out like urban drifting and relying on the help of other people. And
yeah,
also,
so I don't even disagree with that.
Yeah, if he was,
but he clarified it. So,
I don't think he clarified.
Like, what do you want? What do you want me to say?
I think he explained it away. I think he just kind of weaseled, you know. But I don't know that there's anything you can do about that, you know. I just think that he's inconsistent.
Well, I'm not sure that I'm not sure
she bought a stool. She bought a stool, a knife, and a lighter to make fires. Didn't take a tent. Didn't take anything else. Like again, like if she's going for urban survival, why is she taking a knife? Like. Oh, come on! You take a tent if you're going for urban survival, surely.
Why would you take a tent?
Because in case you can't get into a homeless shelter.
Where are you going to camp, on the fucking sidewalk? What are you talking about?
Have you seen San Francisco?
Yeah, I don't think in Canada she's going to go into a major metropolitan area and just pitch a tent, Beckett. Like, what are you talking about, bro?
They do actually. In urban areas, they do pitch tents and they sleep in those tents.
They have specific sections of the city called tent cities where, yes, homeless people can gather because it's a section that's sent off for them. But most of the time, vagrant drifters like this, they're not sleeping under bridges. They go like different homeless shelters. Which doesn't surprise me that she was found 2 days later at a homeless shelter.
I mean, sure. But I wouldn't say necessarily that that's the case because I've seen plenty of cities where people will have like one lone tent in a space or two tents in a space, right? In the middle of a bunch of traffic. But look, I guess I don't know. He went from saying she's a camping woman prepared for, you know, camping or whatever to saying she only had a small knapsack. I feel like that is a pretty big discrepancy. And also just again, going back to one of my original points, that if she truly was doing this urban drifting thing and relying on the goodwill of other people, then other people, there would be more than just one sighting of her. There would be more, like, there would be a lot more sightings of her.
Well, so first of all, you don't know that she could have died a day later, for all you know.
She could have.
You know, like she could have died a day later. We don't.
But
you
again,
don't know
it's
the
not.
details.
It's not like she was at a homeless shelter, and like if people die in an urban environment, that death is logged and found. If she died out in the wilderness or something, it was kidnapped or whatever, then potentially. Okay, so I think here's the problem here. Like, I know you're giving the most good faith interpretation you can. You're being very
most charitable.
Most charitable.
The same thing I would do for both of you, by the way. The most charitable based on the evidence
I'll know
that I have
who to
seen thus
come to
far.
when I lock Stardust in the basement. That's helpful. I appreciate that.
Well,
I
I mean,
appreciate that.
Well, I've done hundreds of interviews, including with leftists, and I don't know why this is a shock to people, but even to the leftists like Bosch and others, I'm extraordinarily charitable.
Look, it's not.
To their
I've
worldview,
always
and the
said
purpose.
I've always said you are, Andrew. One of the things I will always say on my stream when Andrew comes up is that he sticks to his principles and he is a charitable guy, and that I respect him a lot because of how much he sticks to his morals and his principles. So I will always say that about him.
I've always been charitable to all of you. I'm here having a conversation. I could have gone on any media platform I wanted with this right now.
Yeah.
But I went over here, Beckett. I went over here, Beckett, and the reason I did is because sometimes you leftists need to have sufficient pushback to your worldview. Now, here's the thing, man. Think about this in the correct light, okay? The correct light is, what does the evidence say thus far? We don't know shit. That's the truth. We don't know anything. And it's all essentially speculative. But what we do know thus far is not in it's in JF's favor thus far. Now, could this change instantly like fucking lightning? Yes. Yes, it could. But thus far, there's no way for us to competently dispute what he's saying. The timeline that he laid out, I was specific about it. June 17th, he drops her off. June 19th, 2 days later, she's cited hundreds of miles away to homeless shelter, right? He said to his knowledge, she's never come back his direction.
I just want you to know,
he's
I disagree.
cooperating with the police in their investigation. Thus far, they have not arrested him. Thus far, they have not even declared him to be a suspect. So at this point,
again, like
we have nothing except what he's saying to us, and we actually don't have any reason yet to doubt it.
Sure, and like, don't get me wrong,
no reason
I am
also to be suspicious though, like to not be suspicious though, right? Like,
like so,
I just like my main
Suspicion's
point in
fine.
this
I
is
told him the
just
same
defining-
thing. I said this thing is fucking weird. You can see why people would find this to be awful suspicious, that the timing lines up, the cell phone drops off, all this shit. Yes, that's fucking weird. I completely agree. I understand.
Yeah.
And
that's
why people would do that.
My main point has been that it's incredibly suspicious and it just does not look good for him. That in my opinion, but you know.
Yeah. And this isn't just like, at least from my perspective, this isn't just. I've seen other people's streams where they've been like, okay, let's get into JF and let's look at who this guy is. Like that's not my perspective. My perspective is firstly, okay, this is whatever the outcome. To some degree, this is fucking hilarious. But it's weird. Like there is a lot of.
Well, I don't think all the outcomes are hilarious.
No. But I mean,
all the potential outcomes are hilarious. But...
From the perspective of where we are now, this is an objectively ridiculous situation. It's absurd. It's absurd.
Well, there's a good likelihood that what's going to happen is this chick's probably going to resurface just fine, especially with all the additional coverage which has happened. This would be, if I had to predict anything, this would be my prediction. That she resurfaces just fine. All the leftists get egg on their face. JF takes a bunch of fucking victory laps, laughs at you, and says, why did you always blame the man when you didn't have the facts? And you guys are going to have to eat crow. That's what I think is going to happen.
I don't think so, because from my perspective, I've said, put a gun to my head. Here are my wild speculations. They are wild speculations. I've framed them as such. But also, it's a fucking great chance to talk again about some of the shit JF's been involved in. Like, and I am never against fucking highlighting the weird shit that's been going on. The other side is like, there are pre-existing things with JF. It's like he has a temper. These are things that are documented. He has himself been diagnosed with mental health issues. He has dated people.
Oh, okay, but we have the expectation that he's going to be the one who's in charge of this other woman's mental health.
Well, again, like it's that I'm not making moral claims about shit like that.
Like, are two retards allowed to get married? Are two retards even allowed to get married, Beckett?
I think there's an element of like state intervention where we accept the fucking care. Like, not everyone's gonna like that fucking answer. People are like, well, we've got to have freedom and things, but people have to take care of themselves. If you've got somebody with dementia, you understand that like they could do harm to themselves. If this is the case, this is a fucking great argument.
Two people who are like high functioning Down syndrome people, are they allowed to get married, Beckett?
Yeah, sure they are, but also they usually have like some sort of care intervention in that process. They don't usually live on their own without any like, because again,
some of them
let's
do.
Say
some
she
of them
doesn't.
do. Some of them are high functioning. They live on their own, right?
Let's say she doesn't resurface. Let's say or she does, and the worst possible outcome happens. And God, you know what? I hope it doesn't, because I view her as a victim, and I don't do that often.
Yeah,
not,
which is JF's point. That's JF's point.
But okay, but you could do that to loads of people, but I'm not sitting here like moraling at you. Like, yeah,
you just said she's a victim. That's my moral statement.
Yeah, sure, but at the same time, like I don't do this with everyone. I'm not just going fucking leftist mode on you. The thing is, like, if the worst case does come to pass and something terrible has happened to her, is that not a great argument for state intervention? Because maybe someone should have caught this beforehand.
Oh no! Listen, I'm all for locking the loonies up in Looney Tune asylums, bro. Like, you're talking to the wrong guy on that. I'm a right-wing authoritarian. I want all of you fucking mentally ill lunatics locked up in asylums tomorrow. Like, that would be my like vision of utopia. Would be to take all of you lunatics and lock you fuckers up in an asylum away from good society and good upstanding people. So you're barking up the wrong tree there,
Andrew. You'd at least keep me as a pet. Come on.
Well, no, I'm not talking about you specifically. I'm talking about all of the massive lunatics, which are allowed to run rampant, run wild all over the streets. And we took away all the lunatic asylums, thanks to leftists, because it wasn't very nice. It wasn't very nice to lock the lunatics up in an asylum. And it's like, okay, so I guess dropping them off at a gas station is way worse than that. I don't know.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I will say I agree with that stance that I think we do need to bring back institutionalization. I do agree with that stance. But I don't think that this portrayal of like, I get what you're saying, that like I'm playing into, if he's saying like, oh, you always blame the woman, I get what you're saying, that like I'm playing into that, right? But like at the same time, I have said that like it is irresponsible for her to be walking out on her kids, right? That's a given. But like we still like she's a piece of shit, yes, 100%. But at the same time, like we know that JF has a much longer history of dating people who are mentally incapable of taking care of themselves.
We don't know that he has a much longer. Again, that's just an assumption. How do you know that she doesn't have a worse history? How do you know she doesn't have a worse history than JF? You don't know that.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, though. I'm specifically saying the history that we know is that of JF. And JF's history is that of engaging in all of this with mentally unstable women.
So, but where in his history is there any propensity for violence?
I didn't say violence.
Yes, actually, there is. There is. No, there is.
Okay, Beckett says violence, but let me finish what I'm saying. Let me. I'll let you get to it. I'm so sorry, but like, I never said violence, right? My thing is, he has a history of making bad decisions with women, and I think,
yeah, that's true.
Yeah. And one of those, whether that's abducting them or from their families or dropping them off at a gas station when really the responsible thing to do is otherwise. That's my stance.
Well, listen, his history with women, he said specifically in this interview, at least, that he himself is basically a screwball, and that if any woman wants to actually live with him under whatever his yoke is, they're probably going to have to be screwballs too.
That's what
he said.
That's underplaying, and you know it. There are 7 cases, including sexual violence with 1 full restraining order. Like, and again, like, I don't know if you've read the court documents
Hang on. A restraining order, the burden of proof is basically non-existent to get one.
Oh my gosh, thank you, Dylan, for the raid. I'm sorry, I'm having a conversation with Andrew and Beckett right now. Thank you so much, Dylan, for the raid. I hope you're doing well. I heard you were in a debate earlier. So Thank you so much.
It's proving things. Again, I'm just giving you the history of the accusations to an extent, but also like we do have court documents from things. We have a court saying that they did not feel that JF provided a safe or healthy environment, which is basically like within the time frame for this, 2016. Like the court assessed him as dangerous to be around. This is why he wasn't allowed to have visitation rights with his kid. He wasn't allowed anything. There was no faith there. So there is like a strong history in those degrees. The stuff with Duke and why he was dismissed from that wasn't just that he had an affair. It was the accusations from the women involved in that he was sexually violent. Now, sure, you can say, well, women can make all sorts of accusations, and I agree with you. Like, we see false accusations. I'm not disagreeing, but I am saying that there is a volume of evidence over a period of time from which, like,
the volume of evidence that Gariepy is a fucking man whore, okay, and puts himself in situations
I will agree with that.
He puts himself in situations with volatile women.
It's a fucking meme at this point. Murdoch based a fucking cartoon on him at one point. Like the fucking lizard cartoon is based on his interview.
Not only am I not excusing any of that, right? And I don't fucking, by the way, ultimately on this, right? I would probably side with you guys on how fucking awful some of those things are. Okay? Ultimately, the guy's just a dude who does debates on my show. Sometimes.
Can you do one? Can I do one thing to you? Can I do a super chat to you? Can I do the super chat thing? I love that. It was so good. Do you think JF killed Mama JF?
Nope.
Okay. There we go. Basically, the answer.
Not at this point.
Okay.
Cool.
I'm glad
I
that.
just read it.
I do want to say I'm glad that you brought up that JF is a whore, because not only is he a whore. Yeah, like, I am amazed at the how much of a whore he is. He, like, has been married, like, 3 times, and on top of those 3 marriages, he's got this woman now who he dropped off at the gas station. Also on top of that,
call Destiny a whore, too.
Destiny's a whore.
He's a little bit of a whore.
Call Destiny a man whore. Call him a man whore, too.
He's a man whore.
He's a man.
He's a man whore.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Destiny. He thinks with his tongue.
I'm sorry.
Just be consistent. The thing is that to me, this is all degenerative behavior, right? It's all shit that you fucking degens get up to that I have no use for.
Hey, I don't go fucking looking for wait a minute. I don't go looking for retards to sleep with. I don't go looking for retards to sleep with, okay? That's JF. JF specifically goes out looking on the hunt for fucking retards.
Well, I don't know. You know, some of these women that Destiny's nailed, I would say, are retarded.
Okay, well.
I mean, I'd agree with you.
The chicks he's nailed, I think, are retarded. So, like, what do you want me to say? You know what I mean? I would say that his actions towards women would not spark the same moral outrage. Because I think that
actually, I completely fucking disagree with you. I completely disagree with you.
I don't think so. Listen,
the shit with Anna was directly like, look, she's not capable, and Destiny, like, and the shit with him still sexting her was like, clearly Anna is not in a mental state.
So what I'll say about that? Wait a minute. What I'll say about that?
None of you people, were going on Destiny's show trying to put him to the fucking question about Anna.
I am willing to say that, like, I thought a lot of his actions were really stupid, and I was willing to say that. I said that to like, I said to Dan, like, I don't know. I feel like he
were they negligent? Should he have dropped Anna off at a mental institution?
I think he should have. Wait a minute. I think he should have probably stopped sexting her when he said he was going to stop sexting her. I think he should have cut off contact cleanly, right?
Because he was taking advantage of a mentally ill woman, Stardust.
I don't think that that's the case. I don't think he was taking advantage of a mentally ill
woman.
But
okay. He was just screwing her and continued to sext her and was going to hump her again. You think she's mentally ill, but you're not holding 2 different standards.
I think that the mental illness that Anna exhibits is much different than the one that Mama JF exhibits.
Oh, I see. And you know this as a clinical psychologist, do you?
Not a clinical psychologist.
We can get erudite.
My life is I'm surrounded by crazy people more than
She's not a clinical psychologist. She's a.
I'm taking the piss.
She's
I'm taking the piss. I'm taking the piss.
She's a
Okay?
psychotic. She's called a psychotic magician. Psychotic magician. She has a degree in being a psychotic magician or psychometrician. Sorry.
Psychometrician. I can't believe you said psychomagician. Fuck me.
Psychotic magician. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, I was memeing. I was just joking, Andrew. It's fine.
Yeah, my bad. My bad.
I know British humor can go over the heads of Americans. It's very hard for you guys. I'm sorry you left the empire.
Well, I mean, if only you guys could be funny.
Exactly. That's what I've been saying for a long time. But
Yeah. Hey, you know what we'll do is we'll get a bunch of half-naked women and get a fat guy named Benny to chase them around, and then we'll all have a good laugh, bro.
Peak comic television. I mean, let's be fair.
I do want to know, isn't there really two different standards being held? Isn't there?
I don't think I'm holding two different standards at all. But I will say this. I think there is a different standard held towards JF because his ideas are seen as intrinsically dangerous. I think the ideas not to anywhere near the same fucking extent. I think the way I think the way JF poses himself as an expert because of his PhD, because of his background, and
he is an expert.
Way that he. Oh, sure. Like he's like I'm not saying
he's an actual expert.
Yeah, but
scientifically published papers. He's definitely a neuroscientist.
No. Hold on. If I came to you and said, I've got a master's degree in counterterrorism, so you could just believe my takes, and you radically disagree with some of my takes, you'd still rip
that
the
has
shit
nothing
out
to
of me.
do. That has nothing to do with what you people would qualify as an expert. You would say that he meets all the criteria for anything you would consider an expert in his field.
Yeah, okay. So to be clear, his ideas are fringe, and I would be still suspicious of fringe ideas in a scientific field until they are verified. Especially when those fringe ideas are so fringe that you're not.
That doesn't mean he's not an expert in the field of whatever these fringe ideas are. He's definitely an expert.
Sure. Okay. Well, I'll remember the next time we have that as a debate, and I'll just be like, "Well, I am an expert, Andrew." So,
in what field?
Well,
it's all credentializing for you guys, right? It's just credentializing. So it's like,
I mean, I
his
try not
credentials
to.
definitely.
Yeah.
Actually,
I
I mean, I don't hold that standard.
Yeah.
I don't hold that standard. Again, it's because I don't do that in my professional life either. If somebody has a PhD in the environmental sector, that doesn't necessarily mean they know. That doesn't make them right. I argue against people with PhDs all the fucking time. That's part of my job.
What do you constitute as an expert when you say the experts say?
I would say, like, firstly, like, I'd say it depends. Like, you've got experts who are leading in the field and doing, like, the groundbreaking research, generally accepted, like core research that's, like, constantly being verified.
Wait a second.
Really,
this is dodging the question, bro.
No. Really,
when you say the experts, you're talking about people who research a field and are qualified to research the field.
It depends on the level of
right?
It depends on the level of expertise we're talking about here, because there's an obfuscation here. Because when I say that JF poses himself as an expert, I'm not saying that he's not like got qualifications or that he's not in some way disciplined.
I will say, Rachel, I do care about what happens to mentally ill men as well. You know, I do really care. I would advocate that people who are incapable of making sound decisions, that like we need to be really careful with them. And you know, on the topic before, like that they were talking about, I don't think that we can compare anybody to JF's level. Like JF's level of like of finding people who are mentally the age, like I don't know, one of these cases is one of these girls who is like mentally the age of a 10 or 11-year-old. That doesn't sound right to me. That there is nobody in any sphere, right or left, that does that shit that I know of, except for JF. There's nobody in this field that I know of other than JF that like specifically seeks out women with mental disabilities. And who determines who's capable of making sound decisions? I mean, it's like on a gradual scale, right? It's on a gradual scale. Like, you know, I don't know. There's nobody that I've seen anybody sink to that level except for JF.
Like, it's the follow-on assumption of, like, it's a Neil deGrasse Tyson thing. Like, you've got somebody who's smart in, like, an area, and then they leverage that to talk about things that they really shouldn't be. Or people believe.
Okay, so fair enough. I get it. You can disagree with experts or whatever you consider expertise to be, right? I get it. I understand. But
sure,
you know,
like, there's the
one of the things that I said to JF, right, and he kind of made a sharp quip back that made me challenge a presupposition, which most people will never do because most people just refuse to challenge presuppositions. I don't know why. But I said, look, when we look at these cases, it is true.
Yes, JF does seek out mentally challenged women. I think that's terrible. But what I'm saying is the reason he's allowed to do that is that society decided those women should be free. We haven't, though. We haven't necessarily decided those women should be free. I actually think that if you are at a certain level of mental illness, that no, you do need to have a caretaker. You do need to have somebody who's watching and making sure that you're making the right decisions for yourself. We've seen it with people like who are in psychosis. We've seen it with people who are, you know, severely mentally ill. I don't believe that women, you know, just because they're women are entitled to freedom. I think it's, are you able to make sound decisions for yourself? And if you're unable to, if you're mentally ill or mentally disabled, and unable to, then somebody needs to take care of you until you are able to, you know, until you are able to. Then why was Mama JF legally allowed to make decisions for herself? I'm not sure.
This is pretty sus. I'd probably have a very different reaction.
I have a wife, not a partner.
If your wife disappeared and like people are like, this is pretty sus, I'd probably have a different reaction to the one that I'm having to JF. Like, and you're right. I have not denied a bias. I will point out some.
And also, just to say, I do disagree with, like, the framing of Destiny. Like, yes, like, Destiny is promiscuous. Like, there's no doubt about that. He himself will admit it, right? But, like, him interacting with Anna, him interacting with these other women, they're not mentally retarded, right? Like, sure, some of them are have some mental illnesses, but for the most part, these women generally know how to make decisions on their own, know how to, you know, can live by themselves and take care of themselves, bathe themselves, you know, feed themselves, can work a job, right? There's a huge difference there. So,
Richard Dawkins. Richard Dawkins is a fantastic biologist. His work, The Selfish Gene, is like a cornerstone piece of work. His book, The God Delusion, is fucking awful. Dawkins is a terrible atheist researcher, and I just, like, again, it just goes to show, just because you were an expert in one field doesn't mean that you can branch out just because you have a special interest in it. And
yeah, I'm not disputing. I just think that if you say that J.F. Gariepy has no expertise or is not an expert in his field, I think that's. I think
the problem is he leverages his expertise in his field to talk about things that are outside of his field of expertise.
Like every expert.
Yeah, and I'm just as fucking critical of them. I'm just as fucking.
Also, if Destiny hears this later, I apologize for calling you a whore. You know, feel free to call me whatever, you know. So.
Debaters that there is. I mean, what do you want me to say, man? Sometimes people are good at multiple things, even if they have no formal expertise in
it. There is a difference between being good at debating, and let's be fair to what our kind of online debating is, but which is the learned skill, as opposed to an actual, like, knowledge.
Yeah, but the point is to say that people can still be skillful outside of their expertise on different topics, even if they have no formal expertise on it.
I disagree with you to an extent, because people who self-teach often lack elements of kind of the disciplinary stuff. Like, one of the things that people don't understand about, like, higher level education is you're not learning facts, you're learning a discipline, you're learning the ability. So, like, people often get degrees in philosophy and then they think they can read psychology and scientific texts. They fucking can't. When I went into the environmental sector, I had to relearn how to read certain things, because, like,
yes, I understand that
political science,
the discipline is based around the language and the process, and you can teach yourself the discipline too. It's insane to say that you can't, right? They were pioneered by people who were not trained in those disciplines, man. So,
yeah, but it's
like, what
right
do you
down
want me
to
to say?
like yeah, I know we're off topic here, but it's just like it's difficult because it's like the way certain language is used can get muddled, and I've just seen it a lot. Sure, whatever. I think
Well,
we're definitely like off topic, but it's fine. I like ranting about JF. Yeah, I mean, generally, I think it was an interesting stream. I mean, you certainly a decent numbers for you. I think that was an awful lot of eyes. Just out of interest,
I mean, it's pretty common. Common Crucible streams 500 to 700 live viewers, so that's a more than normal take. That's true, but it wasn't
it was
like anything
90,
extravagant.
No, sure, it wasn't. But like,
I will
again,
say, Andrew, I did appreciate you saying to JF several times, like, hey, you have to understand why people are suspicious of you. The statistics do show that when somebody goes missing, usually it's somebody close to them, things like that. And I also really did appreciate you bringing up the point about the backpack and how much it would weigh and all of that. So,
well, again, all I could do is go off of what evidence is there, and other than what JF says, and we establish a firm timeline, right? We established that there was some type of troubles that were going on in their relationship, right? But he's not going to elaborate more on those. And I can't make the questions too much more poignant because there was times in that interview, if you watch it closely, that JF became very uncomfortable. So there's a balance in every interview that you have to take.
Yeah, I know you didn't want to flee.
Yeah, the main thing is establishing a
100%
timeline.
get that, yeah. I 100% get that,
The main thing is
yeah.
establishing a good, solid timeline, getting clarification on the key points of evidence that we do know something about, and then you see if this shakes out or if somebody can carry on that work as more evidence comes out. And it's either going to vindicate him or it's not. But right now, right this second as we speak, right, it's in his favor. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Now, if you ask me my personal opinion, do you personally think that JF took a shovel to the back of Mrs. JF's head? I don't think he did. Now maybe I'm wrong, but
I don't know that he
I
did
don't think
either.
so. I don't think so.
I don't know that he did either. I do think that there is some negligence there, but that's again, we can agree to disagree on that. So
I think I'd say, like, again, I think I mean, I said it in my Discord. My wild speculation is that I think the worst case scenario, in my opinion, possible, because I agree with you. I don't think JF just took a shovel to her. I don't read him as aggressive as he is. I think there'd be, again, for a couple of reasons, but I think there could have been an accident and he panicked. I think that's the worst case scenario. I think that while I agree with you that you might repaint a wall, the fact that he was having construction work done on and like drywall, it's fucking weird. Like, again, it gets people's minds going. And I agree with your assessment that this could all be for purpose. Yeah, no. I agree with you. It could all be for purpose. We could be being taken for a ride. I mean, I'm not going to lie to you, from like whatever perspective, it is, good content. Like, even if we turn out to be wrong.
Well, that's just here's the thing. Like, JF, say what you want about him, right? But JF is really quite smart, quite intelligent. I've been on the other end of the arena with him myself. Okay, he's a very smart guy. I have no disillusions at all that JF is saying anything at all, right? That he doesn't want to be out in the public sphere. This guy has studied law enforcement like no other. He's a libertarian. They don't ever talk to cops, right? All they do is study lawfare. That's what they do. This guy is not telling you shit that he doesn't want you to know. He's not telling you anything. There's no slip up. There's no none of that. Okay? He's not telling you anything he doesn't want you to hear. And I just think that it's hilarious to me, knowing that that's the likelihood of that, for me, is extremely high. But knowing that that's true, the fact that so many people are kind of rushing in on these little kind of minutia details rather than the overarching plot here, right? And then he's able to formulate this counter narrative of, look how they will persecute me. and never even look at the woman, even though all I did was drop her off at a gas station. This narrative is going to hold really solid if you guys end up being wrong about this, and chances are pretty good that you are. So, like,
I mean,
I'm just
look,
saying,
I'm willing to
I
I'm
can-
willing to accept if I am wrong, then I'm wrong, right? But I have to call it for what it is, and to me, it looks fucking sus. You know, it looks really suspicious, and it just doesn't look good.
and
I
he's
don't know
done
if he-
nothing to alleviate that. He's done nothing to alleviate that.
But I also think that, like, because I don't know if that's completely fair from our side. I don't think this is a "we're wrong, we eat crow" kind of thing. I think that could be very.
Well,
true
I mean,
if
you
you've got
wouldn't
people-
though, right? Like, you wouldn't think that.
Well, no.
That's the
But
point.
like, again, I'm not uncareful with takes. There's a reason why I'm, rarely on the side where I'm completely fucked over. And
Oh
really,
yeah,
really,
you're not
really-
uncareful with it. Just saying that. I guess
No.
my wild speculation is that he fucking murdered her and chopped her up and ate her. Right? Like, what are you talking about? Yes, you're uncareful with.
Listen. He needed a lot of space in his fridge. That's a good place to hide a body, and But listen. No, I don't think it is. I don't think it's zero sum because, again, as I said earlier, I've done streams on JF before. I and not just little like the concern trolling thing of this is fucking terrible, but literally just look at this guy's fucking life. I was doing this months ago, and
yeah, but this
I
just
think
damage control.
no. I think this stuff resurfacing and getting eyes on people like JF is always good. It's always good to point out that you're right. He is smart. Like, I'm not going to deny that, but also for somebody so intelligent with such a following, the details of his life are highly fucking chaotic and uncontrolled.
Yeah, and what
the
And yet
details
he's
of his
still been
court
able
record-
to maintain, regardless of all the horrors that you attribute to him, he's still been able to maintain his sense of online integrity somehow. Okay, and his massive
Is there
following,
integrity
also filled
in-
with not stupid people.
Wait, is there
That's-
integrity in having a history where he is like literally dated a woman who had the mental age of a 10 or 11-year-old? I
No,
certainly
I didn't
don't
say
think
it's
so.
deserved. Look, I didn't say it's any more deserved than Destiny screwing Anna and then sexting her afterwards, knowing she was a mentally ill,
think there's a
batshit
huge
crazy
difference.
person. There's
I
no
think there's a
integrity.
huge
There's
difference
no
there.
listen, but there's no integrity in either of those things. But somehow they're able to consolidate their online integrity in. Because
I don't
it's
think
not-
that comparison is even anywhere close, but I think that more eyes on him. I agree with Beckett. More eyes on him is good because everybody knows that he's fucked in the head because he, sleeps with people who are mentally the age of 10 or 11.
And a lot of these communities as well are aware of JF from the side of people like the shit that went on with Warski Live, his other fallouts with right-wing figures. You heard him on like the stream of like people he thought were friends are now coming out to attack him. Well, these are other people on the right. That's not exactly good for like building. The other thing is, just someone said like, I still don't get how convincing someone that you killed your wife is an epic lol prank. Well, somebody else did something similar with their wife leaving them, Ethan Ralph. And when it came out that everyone was wrong, that she hadn't really left him, that it had all been a prank on the trolls, no one was like, well, I guess I'm eating troll.
Yeah, but that wasn't a prank. That wasn't a prank.
What, when the first time? What,
Yeah,
the airport?
that wasn't a prank. Yeah.
Was that actually not a prank? Was that like he persuaded her to
that was not a prank, no. They covered it like it was a prank, but no, it was not a prank.
Yeah, I mean, the overall point is the fact that everyone was just like, well, you're still a retard. Like, no one's going to be like, oh, we were so owned. Like,
But first of all, JF did not convince anybody of anything.
If your argument
He
is
has not
on the fact
convinced
that he's
anybody of
aided
anything.
it-
All he's done is allowed you to speculate while
no,
he makes his point. And he's getting thousands of eyes on him. He wouldn't ordinarily have to find his work. There's no way out of this. If this chick surfaces just fine, and I think she will, it's going to be a massive victory for him, and you're all going to cope about it and say the most ridiculous shit like you are right now. No, I actually think it's good that there's more eyes on him. No, I think it's good that more people will go to his community and see. Well, I think it's good more people will buy his book. What kind of fucking cope is this?
I don't think people are
I've
going
never
to buy
seen
his
cope
book.
like this before. Most insane cope I've ever seen. No.
No. I don't think people are going to buy his book. I think that the fact that this is a spotlight on one woman who we know is like not all mentally there. It demonstrates a pattern of behavior once again. Like he has this history of dating women who are not all mentally there, and that's not a good look for him. That's my opinion.
Do you think the people who are going to like be like on the race realist side, like again, who aren't already bought into JF's stick? Sure, he might recruit a few people from that, but again, there are an awful lot of people right now laughing at JF, and they should laugh at JF because this shit, like JF's life, is objectively funny.
It's just
And
more,
I
this
do
is
think
just
that's.
more, listen, this is
I
just
don't
more
think this is
coke.
cope. I think this is no. I
It's more
completely
coke.
disagree with you. I
Well, the
completely
people who are
fucking
laughing
disagree.
at him, which redirect more people to his community. Yeah, I mean,
I
okay.
think it's
Look at all the
what
right
I
wingers who
think
laugh
it's
at
coke
Jesse.
that
That's really
I think
hurting.
it's wait. I think it's coke
Like-
that you are trying to find a way to turn a guy who sleeps with mentally retarded women into a fucking into fucking own. Somehow he's gonna turn that into an own. There is no own in sleeping with mentally retarded people. There just isn't.
That's not the own. Like, that's not even the own. What are you talking
The own
about?
is what, getting people
If-
to pay
if you have
attention to one of
thousands
his
upon
exes that's
thousands-
mentally retarded?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
If
that's
you
the
have
own.
thousands
Us
of
paying attention to
eyeballs,
his
if
ex
you
that's
have
mentally retarded.
your moral faux outrage has nothing to do with this. If you
It's
have
not moral
thousands upon
outrage, it's-
thousands of eyeballs on you, okay, if you have thousands of eyeballs on you
Uh-huh.
that are being directed over to you from all sorts of different sources, right?
Uh-huh.
There's nobody on planet Earth who's a streamer who doesn't want that. Nobody.
No, they do want it, but
Even
do
if
you
it's
want
bad.
everybody, do you want to be known forever as the guy who sleeps with retards?
Well, no, he wouldn't want that part of it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but that's what he's going to be known
that's
for.
the part. That's the part that so many of us are highlighting.
The more people who tune in to him are people not listening to you, and instead they're listening to his narrative and his narrative crafting and his everything.
Okay.
But sure.
So, like, I could never see a situation in which, from the proxy of JF, from a political standpoint, how this could, if this chick surfaces, how he doesn't run around doing the "I'm completely vindicated, you were all wrong, and you're fucking stupid, and I told you were fucking stupid," and then all of you make massive coke streams saying, "Well, I'm glad she's all right, but that really doesn't excuse the fact that blah, 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 blah," while he laughs his ass off at you and peels off hundreds of new viewers. How is that not going to happen?
Okay, so I guess my question would be is he's saying he would have this like massive victory stream, you're saying, and then he would say that he owned all of us, and that she turned out all right. That still doesn't change the fact that we all know she's retarded and she shouldn't have been sleeping with him in the first place. And what the fuck even happened that he dropped her off somewhere? Like, yeah, she turns up, she's fine.
But
That's fine.
I don't understand how you can look at this so
one-dimensionally. Drop her
one-dimensionally.
off some random place, drop her off at a gas
Because-
station because she's
The
retarded.
the facts. Listen, the facts of what you're saying, even if they're all true, right? Even if everything you're saying is true, 1,000% true, that's not negating my point. My point is that whether or not you're 100% right, and the whole thing is a morally fucked, just screwed from the top down, which a lot of it is, right? There is no condition in which hundreds of left-wingers with massive audiences talking about this guy, pouring tons of eyeballs onto him, especially on an alt platform, isn't going to pique people's interest. And they're going to swarm over, and they're going to listen to what he has to say, and he's going to peel off at least a portion of them, right? And at the same time, he's going to do the happy dance, laughing hysterically at you, and say, "See, this is my point every single time, and I'm vindicated." That's what's probably going to happen, Stardust.
So,
I don't
the
know
reason
what that...
the reason this doesn't like feel like an own from my perspective is because this is the same shit that happens all the time on both sides with left wingers and right wingers. Whenever anything when any of the speculation stuff happens, sure, we never fucking talk about anything. But also, like from my perspective, it kind of doesn't fucking matter. Like when Baked Alaska came out and said, "Oh, you know, everything's going to be okay," there's still a call of him debate burring a judge. there's still objectively ridiculous things here. And you can say, well, JF's going to peel off some viewers. Sure.
It didn't hurt him a bit. Didn't hurt him a bit, dude.
No, it might not. It might not have done. But the truth is that the people who are going to like gravitate in that direction are not people who like. What's the best way to put this? Are people who are going to gravitate in that direction and find him through like one or two.
No, they wouldn't have found him. Otherwise, they would have already found him. You see how that works?
No, I disagree because, like, while we may not be,
okay, well, all people who would,
you'd still be doing a fucking interview with it, right? The police report's still out there. He's still got the tweet out there. It would still get out. Like, I don't understand what else.
So all people everywhere who would normally have found JF would have found him anyway, if not for all the publicity. That's genius level big brain stuff.
No, I mean, no,
no. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think.
Like,
I think
don't be fucking ridiculous. Of course, this is going to increase his audience size.
Sure. You know what? Maybe temporarily he'll have some more eyes on him, but I do think that, like, for the most part, people are probably going to lose interest in him.
Yeah,
there may be a couple of people. There might be a couple of people who go over to his side, but at the end of the day, like, my point in this is that one, I think he's just irresponsible, and if she shows up, fine. But it doesn't change the fact that he dropped her off at a gas station and that he has a history of dating mentally retarded people, right? And that's what I'm laughing at, and that's what I'm pointing at. Like that's just.
And it's not just us covering it. It's not just leftist covering it. It's no. Hold on. It's not just leftist.
Your moral claims are good. Like, those are good, right? Your moral claims against JF's past behavior. I don't have any fucking problems with those, right?
Sure, but
tons of reprehensible behavior that I also find reprehensible. I just don't think that it has anything to do with what we're talking about right this second.
Yeah, but it's a byline into it, right? Like, because it's not just us talking about it. This Andy Warski's talking about it. PPP is talking about it. The commentary side is talking about it. Like, so it's not just leftists talking about it, or even the political sphere. This is news and drama. Like, again, you're going to get elements of those eyes on him, whatever. Like, sure, you can say that we're part of the mill, but if that's if that's a real criticism, that's true of fucking everyone. That's true of you when you highlight a leftist and they do something ridiculous, and you may be completely fucking right, but you still increase their audience share. So I don't get how it's a massive
there's a distinction when you have public hysteria, which then gravitates massive eyeballs over. Between that and somebody covering somebody, right, or destroying their worldview or something like that, that actually can have the opposite effect and pull eyeballs off. The distinction here is that you're right, everybody's covering this, right, which gives him a platform and avenue to all of those people who would not have had access to before.
Sure, but we're also
do you know what? Hold on, just really quickly, because this is do you know what? This might be a good fucking time for me to highlight something, because I've actually had this question before. Like, when I watched the clip video of JF and Mama JF months ago, and I am sat there pissing myself laughing at it, and I am sat here pissing myself laughing at multiple things. I've had feedback of, do you not think it's fucked up to laugh at these things? Do you not think it's morally wrong? Like, I covered some insane shit the other night, and people were like, well, don't you think this is ethically bad? I'm like, well, firstly, I don't really give a fuck. I'm gonna laugh at shit. Like, if people want to moral whatever, that word that will get me fucking banned, they can. But the other side of this is laughter's really fucking powerful. And you're right. I think I got annoyed at another streamer who watched that clip video with this concerned face of, this is really messed up and terrible. I think laughter is really disarming, and I think we should laugh at these people. I think we should laugh at loads of people. I think it's about fucking school shooters. The idea of some people taking these people really seriously is the power they want. But actually, school shooters, for example, are just weak fucking kids who couldn't get their shit together, and they objectively think they've got a fucking god complex. And laughing at how ridiculous they are.
You're preaching to the choir, okay?
Yeah, and this is why when you're saying to me, I'm going to eat crow, I'm like, you're fucking wrong because you're misinterpreting my goals and my intentions.
Well, in this case, you have become. Hang on. In this particular case, you have become part of a small political zeitgeist. Literally. You have become
I think laughing.
But we
Hold
all
on. I'm
are.
not
We
saying
all
because
are. Also, and like, does it really matter when, like, look, like, JF
Hold on,
admitted
isn't
to
this
being.
true of
Wait,
you?
JF admitted
Yes.
to being a fucking cuck.
Yes.
Especially, like, in the last live stream he did by himself, he admitted to being a fucking cuck. Like, I don't fucking care, you know?
Aren't you?
Like,
Aren't you
you know,
equally? Yeah. Aren't you also
Yeah.
equally responsible then? If we have to eat crow because you disagree with plenty of his worldviews, haven't you just put a load of fucking eyeballs on him and promoted his ideas on an idea that he could be fucking memeing and joking and playing people along? Aren't you just as guilty of the thing you're accusing us of?
Oh, well, I think it's fucking hilarious because the leftists are going to end up eating crow on it.
Okay, but aren't you also going to end up eating crow because you're handing people over to
What
the
am I
atheist-
eating?
Well, you've
what am I
just done a
eating crow
massive
on?
stream. You've just done a massive stream where, like, he's
Yeah.
given that interview, and let's say he is vindicated. Well, people are going to remember your stream, and you've just sent a load of eyeballs to the like fucking atheist libertarian.
I don't care if people watch JF Gariepy. It doesn't bother me.
Okay, well, again, like, the people who are watching and taking that shit in, like, I'm not trying to de-radicalize anyone. I don't give a fuck. It's like, look, if people are so far down the race realism hole, and, like, listen, there are levels to that fucking hole, but if you're at the JF stage, I'm like, do you know, fucking whatever. Like, it's flat earth levels of bullshit. Like, it's not even looking at, like, actual, like, some of the more detailed places some of those arguments come from. It's not like teal dare shit. Like, yeah, fuck it, whatever.
Yeah, I've
Like-
never cared. I also have never. I mean, you know this about me. I've never cared about like where my eyeballs go. You know, so.
Yeah, no, I get it. But what I'm saying to you is that from his standpoint, I'm trying to look at things objectively from the standpoint of what JF could be thinking. Like, what is this guy thinking? What's going through his brain? Right?
Listen, JF,
from his standpoint, if indeed the story he's telling is true, right? It's fucked up and is as crazy as it is, okay? If it is true, okay, and this chick resurfaces, he really can't lose. He just can't lose. I don't see how he didn't meet the victory condition here. You know what I mean?
I mean, I don't know. Like, if it's just promoting his book, like, sure, but I think it's a really funny way to promote his book. You know?
Well, no,
Like-
that's not really his goal. His goal seems to be to put forward a narrative message that the knee-jerk reaction of society at any given time is to take the responsibility off of women and immediately put it on to men, regardless of the circumstance. And this seems, in this particular case, like he's right. Like that, the evidence certainly doesn't show to the contrary of this, but it does seem like that is the knee-jerk reaction. And he thinks that's wrong. That seems to be what his point is.
I actually disagree with you that this is a no-lose situation for JF. Because this has got eyeballs on him, you're right. You know, from a streaming perspective, from a growth perspective, maybe fucking fantastic. But like, however this plays out, for months, his partner has been missing with no input from him. He seems completely uncaring. Now, like, I'm not making a moral argument here. I'm making a state argument. If you're a state official and you see this, and like she resurfaces in whatever condition, and depending, let's say she's alive and she says certain things, I think JF could lose actually quite a lot. I don't know what the situation is with his kids and family, but I know that, you know, from experience with social workers and everything else, they're probably going to be looking pretty fucking hard at that. I don't think it's a zero-sum game. I think JF has
so
like,
maybe
list of losing things
so
that he actually
maybe
really fucking cares about from the way he has
So
played
maybe
this
within
publicly.
your speculation, this chick resurfaces, and the state comes in and says what? Says you're an unfit mother who abandoned your children. Like,
I think depending on
JF, you stayed with your children and took care of them. Like, what do you think the outcome of that is, Beckett?
I again, actually, do you know what? Like, because I'll speculate about the joking things, because I don't think that I think the chance of him panicking there being an accident, I'll say that like as a meme, because I think it's very, very unlikely. But I won't speculate on those other things. But I will say that yeah, like if you push me, I do see very real risks. I don't see JF in that interview with you completely comfortable and in control. I don't see him on the stream from the other day that got posted up on Twitter.
Well, hang on. So that I do agree with.
I've watched him a long time.
Yeah,
and
yeah, that I agree
you
with.
can-
He was
you can
uncomfortable.
spot
He was
where he is.
uncomfortable, but I'm not sure why. That's my problem. I'm not sure exactly why he was uncomfortable. If it was from the line of questioning, or if it was something else. You know what I mean? That's the problem, is that I don't know why. But definitely his body language was way more shook up than I've ever seen him, ever.
Yeah.
And I'm not exactly sure why that is. So maybe you have something there. But here's, again, just my 2 cents, right? And maybe I'm totally wrong on this, and then I'll have to eat crow, right? Maybe I'll literally go in my backyard, shoot a crow, and eat it live on stream just because I'm so wrong about this.
Don't do that.
I mean, I'm not going to, but I'm
Please
just
do
saying,
not.
right? It's a joke. It's a fucking joke. Calm down, lunatics. Now listen, I think that what will probably happen is this. I think that the investigation will probably close up soon. The whole world's looking for this chick, right? They'll probably find her, right? She'll say, I'm okay. She'll be back off on her merry way. And JF will take a massive victory lap. And the whole fucking internet will forget about this, but it'll be cataloged in at least his mind, his followers' minds, and many other people's minds as being a massive victory for him. That's what I think is likely going to happen.
It could be. But again, like, I just think it could be that, and at a certain point we all might have to just like be like, okay, we'll agree to disagree. But I will say that, I do think that there are a couple of things from this that I haven't even focused on, but I think are super funny. Like, again, him saying that, if she comes back, she can have another boyfriend and she can come back and he'll take her, which is like, you're basically admitting to being a cuck. Also him talking about, like, if any women are up for insemination, I'm available, which is like the most like, weirdest, that's so weird to say. Him tweeting at Pearl, trying to inseminate her or whatever, like, I don't know. I think the whole thing is weird and funny, and
He wants to put his
yeah.
genetic material inside the pearl so that
Yeah.
he has a highly educated child.
I would listen. I am all for the Pearl Dates JF arc. I am
don't.
keyed in for it. I would. Do you know what?
Can't.
I'm supportive of that arc.
I
I
can't,
think
I'm
that would be a
not.
fucking hilarious arc. I think that.
Well, anyway, in any case, I'll wrap this up, guys. But
Yeah,
I'm glad I was able to hop on and maybe give you a little bit of clarification. In no way am I offering a defense for JF Gariepy. I'm just
Listen,
offering up a defense for the evidence.
I don't mind
And
you
the
still
evidence
manning
right
the
now.
evidence. And
Right now, the evidence is in his favor. There's no doubt that it's in his favor right now.
Listen, if
nobody's
you turned up and just sort of like played along with us, I'd been fucking disappointed. That's not why I called you.
Well, what I'll say also is, like, I know I said that, I at certain points I think that there could have been a little bit more pushback, but I think for like the most part, like, you made a good point when I explained to you like what specifically I would have looked for, but I think for the most part you're still like one of the best interviewers, and one of the best debaters, and while we may disagree on this point, like, I do appreciate what you did in that interview. I think you did a really, really excellent job. So yeah.
Well, I appreciate that, and the point is to try to just go with. Here's the things that are key. We need a timeline. We got that.
Yeah.
Okay. We need to know what the precursor was. We got that. We need to know the type of equipment and stuff that she left with. We got that. Right. We have all the keys here for an inconsistency if one comes up now.
Mm-hmm.
We really have all the keys now to unlock that door if down the road, because if any of those keys changes, either on the timeline, the equipment, any of this type of stuff, right? Now we have a massive inconsistency. That rings the alarm bells. Now you have a big problem. Those are the things that you want to firm up. The rest of the trolling and shit, bring up his past, bring up the kids. What about the status of the kid? That's all going to end up ultimately being irrelevant. And what's going to be relevant is the keys. And those were firmly established. And that was my objective. And we did it.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
From there, like, I think that's really all I got to say on it. I appreciate you having me on your show, Beckett.
No, always a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you, Beckett,
Yeah,
for letting me call
even though
in.
you're a piece of shit British, no good. Red
Yeah,
coat. Tell me
true.
Okay, Yankee Doodle, come on.
Yeah, also,
Right.
just thank you for having me on your show as well, Beckett, even though your chat hates me. So,
No worries. I love you, sweetie. Okay, look, I'm gonna dip and kick both of you. Thanks very much, Andrew. Thank you, Star. Have a lovely evening, both of you. Later.
Yeah. Okay. That was fun. Geez, when did Beckett's chat learn to fucking hate my guts? What is it now? Now that his chat hates my guts, do I have to like not moderate or whatever when, or not like call people out when they're mean to Beckett in chat? I don't know. Anyways, guys, please consider subscribing, super chatting, becoming a member. I greatly appreciate it. This is how I make my income, so when you do that, you are supporting the stream. I also have a Patreon there now, so please consider that. I will be making YouTube exclusive videos soon, so. Affair, thank you for becoming a member. Do not call him that, Dingley Bumbus. Do not call him that. I don't hate you. Well, thank you. Also, thank you for everybody who came in during the Dylan Burns raid. I greatly appreciate it. Hope you're all doing well. If you like the content, I do have conversations with people pretty often. I cover politics, and I cover drama. If you want the full details on the JF stuff, I went full detail yesterday at the I spent like 4 hours in yesterday's stream going over the JF stuff and who he is and everything about him and what's happening with him. So feel free to check that out as well. So. Let's see. Rachel, thank you for the $5. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And as you guys know, I had like a family emergency recently, so I had to step away from streaming for like a month and a half. So I'm still rebuilding things. So I do appreciate any and all support. So, and finally, if you want a completely free way to support me, what you can do is I'm posting a link to the YouTube stream in the chat, and you can click on it and press the like button. That helps me. So, thank you. Okay.
Yellow heart. Yellow heart.
So I was going to cover some other stuff, some other politics stuff, but it is past midnight. Stars is cool, you haters in the chat suck though. You can eat my ass. Oh, nice, thank you. Yeah, no, it's just been a rough, like, couple of months for me. And it continues to be rough, but, you know, it is what it is. So. I really like your talks with the right. I appreciate that. I try to be as good faith as possible while still maintaining my position. So. Maybe JFG could do an interview with you, Star. I would like to do one, K-Max, but again, he blocked me on Twitter out of nowhere. Like, we talked on a Twitter space at some point, and then one day recently I looked him up on Twitter and he had me blocked. So I was so confused, you know? I'm like, why? Why did he block me? I don't think I did anything. You know? So. True, sub right now, please. So today is Friday.
So Ethan, your goth girl.
Oh my god, what was that? Okay, I pulled up something on YouTube by accident. I'm sorry for Beckett's chat. They're all cunts. That's okay. I'm used to everybody hating me on Twitch. As well. I'm used to pretty much everybody everywhere hating me. Did you see what Lumiru said on her last stream about you? Does Lumiru even know who I am? Same with Tree Logic to me, blocked me, and I did nothing. Good night, Stardust. I hope things look up for you. Thank you, Rachel. I hope for you as well. So, Link it if she said something about me. I highly doubt Lumiru said anything about me, though. I don't think Lumiru knows who I am. So. Play the clip, then challenge her to a duel. I don't know. Yeah, Rachel and Andrew are nice people. I may disagree with them on like virtually everything, but they are very principled people, and I can't I respect it. I respect people who stick by their principles. So Nina, thank you for the raid. Wow, Nina, thank you so much for the raid.
Nina rated with 17 viewers.
Anyone else star you'd like as a guest? I don't know. Like, I thought JF would be the next person I would want as a guest, to be honest with you. But then he ended up blocking me on Twitter, so I was very confused. But I'll have to think about it. I wonder sometimes whether I want to, like, engage. So, you guys know, I love engaging with the far right. I love talking to them. I just want to know what they're up to. I want to know what they think and why they think it, even though I vehemently disagree with everything that they say, and that they believe. And I just want to know. I just like to know what they're up to. But at the same time, like, it seems like the drawbacks of doing this are like have really become like super high. It's something I really enjoyed. I really enjoy like keeping my finger on the pulse with all that stuff, but it just seems like Beckett, thank you for the raid. Thank you. It is your calling card, Star. You do what almost nobody else would. Yeah, but okay, so the thing is, what I'm saying is that while I love doing it and I love keeping track on stuff, and I feel like I'm more in tune with that space than most people are, it feels like no matter what I do, I'm going to get like heavily criticized for it. And especially when I do stuff in that sphere, and people don't realize like how much it like kills me to not be able to do that stuff, you know? So I'm kind of like at a crossroads right now where it's like I want to keep doing that kind of stuff, but one, I don't know where to go right now, and two, I don't know that the risk is worth it. And I don't know, like, three, I don't want to end up on some weird fucking list. I don't know. It's so weird. Because I have people who will like talk about, I'll see like comments about me in other places, and it's like Stardust is like a monkey for the dissident right, or Stardust is a monkey for the Groypers, and it's like it seems like people only like, I have yelled at like plenty of dissident right people before, you know? I've yelled at plenty of them, I've argued with plenty of them, I've insulted plenty of them, but apparently I'm like a clapping monkey for them just because I've had a few cordial conversations. So it's just very weird to me. No, I haven't been put on a list that I know of, K-Max, but I'm just saying I don't want to be on one, you know? Need to call Mio a bitch again, that's always fun. So yeah, I don't know. It's kind of like, I kind of resent being called like a monkey. Just because I have some cordial conversations with people and maybe I'm not as heated as people want me to be. But, like, I don't know, nobody seems to clip or remember when I had, like, Nick Fuentes on and I was yelling at him. I was yelling at him just as much as I was yelling at everybody else to shut up, you know? So I just, I don't know, I like to keep my finger on the pulse, but it just, the cons, I don't know if they're worth it anymore. So, I just don't know. So, I mean, I'm in a weird spot because I feel like that's what I'm good at. And the only other thing I'm good at is like being unhinged and screaming and crying as a banana. So, Lauren Southern and you had good talks. I appreciate that. And yeah, like I'm a staunch feminist. It's not like it's a surprise to any Groiper that I interact with. You know, it's not a surprise to any, you know, dissident right person that I interact with that I'm a staunch feminist, you know? I do have like an inner man-hating part of me that I also suppress, you know? So, yeah, I don't know what to say. I don't know. Let it flow, the man-hating part. I feel like I'll lose a lot of my audience if I really like just let the man-hating part kind of flow, you know. You need some SEO help, dog. YOLO bong and stuff. I don't know what that means, but if you want to shoot me a message on Twitter and let me know what that means, I wouldn't mind. Sargon would be good too. Sargon's like a classical liberal, right? I'm not sure that. I mean, I'm sure we would find some stuff to disagree on. Sure. Nobody in their right mind thinks you're remotely right wing. Yeah. Search engine optimization. How do I do that? What are you talking about? Get your shit to come up in searches, basically. Maybe that's my issue with like growth. Maybe I need to work on that. I think the absurdist comedy is a little hard in stream format. It is, but I think I have some really good ideas for it. We still need to discuss Ukraine war status, etc. Star. That's a good point. I have a list of future supernova topics. This Sunday is going to be transmedicalism, but I do have to put Ukraine on one of the lists. So I'll put Ukraine on it, on one of the lists. I have to. This one is transmedicalism. Next Sunday is going to be climate change. The one after that, I don't know. I have to kind of play it by ear because it depends also on like where the election cycle is, right? Sargon is also a white nationalist who wants zero immigration. Does zero immigration necessarily mean white nationalist, though? And suggest inviting Tiberius D as well. Yeah, that would be cool. We probably need to get. Is it going to be like a discussion or a debate? You know, is RFK even in the running, or is it pretty much Trump at this point? It's pretty much Trump. Pretty much Trump. Climate change sounds like a good one too. We all love and respect Star for bridging the gap. Thank you. Jenny is right that SEO would be a good call. I don't... Send me a message, Jenny, because I have no fucking idea what to do from that perspective. Bedtime night all. Have a good one, Glitter, and thank you so much for helping me with the JF timeline. But yeah, I don't know that like somebody being anti-immigration necessarily means they're a white nationalist. They can be a white nationalist for other reasons, though, right? So, though I did hear that like Sargon is very disappointed with Indian people lately, so maybe I could be a good maybe I could be a good I don't know, person to talk to for him. What do you think of BX Bullet? To be honest, I was a little bit mean in saying that I thought she was a bit unhinged, but, you know, I do wish her the best, honestly. Honestly, Star, your interviews are always fire. Find some insane people to interview. Yeah, I have an idea. Mackenzie, thank you for the $10. Just got here, but you might want to reach out to some of the Marilyn Manson YouTubers like Colonel Kurtz. Those civil cases are approaching soon, I think. Oh shit. Is it gonna be a repeat of the Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing, or are there gonna be people who are like taking the side against Marilyn Manson? Do you know? Does anybody know?
Just got here, but you might want to reach out to some of the Marilyn Manson tubers like Colonel Kurtz. Those civil cases are approaching soon, I think. Heart.
I don't know how to do that shit. Sorry, you need to talk with content creators who are up to date with it. If it's literally 0, chances are they're also subscribed to white nationalist ideas. Sure, if it's like literally 0, maybe. I guess I would have to see the reasoning behind it, because some people just don't want immigration because they think that it'll take away jobs from people who are already struggling or whatever. But it really depends on their reasoning behind it, you know? Stardust, are you going to debate Tipster? What would I debate Tipster on? It's Depp v. Heard on steroids. Mackenzie, do you know if anybody's taking what's her name? What's that actress's name? Her side on it. The one who claims that Marilyn Manson was abusive towards her. Does faith count here? What do you mean? Evan Rachel Wood, yeah. I believe her, honestly. I believe her. But I don't know. I don't know if a lot of people are going to believe her, honestly. Because the media does kind of for as progressive as a nation the US is, our media is still pretty misogynistic, I would say. We should hire all of the unemployed people to work in the immigration office. Very funny, Eli. Very funny. Manson was doing meta-irony before most people. At least I respect him for that. Sure. By the way, guys, if you like the content, please consider subscribing, super chatting, becoming a member. Help! Help me. Help. Okay? Help. Because I make my living this way. So, help. Yes, that's why our government doesn't want us to watch Western media, because they're brainwashing. What do you mean, Slavic Slav? I have no idea what you're talking about. Also, like the YouTube stream. But, yeah, I don't know. It's been, like, 2 days filled with JF Gariepy. So, I'm probably not going to stream tomorrow, except for there is a panel tomorrow at 7 p.m. So, I will be back tomorrow 7 p.m. just to, you know, there's a panel. But, Stardust, if JF killed his wife, I will send you to a $200 dono. Oh, fuck, dude. Star, which person did you talk to that gave you the most crap? Spencer or Fuentes or who? I would say Mr. Girl is up there, as well as Spencer. Kick I thought was better for Money Star. They give you more of the profits. Yeah, they do. I'm trying to grow my YouTube audience, though. Jay, Desi4, thank you for the $5. Wanting to keep you in business, lest you be forced to get a real job. I put a lot of work into streaming, okay? Ask anybody who knows me personally, okay? I wake up and I think about streaming, and I go to bed thinking about streaming. I literally, there's not a moment in my day that I don't think about streaming, okay? So I do treat it like a job. I thought Amber Heard was crazy, but Evan Rachel Wood is credible, in my opinion, from everything I've heard. Yeah. She is pretty credible. Fucking roasted.
Wanting to keep you in business, lest you be forced to get a real job /s.
Are you like 10 subs away from 11,000 subscribers? I was at 11,000 subscribers and then I took my break and then, you know, because of my emergency and then, yeah. Seems like 10.9k has been a number for a while. Yeah, because I had to take my break for my family emergency, so. So, yeah, I did reach 11k at some point, but, at some point something else happened, so. Please subscribe. If you had to backup plan, what's the non-streaming option if you had to normie? Probably I'd be working in design or event management. I used to work in event management. Or maybe something medical, because I used to work in medical stuff as well. I don't know. But, I wanted to work in design, so. Find me in your new follows. Okay. Remove and sell organs on the black market. I hope you can get to 12,000 by year's end. I'm sure I can. I just need to...
If you had to backup plan, what's the non-streaming option if you had to normie?
I'm sure I can. I'm sure I can get way past that, honestly. I just need to get back into a normal uploading schedule. So. She accused someone of murder on tomfoolery stream. What I will say about that, Jay Desi4, is I know we're all used to like hating on Lav and all that, but somebody did die. Now, whether Extreme Dad is responsible for it, I don't know. Why is Super Chat TTS so behind? I don't know. Whether Extreme Dad is responsible for that, I don't really know. But I will say I did hear a phone call where somebody called his dad, and the dad seems to blame ED. You know? So somebody did die, and Extreme Dad has been blamed by the father of the person who died. And Extreme Dad was also kicked out of the Discord server where it happened. So I don't know. I don't know. And also, apparently it was his drugs. Is it confirmed Mama JF is dead or still just missing? Still just missing.
Is the key to growth appearing on other shows? I know streamers get discovered by appearing on other shows usually.
To respond to that question, I think it is part of it for sure, K-Max. I think regular uploads as well. So I'm gonna work on doing, you know, edited YouTube content. But yeah, I probably should work on being on other people's shows soon. ED is tied to it. What is the story? It's wild. Keep having interesting people on and don't hold back on your views. That's how streamers get big. It worked for Destiny. Just don't OD and die when you shoot up chat. Hope you guys are having a good night. Just turned 25. Let's go. Happy birthday for you, Bobby. Happy birthday to you. Do you do debate panels often, Star? I try to. I like debating. I like debating a lot, you know? So, yeah. Apparently it's a technicality murder where you provide a person with drugs and they OD. I didn't know that. I did not know that. So how is the Dylan debate? I'm gonna have to watch that. Maybe on Monday? Timpool once left us on the show to debate for Friday morning culture wars debate. Fuck, I keep forgetting to do that, K-Max. It's that Lisa person, right? That I need to talk to? JF was referring to her in past tense, but I'm not sure that proves much, to be honest with you. Let's see. So it's, did anyone check JF's wiki page, see if it says she's dead? No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I will say his Wikipedia is not up to date. Yes, Lisa Elizabeth. Okay. I have to remember that. I wish I had like a personal assistant. That would be cool. Okay, so it's Gappy's birthday, so I'm gonna raid into Gappy on Twitch. So guys, thank you for joining me. Please remember to click the follow button on Twitch. And remember to subscribe on YouTube. I'm trying to grow my audience there. So I do greatly appreciate it if you guys are able to do that. So always a pleasure. Keep up the good work, Stardust. Thank you. So yeah, we're gonna go over to Gappy's on Twitch. It's his birthday, so wish him a happy birthday. But yeah, please, please, please follow, guys. Follow. Wow, I get like no followers from these raids. But hey, I do appreciate you guys joining. So, follow and subscribe to the YouTube, so I can grow my YouTube following. I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you. And have a great night, guys. Thank you for sticking around with me, while I streamed. I love you all very much. Join the Discord. Yeah. Stardust, hope you're well. Have you tried Kick yet? I am on Kick, Redneck. Oh, Redneck, I gotta contact you. So I left your Twitter handle in here. Okay. All right. Thank you, K-Max. I think I do know her. I think I do follow her. So I'll try to contact her. I just have to remember. This was a great stream. You really think so, Z360? I'm glad to see you back in the chat, Z360. Glad to see you back in the chat. So yeah, YouTubers, thank you all again. I love you all very much. Let's see who we can go to. Come back again soon, okay? I'm gonna be streaming Monday through Fridays now, so yeah. Who do I want to raid into? I'll raid into Tack on YouTube. All right. Bye, guys. Yep, great JF coverage. Thank you. If you guys want even more detailed JF coverage, yesterday's stream was fucking deep dive. So, all right. I love you all very much. Stay safe. You know, eat your vegetables. Drink your milk. And sleep 8 hours, okay? 7 at least. All right.